Star Wars. Republic Commando. Book 5. Imperial Commando 501st. By Karen Travis. Prologue. Intelligence Report Extract. Classification Restricted. 2. Director of Imperial Intelligence. From Section Controller J506. Subject: Special Security Risks. I regret to report that a number of security threats to the new Empire remain unresolved. Among them is a small but worrying number of desertions by clone troopers from the former Republic's Special Forces. We consider it unlikely that they are unreported casualties because of patterns of association. They are: 1. No batch arcs N5, N6, N7, N10, N11, and N12. Highly dangerous and volatile Black Ops commandos whose loyalty was always suspect due to their strong association with their training sergeant, Cal Skirata. 2. Alpha batch arcs A26 and A30. Others are unaccounted for, but they may be genuine casualties. Equally dangerous, and, should you need to remind the Emperor, trained to be one-man armies. 3. An unknown number of Republic commandos, at least 3 complete and partial squads. Experts in sabotage and assassination. 4. Mandalorian mercenaries and military advisors working for Special Operations Brigade GR, also known to have trained the missing clones, Cal Skirata, Wallen Vav, Midge Hilamar, and Wadi Tehai. 5. Among the known fugitive Jedi, in other words, those not confirmed as eliminated in Order 66, or reasonably believed to be, is General Bardan Juzik. Interrogation of several Padawan Jedi before execution suggests that Juzik renounced his Jedi status and joined the Mandalorians as a mercenary. I hardly need spell out the special risks of a Force-using Mandalorian. The prisoner doctor. Ovalat Kale Yuthan is also at large after being taken from Republic custody. Whether this was carried out by former separatists, or is linked to Skirata's alleged industrial espionage for an unknown commercial clone master, the biologist remains a threat to the Empire because of her work on FG-36, a genome-targeted biological weapon specific to Fett clones. She is a Jibadan citizen, and Jibad is still refusing to observe the ceasefire. Recommendations: 1. That we continue to search for the missing Special Forces personnel. 2. That we carry out reprisal action against Jibad, both as Yuthan's most likely source of technical support for bioweapon terrorism, and as a deterrent to other dissident governments. 3. That we closely examine those Imperial clone commandos who have missing squadmates, such as the former Omega Squad, and whose loyalty may be in question. If they prove reliable, we should use them to track their former comrades. 4. That we anticipate encountering former Special Forces clones in future military operations against rebels and malcontents, and ensure that Imperial stormtroopers are equipped to deal with the unique threat they pose. Submitted this day by Sector Controller J506, Officer Marigand, H. F. 1. Malcontents and troublemakers will always be with us. They exist to dissent. A galactic ceasefire is exactly what most of them don't want, because it takes away the cover for the small and implacable grievances that give their lives meaning. If they happen to win, they would be lost in aimless despair. Emperor Palpatine, on being told that opposition to Imperial rule was continuing on a number of worlds, despite the end of the Clone Wars. Commercial Freighter Cornucopia, Mezeg Sector Freight Terminal, 3rd week of the new era of the Empire. New York Valen had never broken her word to anyone, but now seemed like a sensible time to start. I must be out of my mind. This is going to get me killed. And them too. What was I thinking? She didn't even dare imagine the word. Her 2 passengers were just them. The brief time she'd spent with force sensitives had made her nervous at a gut level, and she was now irrationally afraid that her thoughts, feelings, and anxieties were somehow broadcast to anyone with the skills to detect them. It was crazy, she knew, but she didn't know. She couldn't be sure her mind was still private territory. And that was what bothered her. Just keep your heads down and shut up, both of you. Is that so hard? You can do your force stuff to make guards go away, right? Well, do it. The Mezeg terminal smelled of lube oil, blocked drains, and those sickly sweet hot buns that were sold with near undrinkable CAF wherever freight pilots gathered. She gnawed unenthusiastically on a bun, trying not to imagine what the hard chewy bits were made of. The scent of artificial vanillin always made her feel sick. Now it added to the turmoil in her stomach, threatening to overwhelm her, as she stood under cornucopia's fuselage waiting for her vessel to be inspected. She rehearsed a convincing reaction in case her hidden passengers were discovered. Never seen them before in my life, trooper. These refugees get everywhere, don't they? Thank you, trooper. Now get them off my ship. But none of those lines would have convinced her, so she doubted they would persuade any of the Imperial stormtroopers searching vessels entering and leaving Mezeg. If the stowaways were discovered, then at least they had no idea where Cornucopia was headed. And she hadn't yet programmed a course for Mandalore, so there was no data to extract from the new computer and lead the authorities to Kiramurat. At least the worst wouldn't happen. But I know exactly where we're heading, all the names, all the places, so the worst that can happen will happen to me. She was far too old to be embarking on a life of lawlessness. If she was caught and interrogated, she had no idea how long she would hold out before she revealed what she knew of Cal Scarata's refuge for clone deserters. Her chances of escaping from the search team of 4 fit troopers, a civilian guard, and an AK hound looked close to zero. Come on. Are they really going to suspect me of anything? I'm a woman. I'm old. My ship's even older than I am. As to which of us is in worse shape. Waste of criffing time. The Rodian pilot in the line next to her had a tiny courier shuttle that couldn't have concealed a jackrabbit, let alone stowaways. He kept checking a chrono hanging from a fob on his jacket. This is costing me. Can't argue with the Empire, New York said. Suck it up. The white-armored stormtroopers didn't scare her. She knew they should have. They weren't Cal Scarata's adopted sons, the Special Forces clones she knew, like Aiden, Mariel, and Kor. They might have looked identical under those helmets, but if she thought they were friends, that was all wrong, deadly wrong. These men had their orders. They probably didn't include being kind to old women who thought they were all nice boys at heart. Anyone aiding fugitive Jedi was an enemy of the Empire by definition. And why am I doing this anyway? The freight port security guard held his search ack on a choke chain as he went from vessel to vessel, letting the animals snuffle around cargo bays and hatches. 4 stormtroopers waited to pounce if the ack reacted to a scent or a sound. I suppose they're bored now they haven't got a proper war to fight, the Rodian said. Nothing better to do with their time. And how much has Palpatine spent on all that new armor? What was wrong with the old style? More taxpayers' credits wasted. They're looking for Jedi, New York said. And my friends, like Aiden, and Ordo, and Cal. She wondered if the Rodian actually paid any taxes at all. We don't know how many escaped the purge. Enough to worry Palps, obviously. But Attain Turmurkin was one of the many Jedi who didn't get away, although she hadn't been executed in the purge. She died stupidly. She got herself killed. New York was used to the angry phase in bereavement, and the guilt that followed, blaming the dead for being dead and leaving you so lonely that it wasn't worth taking the next breath. But she hadn't even known Attain before she took her body home to Mandalore. Crazy kid. If she just walked by instead of getting in the way, defending that clone trooper, then she'd be alive now. And Darman would have a wife to come home to, and their baby would have a mother. What a waste. What a terrible, terrible waste. A war for absolutely nothing except a corrupt old Barvez ambition. Or a whole bunch of corrupt Barvez if Cal's right. My Terran should still be alive, too. Staying, I miss you, baby. The pain was at a manageable level these days, although she wished she hadn't found out the details of how her husband died. But if she hadn't, she would have imagined worse. Her old man was dead, gone in a matter of minutes, and that was all there was to it. He wasn't the only man in the merchant navy to die in the war. She wasn't the only war widow in the galaxy. Her grief was nothing special. I hope they find all of them, fast, and then we can get back to normal business, the Rodian muttered. Who? New York was miles away, walking with the dead and trying to resist asking them why they'd done such uselessly brave things that hadn't made the slightest difference to the course of the war. What? Jedi. I never trusted them anyway. My buddy, he lost his ship once, no compensation, nothing, when one of their fancy masters commandeered it for some getaway. No please, thank you, or here's some creds to tide you over, friend. Just took it. Higher authority. Mystic and righteous work. Piracy, more like government-backed thieves. Well, they got theirs. Good riddance. New York thought of Juzik and Attain, and bit back a defense. Would you turn them in if you found any? She asked. Even without a reward. The Rodian snapped his fingers. Like that. New York wondered what he would have thought if he knew that it was another Force user still running the show anyway. But she wasn't even sure she could blame it all on this. Sith? Shith? Sith, that was it. Whatever kind of saber jockey Palpatine was, if he'd engineered the whole war, like Scarata said, then he hadn't needed to encourage some worlds to fight each other. Old enemies were just waiting for an excuse to start. New York hadn't even heard of Sith before she met the renegade clone clan. Bardan Juzik had explained the ancient feud between Sith and Jedi, as pointless as the sectarian war on Sarasia, where two factions of a religious cult had been fighting for thousands of years over the proper ritual for handling some holy relic, a goblet, a statue, a set of bones, New York forgot which. They just seemed to define themselves by not being the other faction. She didn't understand any of it. Osik. That was the word. Mandalorians knew how to cuss, all sibilants and explosive consonants. It was all a load of Osik. There were plenty of other things New York didn't know or understand that were much closer to home. She hadn't known Attain, so she couldn't fathom the depth of Scarata's guilt about the girl. She hardly knew Darman, come to that. She didn't understand why Mandalore had allowed an Imperial garrison on its home turf. And she didn't know how she fitted into the gathering of misfits that was Clan Scarata, only that she now thought of Kiramurat as her home base, and that it had happened almost overnight. But that didn't matter now. She was doing this for two reasons, two good reasons, but the second one was starting to trouble her more the closer she got to Mandalore. I gave my word. And, staying, why do I trust Cal Scarata so much? At last, said the Rodian. The Ak handler was heading his way. The Rodian turned to her and nodded in a way that seemed to transcend species, the gesture of an exasperated pilot on a tight schedule whose timetable had been messed up by idiots. I'm going to lose my on-time bonus thanks to this. New York stood with Cornucopia's manifest in one hand. That was the drill. To have your admin data ready on your pad for inspection, stand clear of your vessel, and wait for the security guy to talk to you. Speak when you're spoken to. Some things never change. Don't point that out to them, will you? She said. Or else they'll keep you here until Mustafa freezes over. She realized her pulse was racing. If the act got a whiff of her 2 passengers, she'd be finished. It was a huge gamble. But then her passengers had everything to lose, too, and she knew they could make themselves a lot harder to find than the average stowaway. New York waited. She concentrated on feeling impatient, imagining the time and creds she would have been losing if this had been a real delivery, and hoped it was enough to disguise her fear from both acts and humans. She wouldn't have been the first freight pilot to find illegal stowaways in her vessel, or the first to deny all knowledge. And sometimes that was true. Illegals knew all the tricks when it came to slipping past security checks. But what had once been routine and occasional searches by assorted authorities for a variety of reasons, like Borean not wanting skilled metalsmiths leaving its territories, or Mill Valley not allowing anyone with a criminal record to enter its space, was now a matter of life and death. The axe strained on its leash as it came toward her. Both of its front legs lifted clear off the ground as the handler leaned back against the animal's weight to restrain it. He slackened the leash, and the axe raced up Cornucopia's open ramp and vanished inside. New York handed her data pad to the stormtrooper. She couldn't see his eyes behind that visor, but she was used to guessing where folks who wore helmets might actually be looking, and he seemed to be reading the pad. Name, ma'am. Nyrene Valen. Cargo? Food and basic supplies, bound for Load Corp Mining Asteroid 9 Alpha 4, Roche System. Any passengers? None. Have you left your vessel unattended or unsecured at any time? No. Have you checked the vessel for beings, life forms, or objects not loaded by you? Yes. Well, that was true. She checked. The beings, she'd done the loading personally. The stormtrooper took some time going through the list on her pad, probably to give the act enough time to do its search. There wasn't much that anyone could extract from her manifest. It really was just supplies: flour, grass grain, pickles, powdered milk, sacks of denta beans, soap, dried fruit, all the staples that would come in handy for a siege. Kiramura was that kind of place. It gave its residents a siege mentality, if they hadn't already arrived with one. And she had. The stormtrooper handed back her data pad. The others began walking slowly around the freighter, looking it over. That hold stinks of tar fuel, too. The act can't smell anything through that, can it? But acts could do a lot of things. They weren't anywhere near as smart as Strills. Ah, yes, Murd. She had a treat for Murd in her cargo, too, but they were employed as search animals for a reason. They were good at it. They smelled all, heard all, saw all. No noise. No barking. No reaction. Please, please. New York had never known time pass so slowly in her life. How could the act possibly miss what was hidden in the empty water tanks? It would start whining and scrabbling at the inspection plate. She must have been crazy to think she could get away with this, her, a lowly freight jockey. Running errands and doing a little low-level spying for Aiden had been nowhere near as outrageously dangerous as this. Even helping that ARC trooper Soul Desert had been a relatively safe trip. New York knew she was out of her depth now. It's all my fault. Cal didn't even want this. My bright idea, my problem. The Rhodian shuttle, now cleared for exit, taxied to the landing strip and lifted off. New York watched, hoping she just looked anxious to complete her deliveries and get paid. Searches took less than 10 standard minutes, from what she'd seen, and the act had been nosing around in cornucopia for about that long. It's nearly over. Nearly out of here. Nearly home. Where was home now, anyway? Then it started. The hacking bark of the ack-hound, that distinctive ack-ack-ack noise that gave the animal its name, echoed from the open hatch. New York knew she wasn't going home now, ever, and she struggled not to panic. 3 stormtroopers rushed to the ramp, blaster rifles ready. The 4th held his sidearm on her. "Wait here, ma'am," he said. He craned his neck to see what was happening. "Officer, what's going on in there?" The axe stopped barking. New York heard one set of scuffed footsteps accompanied by scrabbling claws, and she simply couldn't draw another breath. This was it. The animal must have sniffed out her stowaways. "Sorry, boys." The guard's voice emerged from the hatch. "He's still a pup, despite his size. Needs a bit more discipline." The ack came trotting down the ramp dragging a bantha's thigh bone, the huge pelvis end clamped between his jaws. It was Murd's treat. Bantha meat wasn't easy to get hold of on Mandalore. New York's knees nearly buckled. The guard tried to take the bone from his animal, but the novice ack wasn't having any of it. His lip curled and he growled deep in his throat, teeth still locked hard on the femur. "Look, I can get another bone," New York said, feigning exasperation rather than flinging her arms around the ack and telling it what a good boy it was for sabotaging the search. "Keep it. I need to get moving." One of the stormtroopers tilted his head at her. "What do you need a bantha bone for, ma'am?" New York's answer was out of her mouth before she even thought about it. The ease and speed with which she conjured up a complete fabric of lies shocked her. "One of the miners has a pet neck," she said. "You don't find many banthas on your average asteroid." It really was getting that easy to lie. She was disappointed in herself. Her old self before widowhood had made her into a more marginal creature, but she also felt a thrill of excitement and shame at her newly discovered capacity for defiance. "Yes, I'm wrong, I'm breaking the law, but I did it. I pulled it off." The guard was still trying to get the axe mind back on search duties as she closed the hatch. Staying, she hoped those 2 could still breathe in that tank. She couldn't check until Cornucopia jumped to hyperspace, and she'd set the autopilot on course. Getting out of Mezeg orbit seemed to take hours rather than minutes, and the moment the stars in the viewport stretched from points of light to frozen streaks of infinity, she checked the course and handed the controls over to Cornucopia's NAV computer. The aft cargo section was silent except for the throb of the drives and the rattle of loose fittings. New York took a deep breath and began unbolting the water tank inspection plate on the deck, wondering if she'd find bodies rather than live Jedi. That was too close. New York lifted the metal panel and reached down. It was a tight fit in the space between those tanks even for a short, skinny kid like Scout, so the Kaminoan must have been very uncomfortable indeed. "How did you get away with that?" Scout scrambled out of the hole in the deck, her ginger hair disheveled. She looked like she hadn't eaten in a week. It took a little longer to extract Kinaha, not only because the Kaminoan was much taller, but also because she was a lot older. Exactly how old, New York wasn't sure, but the Kaminoan was a venerable lady by anyone's standards. New York usually couldn't tell the age of a non-human, but Kinaha would have looked obviously old to anyone, with deeply lined gray skin and drooping eyes. She moved slowly. It made New York feel positively teenaged. I influenced the act to find that bone when it got too excited, Scout said. But we're fine. Aren't we, Kina? We are alive, said the Kaminoan. And that is a bonus. Thank you for risking so much for us. New York would have taken that thanks in her stride a matter of days ago, but now it triggered a pang of guilt. Neither of the Jedi knew where they were going, and they hadn't pressed her too hard for an answer. But she hadn't told them exactly who their hosts would be, either. And that was going to be interesting. No matter, like Kinaha said, they were alive, and that was a bonus. Cornucopia was a typical old CC Monarch-class cargo ship, boxy and basic, with a long bench along the bulkhead behind the pilot's and co-pilot's seats. Kinaha settled on the bench like a crotchety duchess and fastened her safety restraints. Scout slid into the co-pilot's seat next to New York. New York broke out some ration packs and passed them around. She had no idea what Kaminoans ate, fish and other seafood, she guessed, but Kinaha wasn't going to get any yob shrimp here. Skirata had said that Kaminoans hated bright sunlight and were happiest when it was cloudy and bucketing down rain. That was going to be a challenge to achieve on Mandalore, too. But that was going to be the least of Kinaha's problems. We're going to Mandalore, New York said at last. Somehow she expected at least a gasp, or even a cry of protest. But the two Jedi were silent. You heard me, didn't you? Mandalore? Mandiame? Yes, we did hear, thank you, Kinaha said. Suitably remote and forbidding. I commend your ingenuity. You don't have a problem with Mandalorians? Should we? Well, a lot of them have a problem with you. Jedi, that is. Kinaha peered into the open pouch of the ration pack as if she was divining the future from its contents. I have a vague recollection of Mandalorians fighting for the Sith, she said. But I've kept myself far from the political detail of the galaxy for a long time. New York wasn't sure what a long time meant, but she imagined centuries. Kinaha wasn't just any old Jedi. She was genetically engineered. All Kaminoans were, of course, and Skirata said that was how they survived their global flood and turned into what he described as loathsome eugenicist scum. But no Kaminoan had been engineered quite like Kinaha. She was unique. Her genes had been modified for a very long lifespan, and that meant she would be useful to Skirata in ways she probably couldn't begin to imagine. That genome was the only thing that was going to save her from Skirata's wrath. He was banking on finding something in her genes that would stop his clone sons from aging at twice the normal human rate. Is that where you're from? Scout tidied her hair with her fingers. It didn't look much different afterward. Mandalore? No, New York said. I'm not Mandalorian. I just help them out when they're busy. How do I explain Cal to them? I'm not being ungrateful, Scout said. Kinaha selected something from the ration pack and chewed it thoughtfully. I'm just scared. Oh boy. I'm taking you to a safe place, New York said. Quite a few other folks are hiding from the Emperor. Other Jedi? Kinaha asked. New York wasn't sure how to describe Bard and Juzik. Lapsed Jedi? Very lapsed Jedi? Apostate? Born-again Mando? It could wait. Scout would be able to decide for herself soon enough. In a way, she couldn't sit on this any longer. Look, you're going to stay with a Mandalorian clan of clone troopers who've deserted, Some of them don't have very happy memories of Kamino, Kinaha. It's only fair that I warn you. And the place belongs to Cal Skirata. He's an old mercenary who trained clones into Poca City, and well, he hates Jedi and Kaminoans for using the clones. So relations might be frosty for a while. New York felt a little better for getting that out in the open, but not much. Kinaha tilted her head gracefully. Well, it could be worse, she said. Scout lowered her chin. And that place is safe? Cal's a good man. New York was instantly defensive again, was already far too fond of Skirata for common sense. He's dedicated his life to rescuing clones. But Kamino left a big mark on everyone. One of the clones had a baby with a Jedi girl who got killed in the purge. So it's one big painful mess at the moment. But you'll be safe there. Cal's given me his word. Mess didn't quite cover it. New York decided not to plunge the two Jedi into anxiety overload by mentioning the rest of the problems. They'd find out about Dr. Yuthan soon enough. And Juzik the definitely not Jedi. And the bounties on everyone's head, and Jango Fett's serial killer sister back from the dead, and the Imperial garrison, and Fen Shice's resistance plans. Yes, it really did sound like less fun than falling into a Sarlacc's corrosive gut when she looked at it all in the cold light of day. But New York still couldn't help feeling better when she thought of Kiramorat. The place was isolated, desolate, and Spartan, full of the grieving and the dispossessed, but the warmth of the tight-knit community there transformed it. It held no memories of terror either. When she was there, she felt able to imagine a future. The days ahead were no longer an empty void to be endured or escaped. What happened to the Jedi's baby? Scout asked. Cad? He's fine. Was that telling Scout too much? New York had grown a major caution gland when she started dealing with the Grand Army, but the girl would see for herself anyway. Growing like a weed. And the bone? What was the bone for? Is it some primitive Mandalorian ritual? I heard they crowned their leader with a real skull. I think the skull's symbolic, Scout. Was it? New York liked Mandos, but they did have a penchant for anatomical trophies. The bone was for Murd. If you've never seen a Stro before, they're quite something. Very rare native animal. Never heard of them. Then you're in for an education. New York settled back in her seat and realized that she hadn't escaped from the Empire. She'd simply skipped one crisis and was hurtling at multi-light speed toward the next. I recall Strills, I think, Kinaha said absently. But that was just before the Sith went into hiding. New York was only half listening now, checking cornucopia's instrument panel. Sorry, when did the Sith disappear? She glanced over the back of the seat. Very few ordinary folk had even heard of Sith, so it was odd to hear Kinaha drop the name. I'm not good at history. The Jedi frowned in concentration, furrowing her wrinkled brow all the way back to where her ears should have been if Kaminoans had them. Oh, perhaps 1,000 years ago? She swayed her impossibly long neck like a snake. It's been so very long, and so many wars. I forget. New York wasn't sure she'd heard right. And then she realized she had, and the galaxy changed out of all recognition for her, again. Special Operations Barracks, 501st Legion Headquarters, Imperial Center, formerly Coruscant. Medical technology could do just about anything, Niner decided, except Men Darman. He watched his brother put on his newly issued Imperial armor, dark charcoal gray and black. The color was much like their old matte black Katarn pattern plates, but there the similarity ended. Everything about the shape, from helmet to chest plate to greaves, was just that bit different. It made Darman look like a stranger. And he felt like one too. Darman had changed overnight. Niner couldn't really expect anything else. How would any husband react to having to stand by and watch his wife killed? But this was more than grieving. Both he and Darman had lost brothers in the war, and they'd had no choice but to get on with life and carry on fighting in the very next moment. Grieving was dealt with slowly and privately. Eventually, you came to terms with it. But Niner had never been in love with a woman or fathered her child, and so he realized that Darman's grief was probably something new and indescribable, bound up with shattered hopes for a future that no clone had thought he'd ever have. But we can have those lives. The little ordinary things. Fi's got a wife. So has Aten. And Ordo. They're living as Mandalorians, free men. I know what I can be. Niner had never seen Kiramorat, and now he had to forget that he even knew its name. At least he didn't know where the homestead was. Nobody could beat that information out of him. He was scared to talk about anything in their new quarters, even in the locker room, in case the Emperor had installed surveillance to check on who was loyal and who had ties to the past regime. It might have been the same boss with a new title, but the new empire already felt like a different world from the Republic. Darman attached his armor plates to his undersuit, and clung to his DC-17 rifle like a comfort blanket. The 501st had let the Commandos keep those for the time being. There was probably a brutally pragmatic reason for it. They were used to the DC, and that saved training time on new weapons, but it still felt like a kindness, a concession to ease them into the new and unsettling world of the Imperial Army. Niner kept trying to work out why it felt so different. It wasn't the vast influx of new clones produced on Syntax 2 by fast Sparty processes. He'd met very few of those men. No, what bothered him most was simply the absence of things that had been the core of his life for 13 years. People. He couldn't call Skarada. There was no General Juzik, either, or Fi, Corr, or Aten, or any of the people he knew he could count on if he needed them. There was just Darman. And Darman needed him, whether he knew it or not. Dar could have escaped with the rest of them and been with his baby son now, but he didn't. He'd stayed with Niner. Nobody in the galaxy could buy that kind of loyalty and brotherhood, and now Niner had a debt not only of honor but of family. Darman flexed his fingers, making his new gauntlets creak. You going to stand there scratching your shebs all day? Buckets on. Mustn't keep Lord Vader waiting. I know you're not okay, Niner said, so I'm not even going to ask. I'm fine. Are you up to this? Niner had broken his spine on that awful night when Order 66 was called. Darman had refused to leave him, afraid he'd end up like Fi, on life support waiting to have the plug pulled because nobody had a use or a place for crippled clones. Niner didn't need reminding that it was his fault Darman was stuck here and not raising Cat. I'm good as new, Niner said. He did a few twists from the hips and bent over straight-legged to put his palms flat on the floor. See? Actually, that's better than I used to be. I couldn't quite do that before. Come on. Let's get this over with. Dar, whatever Vader's got in mind for us, it'll be business as usual. How can it be? We haven't got a war to fight now. Oh, you think it's all over, do you? You been watching the holonews? News was all that Niner had to occupy him for days after his spinal cord was repaired and he was confined to a brace. There's still trouble. Still places where the locals are fighting. Places that won't accept the Empire. Darman flipped his helmet over between his hands a few times. Little border wars. They don't need special forces for that. Okay, what do you want to see happen? No, don't answer that. Niner grabbed Darman's arm, steering him down the corridor to the parade ground. This wasn't Arca Barracks. He couldn't trust anyone or anything. When they got outside, he walked into the center of the parade ground, took off his helmet, and gestured to Darman to do the same. This had to be done in silence. Normally, they could have switched to a secure comm circuit and safely discussed anything within the privacy of their helmets. But Niner had no idea if the new kit had comm overrides that he didn't know about. It was the kind of thing he could have handed to Jang or Muriel to pull apart, but the null arcs were half a galaxy away. He'd improvise. What are you doing? Darman asked. Niner held up his forefinger for silence. Testing the proximity sensors. Put your helmet down. As far as onlookers were concerned, they were just two clones testing new and still unfamiliar armor systems. Niner laid his helmet on the ground and walked away from it, beckoning Darman to follow suit. When they were far enough from the helmets to be out of audio range, and then some, just in case, Niner stopped. Okay, Dar, we walk back toward those buckets in a few moments, like nothing happened. Got it? You're paranoid. I'm sensible. Look, Dar, what do you want most right now? Does it matter? Yes. It does. Do you want to leave? Do you want to go too? Niner hardly dared say it, but at some point it had to be said. You want to go find Cad? Look after him? Darman's expression was unreadable. If only Bardan Juzik had been here now, he could have force-sensed Darman's real mood. But he wasn't, and Niner could only guess, because the Darman he knew didn't react the way this Darman did. Niner had spent 2 days reading medical texts while he was recovering. He didn't understand a lot of it, but he now knew there were states of mind called dissociative amnesia, where the mind shut out the memory of terrible events just to be able to cope with everyday life. He was sure Darman was doing that. I don't know that name, Darman said at last. Niner had no idea how to handle this. All he could do was keep an eye on his brother, and hope that time really did heal. Okay, he said. You want to stay here. What else would I want to do? I'm a commando. It's all right, Dar. You're going to be fine. There was nothing else Niner could say. Darman hadn't mentioned Etain since the night she was killed. Niner decided it was still too risky to raise the subject. But he made up his mind that he'd get Darman out of the Imperial army by brute force if necessary. How, that was another matter. But he was a commando. He'd think of something. Are we done? Darman asked. Because Vader's giving us our briefing in a few minutes, and I hear he's pretty tough on bad timekeeping. There was no more Sergeant Cal, the indulgent father, and his loose regulations. There was a command structure of officers, and things were a lot tighter all around. The only part of their previous lives as Republic commandos that they'd kept, apart from the Ds, was their ID numbers, now with an IC prefix. They'd think that changing our numbers was like changing our names, wouldn't they? Niner began to wonder if he was making excuses for the Empire, attributing gestures that it simply wasn't making. Perhaps that was his own way of staying sane. They kept up the pretense of walking toward their helmets to see if the alarm kicked in, which at least told Niner that something in Darman still knew he had a secret to keep. For a moment he wondered if Darman's paranoia about the Empire was even worse than his own, and this was just a conscious act maintained 24 hours a day so that it never slipped. But it was hard to tell. Darman put on his helmet, killing any further chance of private conversation, and they strode off in silence to the briefing hall. Niner wasn't sure what he was expecting to see when he got there. The ranks of commandos waiting for Lord Vader weren't the entire strength of the former Special Operations Brigade. Niner estimated it was less than a quarter, maybe 1,000 men, so he wondered how they'd been selected. He had no way of recognizing any of them until they spoke or moved, though, because the individual paint schemes they'd been encouraged to apply to their armor, Mandalorian style, had now been erased by a sea of uniform black. It said more clearly than anything that the galaxy had changed. Niner didn't even spot Scorch until the man slipped into a space beside him. His vivid yellow armor flashes were gone. Funny. We're used to recognizing individuals with identical faces, but then I'm thrown for a loop when everyone's got the same armor. How are things, Niviodi? Scorch asked. You've been keeping to yourselves lately. Niner decided it was probably a bad idea to speak Mandoy in front of strangers, although he wasn't sure why. By strangers, he meant any of the 501st stormtroopers who hadn't started life as Republic commandos on Commando, trained by Mando sergeants. He wasn't sure if he could think of them as brothers. I've not been well, Niner said deadpan. Heard about the injury. Nasty. Scorch didn't say if he knew the detail of the fight at Unabridged. But it was no secret that a woman had been killed when she stepped between a clone trooper and a Jedi's lightsaber. Just how many people knew it was Attain was another matter. I think we've got some Arcs here, too. Imagine that, the Arc boys having to slum it with us lesser mortals. So how are you, Dar? Darman shrugged. I hate this new armor. Yeah, it's a waste of creds. Nothing wrong with the old kit. Fixer hates it too. Boss couldn't care less. Niner had to ask. Any news on Sev? He said it as neutrally as he could. Darman wasn't the only man here with painful memories. Every commando knew that Delta Squad had lost contact with Sev and left him behind when they banged out of Kashyyyk. Quite a few men thought the squad should have told General Yoda to shove his order to pull out, and gone back for their buddy. But Yoda was now gone too, along with the rest of the Jedi. Sev was one more tragedy in a grinding, oddly pointless war, the extra agony piled on by losing comrades in the last days of the fighting. Like Attain. She was minutes, no, seconds away from getting off Coruscant for good. It's just cruel. It shouldn't have been like that. No, Scorch said, his voice a little hoarse. Sev's still MIA. He didn't ask about Attain. But Delta Squad knew about her and Dar. Niner just hoped that the gossip hadn't reached Vader. Vader was as far from General Arligan Zay as any being could be, a huge figure encased completely in black armor, helmet, and cape. His voice and rasping breath didn't even sound human, although rumors said he was. He swept into the hall and didn't even introduce himself. He didn't need to. In 2 or 3 weeks, he'd become the name whispered in messes and canteens. This was the Emperor's right hand, and he could do things that only Jedi could do, like moving things, and smashing them, without touching them. Someone said he'd been a Jedi once. But so had Dooku. It would be no big surprise if that was true. Niner didn't know or care about that, but he'd treat Vader with caution anyway. He stood to attention. The last thing he wanted right then was to be singled out as an individual. He wanted to vanish. Vader stood with his thumb hooked in his belt, his rhythmic, wheezing breath sounding like a machine. We have tracked down many of the traitors who escaped the purge, but our work is not finished, he boomed. There are still Jedi evading justice, and we have deserters from our own ranks to deal with. You will live up to your name as Vader's fist. You will hunt down the remaining fugitives. Niner expected some reaction from Darman, at least a flinch. But he stood frozen. Nobody moved or said a word. Your former Special Forces comrades are adept at causing death and chaos, Vader continued. So you are the ones best placed to locate and neutralize them. I expect no quarter given to them. They were your brothers once, but they are now traitors, an insult to all of you and your sacrifices. You are now the Imperial Commando Special Unit. Do not disappoint me. A list of fugitives was transmitted to the clones. Niner knew that every clone in the hall was doing the same as he was at that moment. Each man was adjusting his focus to look at the head-up display in his helmet to check the images and text superimposed on the view through his visor. He knew he'd see names he recognized. The faces didn't matter, of course. Except for the Jedi and a few others, they would all look identical, and there they were, listed as numbers. ARC Trooper Captain A-26 and ARC Trooper A-30, Maze and Sull. Maze? Old Misery Guts AWOL? Him of all people. Niner was genuinely surprised by that. Maze was Zaid, a man who did things by the book. Niner wouldn't have bet on him making a run for it, but then there were others there on the list who seemed equally unlikely: Yayak Squad, Hyperion Squad, and individual Republic commandos he remembered. There was even a regular clone commander missing, Commander Levitt, who'd served under Attain on Kalura. CORR and Aten were on the list, of course, but Phi wasn't. At least his fake death had convinced the Empire's new record keepers. But most civilian personnel were exactly the same beings who'd served the Republic just weeks earlier, at the same desks, and with the same salaries, and nothing much had changed for the vast majority of Coruscant's population except the name of the place. It was Imperial City now, and the planet was Imperial Center. The biggest task the desk jockeys faced was revising the holocharts. Niner still found that hard to take in after so many lives had been torn apart in his own small circle. Coruscant. Corey. 000. Trip Sip. I'm easy. But it'll never be Imperial City as far as I'm concerned. The deserters list was short but significant. Rolled together, they made a brutal little army to be reckoned with. Niner had seen how much damage a single arc could do, from blowing up key targets to destabilizing whole governments. Come to that, he knew how much damage he could do with a few brothers and the right kit. They were dangerous. They'd been bred and trained to be that way. Do I want to stop these men? Do I want to kill them? Of course I don't. They're our own. And then there were the other names, the ones that needed pictures as well, because they were random beings with their own distinctive features, the Jedi on the run. Bardan Juzik was only one name on a list that was longer than Niner expected, all little Padawans and minor knights, but relatively few masters. But there was one knight on the list nobody would have to look for. This far back in the ranks, Niner doubted that Vader could see him. He put his hand under Darman's elbow, knowing the effect that seeing Attain Turmukin's name and face would have on his brother. So they don't know she's dead. And that means they really aren't sure of who's dead and who's missing. Attain's picture wasn't a flattering one, but it still broke Niner's heart. He could only imagine what it did to Darman. She was a thin, freckled girl with wavy brown hair and green eyes. If he hadn't known her, he'd have thought she was just another young woman, a librarian, a store assistant, a clerk. She didn't look like a general who'd fought a war and put everything on the line. "It's okay, Dar," Niner whispered. If anyone picked that up, it wouldn't have meant a thing to them. But Darman didn't react. "UDCI. Take it easy. I sense that many of you are dismayed by these names." Vader had a knack for saying the most unsettling things. "You have been commendably loyal to some of these beings. But they deceived you, and they deserve no mercy either. Your specific missions will be assigned to you soon. Dismiss." The lines of commandos filed out of the hall and broke up into groups heading back to the barracks. Niner kept checking his datapad for assignment details. It was a lot of trouble to go to just to tell them they'd be getting a list of folks to kill. But maybe it was about seeing Vader in the flesh and realizing that the guy meant business. General Zay had never had that effect on him, and as for Yoda, Niner couldn't actually remember seeing Yoda in person, but he just knew the general didn't have that gut-gripping presence that Vader had. Scorch sidled up to Niner and matched his pace. "I hate this," he said. "And we've got some new guy taking Seth's place. It's temporary, though. He'd better understand that." Niner remembered CORR joining Omega's squad when Phi had been whisked off to Mandalore. It was obvious that Phi was never coming back, but nobody ever admitted CORR was a permanent replacement. Niner understood Scorch completely. Permanent meant you'd given up hope of seeing your brother again, and made you worry that you'd somehow sealed his fate by accepting he was gone. "Well, there you go," said Darman, walking toward the canteen, eyes on his datapad. At least his appetite was unaffected. "Look at that. Who did we draw?" Niner asked, suddenly not wanting to look at his own pad. "We're with two new guys from Galler Squad, Enon and Bry. And we're just Squad 40 now." "I meant who are we supposed to go after?" Darman swallowed just hard enough for Niner to realize that he really was distressed by all this, even though he seemed to be numbed by events. There wasn't a lot one clone could hide from another, not when every small gesture and sound had to be examined to distinguish one brother from another. "Some guy called Jylum Kester," Darman said. "Never heard of him." It was still an assassination, but Niner was relieved that it wasn't Bardike. Then he wondered if they hadn't been assigned the people they knew best because someone thought they never pulled the trigger. Niner couldn't imagine the Empire, or anyone, being that tolerant of clones who might not carry out their orders because of sentiment. It felt like a test. He waited until they were on their own on the parade ground before taking off his helmet. "Who's got Skirata and the Nulls? And Vav?" Niner couldn't see the names anywhere. He scrolled through the list on the pad, looking for the numbers, Nullarks, and 7, and 10, and 11, and 12, and 5, and 6, Mariel, Jang, Ordo, Aiden, Prudii, and Kamarke. Palps can't possibly believe that they're all conveniently dead now. They were on the bounty hunters wanted list before this came out. Darman shrugged. "What if they are? We haven't heard from anyone in more than 2 weeks, not since." He stopped. It was the first time he'd come anywhere close to mentioning the night of Order 66 since it had happened. But he didn't go on. Niner checked the pad again before he was certain that only the Alpha Arc deserters, Jedi, and Republic commandos were on that hit list. The Jedi Masters and some knights were marked for execution, and Padawans and other fugitives were to be detained alive. Either Palpatine already had the Nulls and the Mando sergeants, Niner doubted that, or he was sending someone else after them, like Imperial intelligence. Good luck, spooks. You'll need it. Especially if you're unlucky enough to find them. "Okay, grab Enon and Bry," Darman said. "Let's get this done." That wasn't Dar talking. That was the pretend Dar. You okay with this? Niner asked. What, hunting Jedi? Yes. They took everything I ever cared about, Darman said, suddenly more like his real self for a few seconds. You bet I'm okay with it. He didn't say anything else. And Niner didn't press him. He wasn't sure that he was ready to hear Darman spill all that buried pain. Southern outskirts of Keldabe, capital of Mandalore. Juzik had never seen the thing before, but now that he still didn't believe it. And he wasn't sure he wanted to. It was a vast skull, a mythosaur skull, with huge downturned horns that curved to the jaw, slanted eye sockets, and long teeth. It was the iconic symbol of Mandalore in every sense, both Mandalore, commander of super commandos, chieftain of chieftains, and the world itself, Mandaeum. But it still looked ludicrous on that scale. The skull and the rest of the unconvincing skeleton structure was big enough to house a battalion. Keldabe wasn't the loveliest city in the galaxy, but Juzik was still surprised that anyone had built something that ugly where folks had to look at it. It was, as Coruscant architects might have said, unsympathetic and not in keeping with the vernacular. Ugly as Osik, Ordo said, getting straight to the point. And useless. Juzik slid out of the speeder and leaned against the door to watch a procession of stormtroopers and repulsors taking equipment into the skull itself. It was hard to imagine what was happening. He hoped they were going to demolish it for offenses against aesthetics. It was the most useful thing that the Empire could ever do for Mandalore. What is it? Ordo stood considering the abomination, arms folded. Beats me. Maybe it's some promotional stunt for Mundo Motors. He drew an imaginary skull in the air with his fingertip. It's their logo. You seriously think the average Mando ad would buy their products on the basis of a giant mythosaur skull? That's heretic. No, but it's so bizarre that I struggle for an explanation. Is Fen Shaisa having some coronation there as the new Mandalore? Definitely not his style. Ordo got back into the speeder. In fact, I don't think new Mandalore have had crowning ceremonies since, well, I don't know. Vulgar. Very wasteful. Aruitic. Juzik shut the hatch and started the drives, realizing how often he used that word lately. Non-Mando, traitor, enemy, or just not one of us. He'd embraced his new identity completely, just as he'd once been wholly Jedi, and it still surprised him when he considered it. Converts are the worst, they say. Is that me? Yes, it is. Now let's find out what the Empire's doing with it. Juzik started up the speeder. He wasn't bothered by the presence of an Imperial garrison here, yet. Kiramorut was so remote and hard to find in the thinly populated wilderness that made up most of Mandalore that Keldabe might as well have been on another planet. But he knew that Palpatine hadn't sited a base here for the benefit of the local economy, so everyone was waiting for the inevitable catch. As long as the Empire employed Mando mercenaries and paid rent for the land, then the jury, on the surface of it, anyway, was still out as to whether the garrison was a threat. Privately, the decision had already been made. Shaisa was making plans for a guerrilla war against the Empire. He could already see that it would be an unwelcome lodger in years to come. Cal Skirata, Calbear, Papa Cal, didn't want anything to do with Shaisa's secret army. He had enough trouble of his own. But then he never wanted the Empire here, either. It had come anyway. Everyone knew where this would end, and only one remained in doubt. Ordo, you know Calbear is as dear to me as he is to you, Juzik said carefully, steering a couple of meters above the riverbank. But do you think he's wise to let New York bring Jedi here? Ordo read his datapad and didn't comment on the irony of the question. He seemed remarkably relaxed about things now. It's not without risk. How do you feel about having a Kaminoan around? We coped with having Ko's Sai as a house guest. Actually, we didn't, and she didn't handle it too well, either. She killed herself. And Mariel, she just pressed all the wrong buttons in him. Juzik realized that was the most stupid phrase he'd come out with in a long time. Wrong buttons. No, that didn't even come close. Mariel, like all the Nulls, was just a faulty product as far as the Kaminoan clone masters were concerned, something to be put down like an ailing farm animal before they went back to the drawing board. Any normal kid would have been deeply traumatized by that kind of treatment. But kids who had been engineered to be perfect Black Ops troopers, ferociously intelligent killing machines, their reactions were likely to be a lot more extreme. Juzik still marveled at how normal the Nulls managed to be most of time. Mariel was charming and affable, a ladies' man, always the one with the jokes. And then something would trigger the other Mariel, the tormented and haunted child buried within, and he'd change instantly for a moment before snapping back to his old self. It was as if all the Nulls knew this damaged animal within them only too well, and built new personalities on top to keep it on a leash. Sorry, Juzik said. I'm not making light of what happened to you. Ordo shrugged. Mariel took it the worst. But we're all messed up. His frank assessment of his own mental health was almost touching. Imprecise term, but it sums up the effect Kamino had on us. Have you discussed it with Kalbir? Yes, and I agree with him. Kinaha's genetic material is too valuable to pass up just because we have nightmares about the Kamini eyes. Juzik chewed over the implications of that again as he parked the speeder as close as he could to the Oyubot cantina. Kinaha was another long shot in the bid to find a way to reverse the clone's accelerated aging, and all of those so far had unraveled into dangerous missions and betrayals. If the Kaminoans had engineered some of their own kind to live exceptionally long lives, then there was something, some set of genes, some technique, that doctor Yuthan might exploit to reset the clone's aging process to normal. Yes, Juzik could see how important it was. Skirata lived for his clone sons, and giving them a normal lifespan had become a sacred quest. But this, it had to be traded off against the risk of Kiramorat's location leaking, and whatever would happen to New York Valen's regard for Skirata when she worked out that he would turn Kinaha into soup if he thought it would save his boys. That's going to hurt New York. Maybe him, too. Let me ask you a question, Bardai K, Ordo said. Does it trouble you that Kinaha is a Jedi? Why should it? Old memories. Not bothered at all. Ordo looked dubious. But Kaminoans aren't a compassionate species, so what kind of Jedi will she be? Juzik thought about it. He'd never heard of a Force-sensitive Kaminoan. And one who lived for centuries, maybe even millennia, that made her a one-off in every sense. A lonely one, I think. Ordo raised one eyebrow. Inside, I'm crying. Really? So is Kalbir, I'm sure. Then he dropped the subject. Juzik decided that Ordo thought it was perfectly normal to try to erase your past because he'd done it, too, or as best he could. He seemed to be worrying that the arrival of real Jedi might shake Juzik's resolve. No. No, it won't. Now. Keldib was a few hours flight time south of Kiramorat, and the climate was much milder. The snow hadn't reached this far. Juzik ambled through the narrow streets and down alleys overhung by rickety buildings, relishing the sheer impossibility of the city. One moment he was in a street that hadn't changed in the best part of 1,000 years, all time-twisted wooden frames and ancient plaster, and the next he was in the shadow of a stark industrial warehouse or a polished granite tower. Keldabe was an anarchic fortress of a city on a granite outcrop on the bend in the Kelata River, almost completely surrounded by the Kelata River, a natural moat that changed from picturesque calm to a torrent within a kilometer. Juzik loved the place. It captured everything about Mandalore for him, and he was happy that intelligence gathering would bring him down here more often. The clones had to keep their helmets on, of course. No Mandalorian cared if his neighbor was a deserter from the Grand Army, but the Imperials were around, and the last thing anyone needed was a clone stormtrooper coming face to face with a man who looked exactly like himself. The Stormies, as everyone now called them, hadn't come into town yet. They probably wouldn't venture into the Audiobook anyway. It was the oldest cantina on the planet, open for business when the Mandalorians fought against the Old Republic, which was also the last time anyone seemed to have changed the menu. The place was clean but somehow enticingly seedy. The smells that wafted out when Juzik opened the doors were an adventure in themselves. He felt the thrill of ages, because everything happened here. As a Force-sensitive, the echoes called to him as vividly as if he'd been present when the events took place. If Mandalore had a government of any kind, then its business was done in the Audiobook's booths and at its long counter as chieftains of the clans debated, reached agreements, and struck deals. So the Audiobook was the obvious place to hear gossip about the Imperial garrison. Mandos tended not to keep secrets among themselves, and it saved a lot of high-risk observation time just to sit and listen, and enjoy an ale. Juzik took off his helmet and bought a mug of any Tragal. He didn't look much like his wanted poster behind the counter. All bounties were posted there, for the benefit of patrons who were in the hunting business, but nobody would have turned him in anyway. Juzik was a Mandalorian now, just another adult taken into the fold like so many others, whose past no longer mattered and wasn't discussed. But maybe they left him alone because anyone who knew his past also knew that he was under the protection of Cal Skirata. Juzik remained wary. Ordo kept his helmet on and settled in a booth. Juzik ordered a bottle of ale for Ordo to take away. The barkeep gave Juzik a sympathetic look. Clone on the run and Niviodi? Locals knew why some men kept their helmets on. He held the glass mug of any Tragal at arm's length until the foam settled. Don't worry. Imperials don't come in here. Made sure of it. The barkeep didn't say how he'd achieve that, and Juzik didn't ask. He could hear a group of men convulsing with laughter. The word Curbs, Mythosaur's skull, the Mandalore's traditional crown, jumped out at him. Well, they thought the thing was funny too. Juzik decided to gather a little intel. Vode, what's going on with that skull? He asked. Why are the Imperials moving in? One of the group, a thick-set man in his 50s with deep brown armor and knuckles tattooed with Mandoe runes, was laughing so hard that he started coughing. He tried to answer. But every time he almost got a word out, the guffaws overtook him and he bent over with his hands braced on his knees. His friends were in the same state. One of them could only manage a wheezing her sound. The whole cantina was watching now. You don't know what that is, the man said eventually. He wiped tears from his cheeks with the back of his hand. Really? Really? We don't usually go south of the river, so we've never seen it before today. Go on, Jarkik, tell him. One of the group shoved the man in the back. Mando humor could range from sly to unashamedly lavatorial, so Juzik couldn't guess what was coming. He just sensed in the Force that Jarkik found something both hilarious and confusing. It's the best thing I've heard all year. Jarkik got his breath back and cleared his throat. It was the dumbest idea. He jerked a thumb at one of his companions. Hire's idiot brother thought Mandalore could attract adventure tourists. He built the Skull as a theme park years ago. A place where folks could be entertained with mindless erotic gossip. Needless to say, it never opened. The men started laughing again. Juzik couldn't piece it together. So why are the Imperials interested in it? We've been bad boys. We told them it was an ancient Mandalorian temple that held great magical power for us simple folk, and so... He took more wheezing gulps of air. Well, they wanted to build the garrison in there, on account of it having so much significance to us. So we sold it to them. The whole cantina erupted in raucous laughter. Beskar gauntlets hammered on tables. Yes, a combination of erotic gullibility, playing dumb, and getting paid a good price for it was a fine Mando prank. Mythosaurs weren't that big, were they? Juzik said. Maybe not, but they don't know that, do they? Aruatize, Hire said. They'll believe any old Osik you tell them. They think we're superstitious savages. Hey, retract the superstitious bit. Someone shouted over the laughter. Think we should leave some offerings at the temple, just to show how pious we are? Other drinkers joined in. What, the ones with 5-minute detonation timers, or the incendiary sort? Proves that someone on Commando forgot to use Django's brain cells. Nah, it's not the clones. It was that garrison commander, some aristo from Kemla. Keish Mersh Solis. It was a lovely Mandalorian insult, his brain cells lonely. Mandalorians had more words for stupid and stabbing than any other language, and Juzik couldn't help thinking the two were somehow inextricably linked. So what does that tell you? Juzik asked Ordo, sliding into the booth. I'd take a guess that the Empire wants to inspire awe and wonder among the natives, Ordo said. Or they think it's going to curry favor with us. Either way, it tells me that whoever's making the decisions doesn't know Mandalorians very well. And that means it's not Palpatine, because I think he does understand us, in an exploitative sort of way. Like Calber says, it'll be about Beroes Bal Beskar. Palps wants our mercenaries and our iron ore. Juzik drained his ale in 8 gulps. He never enjoyed ale on Coruscant, but it all felt very different here. He was filling out, putting on weight and muscle, and he felt happier being Bardike than he ever had in his life. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at the skull. It's like watching a speeder wreck, isn't it? I'm having one of my feelings from a previous existence. Ordo shrugged and pocketed the unopened bottle of ale. Come on, a quick walk around town to see who's about, and then you can go admire the curbs. A walkabout normally resulted in buying odds and ends they couldn't get in Ensery, engine parts for Parge's workshop, toiletries for Dr. Yuthan, and candies for everyone. Juzik hoped Midge Helamar included dentistry in his prodigious range of medical skills, because clones and sugary food went hand in hand. Their accelerated aging seemed to demand a lot of calories. By the time they found a safe observation point for the grotesque Mythosaur theme park, Ordo had already chomped his way happily through a half-kilo bag of candied nuts and was starting on the second. You'll regret that when your Beskar gam doesn't fit anymore, Juzik said, watching the skull from the speeder's side screen. I'll burn this off easily. Yeah, that's what I used to say. Juzik was beginning to wonder if his force senses were getting slack. He had an uneasy feeling about the garrison, which he filed under O for obvious, but there was something else bothering him. He watched the procession of Stormies, construction droids, and Imperial officers, who certainly got their new uniforms faster than Juzik ever received kit requests in the Grand Army, and looked for anything out of the run of normal for despots. I see they've got Mando help, he said, focusing on a figure in red Beskar gam. It was always hard to tell a male Mando from a tall female because the armor often obliterated the curves and gave women the same gait as the men. But he was sure it was a male. Well, as long as Shaisa hasn't gone public with his resistance, what can they do? Ordo shoved his bag of nuts in the speeder's dashboard compartment and held his hand out for the electro-binoculars. Let me look. There. The guy in red black undersuit, talking to the Imperial. Ordo froze. Ah. Something wrong? In a way. What? Hilamar won't be happy. You don't know who that is, do you? If I did, Ordike, I wouldn't have handed you the electros. Ordo watched in silence for a little longer until the man took off his helmet for a moment to scratch his scalp. Yes, that's definitely him, Ordo said. Former Kui Valdar. One of Jango Fett's less inspired choices for training sergeant, good soldier, but a complete nutter. Midge Hilamar had to be dragged off him more than once. Had a lady friend called Isabet Rowe, also a sergeant, also mad as a box of Hapan Chags. I need a name. Juzik recalled all the gossip and filed names mentally. He needed to know who could upset the good-natured Hilamar that much. Come on, who is it? The man who wants the old Mandalorian Empire restored, Ordo said, seeming to have lost interest in his nuts. To the bad old days, that is. His name's Dread Priest. And he's a dead man already. 2. If we've defrauded the galactic banking system out of 1 trillion credits, stolen the industrial secrets of the top dozen clone masters, assassinated government intelligence agents, and spied upon, thieved from, sabotaged, and generally ticked off Palpatine at every level, well, harboring escaped Jedi really isn't going to make things any worse for us, is it? Deserter, Nulak Trooper N10, now Jane Skirata, Mandalorian mercenary. Kiramorat Mandalore. So you know what you're doing, Cal, yeah? Midge Hilamar rarely gave advice outside of his 2 fields of professional expertise, killing or curing, but sometimes he used a certain tone that made Skirata's shoulders hunch. It was a rebuke, a clip around the ear, however kindly put, and all the more cutting for it. No, Skirata was not sure what he was doing. He would have been the first to admit it. In fact, he was going to admit it right now. He stared up into the clear dusk in the general direction from which the freighter cornucopia was due to make a low-level approach, and wondered if this was the moment when his talent for pulling off impulsive gambles had finally reached its limit. But it's not just my neck, is it? It's my boys. And it's all the other unlucky Shabir who put their faith in me. Okay, I've risked everyone's life by letting the Jedi come here, he said. The more folks I gather in, the greater the odds that we'll be found. But be honest, Midge, if you'd had the chance of getting your hands on someone the Iowa bait engineered to live longer, could you pass it up? Hilamar kept his eyes on the sky. No, probably not. I hear the but coming. It's too late to change plans. I'd just be sniping. Skirata heard something rustle in the undergrowth. His first thought was that it was Murd, but the Strill was with Vav, light years away in the Kashyyyk sector looking for leads on Sev. After long years of hating Murd, Skirata now missed the animal, and much as it surprised him, he missed Wallen Vav, too. He thought of all the times he'd drawn his knife on both of them, and bitterly regretted years spent on infighting when there were so many real enemies around. The rustling turned out to be Mariel and Jane strolling through the bushes. Jane was either keeping an eye on Mariel, knowing his temper when it came to Kaminoans, or else planning to show off his distinctive gray leather gloves to Kina Ha to remind her what could happen to Kaminoans who didn't behave. Am I sure this isn't a setup? How could a Kaminoan Jedi with those genes land in my lap? She's probably the only one of her kind. And I'm not that lucky. Hilamar sighed. Maybe New York's had the sense to blindfold them. But they're Jedi. They've got that radar ability, that direction thing. Yes, thanks, I do realize that once they get here, they know our location. Skirata took out a strip of rook root and chewed to calm his nerves. They can have this location dragged out of them if they're ever caught. So once they're here, he hadn't thought that through yet. What the shab have I done? But my priority is keeping the boys safe. So I won't hesitate to put a round through both saber jockeys if I think that needs doing. Is that the question you really wanted to ask, Midge? Hilamar turned his head slowly to look at Skirata. Cal, did you tell New York why you were willing to hide the Jedi here? No, he hadn't. At least, he hadn't spelled it out. He just reminded New York that he wasn't the good man she thought he was, but that he loved his boys. She knew what the stakes were, what was happening to Ordo and all the other clones. She should have put 2 and 2 together. He didn't plan to apologize for doing his duty as a father. I never told her I wanted Kinaha for spare parts, no, he said. She's only seen the nice paternal Cal. Hilamar held out his hand for a piece of rook. You might want to think how to break it to her. Maybe I should do it. Doctor's bedside manner and all that Osik. Tough. She's a fine woman, but this isn't about her. Skirata liked New York, so much that it scared him. He should have grown out of all that nonsense by now. And he owed her. But if Aiden tried any harder to throw the 2 of them together, they'd break something. Aiden would have to wait to get his own way for a change. Skirata had a mission, and he would not be diverted from it. His reason for living was his adopted sons, and without them, sometimes he wondered how long he would have lasted if he hadn't taken a chance on Django's summons to Kamino. He was pretty sure that within a year, he'd have been dead in a gutter with a blaster hole through his head for pursuing one bigger, faster, younger bounty too many. He might even have ended up putting the hole there himself. He hadn't enjoyed being the old Cal Skirata. And then he met the Nulls, breathtakingly courageous little kids barely big enough to grip a holdout blaster, and his life began again as if he'd been resurrected. He'd been given a second chance to make a better job of it. I owe them everything. Okay, Hilamar said. You trusted her with the location, and you trusted ARC troopers you didn't even know, like Spar and Sull. So maybe you can find a way to trust these Jedi. Jane walked up behind Skirata and draped one arm on his father's shoulder. Mariel appeared on the other side. They moved in like a close protection team. I'll make sure they know the house rules, Bear, Mariel said. Regardless of how much I want a nice pair of gloves like Jane's. Get your own Kaminoan, Niviodi. Jane gave Skirata a rough hug and backslap. I need a matching belt to go with these. Hilamar just smiled. Like Skirata, he'd never been one for trophies. Come to think of it, either had Vav. The 3 of them always looked pretty harmless for Mandalorians, with no scalps, hides, strings of teeth, or unidentifiable remains of their kills dangling from their shoulder plates. Maybe they needed to roughen up their image a bit and sport a few shriveled body parts that weren't their own. Skirata tried to imagine what he'd be able to stomach hanging from his shoulder plate. He couldn't think of anything. His own squeamishness surprised him sometimes. Mario cocked his head. Listen. Is everyone inside? Skirata asked. I don't think a teenage girl and a senile Kaminoan are going to be a security problem, Bear. What if it's not just them? Jane chambered a round in his Verpine rifle. Then I'll just have to empty the whole magazine, won't I? Scarata's hearing had been wrecked by too many years of using noisy weapons, but his eyesight was okay. He watched New York's freighter skim just above the trees, no navigation lights visible, bringing with it a heady blend of hope for prolonging his boys' lives and the real risk of losing everything he lived for. Every waif and stray that ended up here was potentially another mouth to betray the existence of the bastion, whether they intended to or not. And that included New York Valen. Scarata trusted her because Aiden did. And she'd put herself on the line. She'd brought Atane's body home, spied for the clan, and refused all payment. All she wanted was to find out how her husband's ship had been lost, but now she had that information. She was still around, still doing favors. So you have a woman at your beck and call now, Bear, Muriel said, not quite managing to stop himself from grinning. We're irresistible, we mando ade. It's not like that, Scarata said. She's lost. She's found us. That's all. He never thought of himself as a man who put the slightest faith in anyone beyond himself and his lads, but now he saw just how long the list of trusted strangers was becoming. This wasn't what he'd planned. Cornucopia settled on its dampers, hissing vapor like a panting animal. Jane and Muriel took up firing positions with their rifles trained on the main hatch and the emergency escape plate. Shab, it was just like Topoka City again. The little gnolls reacted like that on the first night he met them, when an unexpected knock at the door sent them scurrying to take cover or stack either side of the doors. I mustn't forget what Kaminoans did to my boys. No 2-year-old child should know how to do that. It's wrong. It's just plain wrong. Scarata felt better now. The clone army might not have been Kinaha's doing, but he had no reason to apologize to her either. The hatch opened. Lights spilled on the snow, and the ramp extended in jerks and scrapes. Cornucopia was in need of a major service. Hey, Shorty. New York stepped onto the ramp and jerked her thumb over her shoulder. They followed me home. Can I keep them? That's Fi's line, Scarata said. He tried hard not to smile at her, but failed. He was instantly 14 again, desperately worried what a girl thought of him, wishing he was taller, crushed or overjoyed depending on the look she might give him. He didn't even notice that New York wasn't his usual type. She'd struck a spark in him, and he wished she hadn't. He's made an UJ cake for you. Parja taught him how. Mando men, she said. No end to your talents, is there? She looked over her shoulder. Scout? Kina? Come on, I need to get this ship under cover. We're still on a war footing here. Scarata braced himself. He didn't dare look at Jane or Muriel. Relax. It'll be easy. All Yuthan needs is samples, right? Nobody can object to that. No decent Jedi would want to deny another living being a chance of a proper life. And if she does, too bad. Scarata took Juzik and Atane as his benchmark of what decent Jedi should be. He was going to measure these two newcomers against that, and he felt he had the right to. But he'd been so fixated on the Kaminoan, so focused on what her genetic material might mean for the clones, that he'd almost forgotten about the kid New York called Scout. She came out of the hatch first, and he simply wasn't prepared for the punch in the gut that it gave him. Scout was all freckles and skinny determination, a Padawan Jedi in a grubby beige robe, shivering in the cold, hair in need of a good brushing. When she hitched up her belt, and Scarata saw the lightsaber dangling from it, she reminded him so much of Atane that he simply couldn't handle it. He put his hand to his mouth, more in shock than to stifle the sob. Helamar let out a long breath. He'd seen it too. I'm Talis Sabeth and Wanda Esterhazy, she said, giving Scarata a formal bow of the head. You'll probably want to call me Scout. Everyone else does. Thank you for taking us in, Master Skirata. Skirata wasn't even aware now of Jang and Mario behind him. Kinaha was temporarily forgotten. He held his hand over his mouth, blinking away tears, and struggled to compose himself. You must be freezing, Adike. He could hardly keep his voice steady. Adike just slipped out. It was what any Mando father called his kids, regardless of their age. Get indoors and have some hot food. New York had told him that Scout was a lot like Atane, but she'd only said she was weak in the Force and almost didn't make the grade as a Jedi. He took it more as a bid to convince him Scout was no danger to anyone. New York had never warned him that the girl was so much like Atane in other ways, though. But New York had never seen Atane alive, of course. She couldn't know. Helamar led Scout away, and Skirata was still so stunned and upset that Kinaha was, mercifully, an anticlimax. The old Iwabate shuffled down the ramp, still with some of that grace that they all had, but she was obviously ancient. He'd never seen a Kaminoan who looked like that. Knowing how they treated him as defective because he limped, he wondered what they'd make of Kinaha in Topoka City. She bowed her head. Nyreen has explained your difficulty with my people, Sergeant. She used New York's full name, adding to the impression of ancient formality. Which makes your generosity that much more commendable. Skirata was too gutted by the shock of seeing Scout to say anything but the first thing that came into his head. I'm not a saint, ma'am, he said. There'll be a price. Kinaha nodded. That's the way of the galaxy. New York guided Kinaha to the farmhouse as if she was reluctant to leave her to Jang or Mariel. When she looked at Skirata, she seemed shocked, but it wasn't as if she hadn't seen him cry before. Maybe she couldn't see what he saw when he looked at Scout. Fingers gripped his right arm, careful but firm. Bear, you better get indoors too. Mariel marched him away while Jang boarded cornucopia to move the vessel into the camouflaged hangar. Are you okay? Are you, Marike? The old Iwabate's irrelevant, he said. I'm not giving all of them the power to upset me. But remember something, Bear, the other one's not Atane. Scout's just a little Jedi who reminds us of her. Okay? Don't let her get under your skin. Skirata felt like a fool. He was a fool because New York Fallen left him feeling vulnerable. He was a fool because a teenager who was a little too much like Atane could reduce him to tears. He was a fool because he let all this Osik get to him. His war wasn't over. He had to stay sharp and keep thinking like a soldier. There was a lot of unfinished business. I know, Marike. He had to stop reliving the past and focus on the future. I'm just old and tired. You'll be like that one day. But no sooner than you need to be. Mariel chuckled and wandered off in the direction of a hangar hidden by netting and half buried in the soil. He never seemed upset by his accelerated aging. But then Skirata had never been conscious of being a short-lived creature compared with the Hutts he'd done business with, so maybe the reality hadn't sunk in for Mariel yet. It would sink in when he started overtaking Juzik on the road to mortality, though. Skirata, painfully aware of an implacably ticking chrono, braced himself to have dinner with a ghost. Kiramorat Mandalore. Is it compulsory to like Jahal? Skirata asked. She opened the metal container, letting the pungent aroma of dried smoked fish escape into the kitchen. Jahal kept for years without refrigeration, one of the staples of Mandalorian ration packs. New York filed it under acquired tastes. She was grateful she'd never had to prepare it from raw fish. It must have smelled a whole lot worse while it was drying. I doubt it, New York said, trying to hold her breath. I think a lot of Mandos hate it too. Ra wrinkled her nose as she inhaled. She was so much like her father. Good. I'd hate to let the side down. With more than 20 mouths to feed, meals at Kiramorat had now acquired an industrial scale. The complex was more than a house. It was yin, part barracks, part hotel, part married quarters, part farmhouse, the archetypal Mandalorian clan home. They were lucky that Lasema, Aden's Twi'lek wife, had worked in a restaurant, and so could manage a kitchen. She knew all the complicated stuff about portion sizes and making sure everything was ready at the same time. New York was happy to take orders from her. I vote we get a droid, Joka said, dicing amberroot. Why is Mandalore the only place where everyone does everything by hand? The dignity of labor. Bethany tasted the bubbling vat of stew to check if it needed more salt. Hard work's good for the soul. Very grounding. My soul's fine, Joka said stiffly. The angrier she got, the faster she diced. My body is another matter. Joka looked at her hands, red and sore from kitchen chores, and New York could almost read her thoughts. How did this ever happen to me? Like Bethany, Joka had worked for the Treasury as an investigator. But unlike her, she hadn't followed a clone husband to Kiramorat. She was an innocent bystander, set up by a Gerlanin spy to draw attention away from Bethany while she leaked government information to Skirata, arrested by the secret police, and sprung from prison by Ordo and Vav. Joka's life had been wrecked before she even knew why. She hadn't actually punched out Bethany yet, but the atmosphere between them was pure ice. It was only a matter of time. You don't have to do this. Bethany held out her hand for the knife, which was probably a bad idea. Joka ignored it. You've got no obligation to us at all. If I'm stuck here, then I pull my weight, Joka said, and went on chopping. What else could Bethany say? That it was better being stuck at the Shabless Sheb's end of the galaxy. New York was picking up all the profanities, than being held by Palpatine's thugs? None of it should have happened. Joka had just been friends with the wrong woman at the wrong time. Well, they weren't friends now. CORR poked his head around the kitchen door. New York wondered if Joka could tell all the clones apart yet. Can I hide in here, please, ladies? He gave them his best cheeky boy smile and swaggered in. The atmosphere's a bit intense out there. I would bait alert. Since when does the kitchen have a females-only sign outside? Joka asked. Make yourself useful, soldier. CORR winked, took the knife from her hand, and began chopping with surprising speed and skill. The more surprising thing was that she let him. If it did, he said, you'd give me special exemption, right? Joka fixed him with her tax investigator's stare. Maybe. He smiled and chopped faster. He was being a bit too cocky, paying more attention to Joka than the knife, and the inevitable happened. He nicked his finger. He swore and paused for a second before carrying on. Joka stared. You're not bleeding. Oh, these aren't real, either of them. CORR flexed both hands. But the sensors work. I'm in pain. You can kiss it better if you like. Not real? Nobody had told Joka much about CORR then. The fact that he'd lost both hands and forearms in a blast when he was a bomb disposal trooper just hadn't come up. It had now. Prosthetic limbs were commonplace, but losing both hands somehow shifted the injury from routine to distressing. CORR's smile didn't waver. He stripped the synth flesh covering off one hand and waggled metal rods and servos for inspection. Bomb disposal specials, he said. I was an ED, but I got a wire wrong. Now, these babies, special bomb disposal standard. Also issued to surgeons. Very fine motor control. Very sensitive, too, when I put the synth flesh back on. He gave her a sly smile. Joka looked like he defused her as efficiently as any explosive device. I'm impressed, she said. Understandable, said Kor. The rest of me is all my own, of course. Joka seemed to thaw a little. She was either embarrassed by his injury or very taken with him, and New York bet her creds on the latter. Cor carried on chopping until Skarada called him from the passage. It sounded like Ordo and Juzik were back from Keldape. Keep the blade warm, gorgeous, Cor said, pressing the knife's handle back into Juka's palm. I'll be back. He vanished. Jilka turned her head slowly to Bethany. So, your idea? Peace offering? A clone of my own? Not at all. Bethany looked put out. He was very shy when I first met him, but Mariel decided to broaden his outlook on life. I see it worked. You could do a lot worse, Jilka. Clones value the things we take for granted. They never expected to have any of them. New York was surprised by the rebuke, but Jilka didn't snap back. She went on chopping, eyes fixed on the table. Auden came in carrying a plastoid bowl full of gleaming freshly caught fish. Kaminoans eat fish, don't they? He said, as if he was having second thoughts. I never asked back into Poka. We didn't eat with them. Lasima picked up a fish by its tail. Did you gut them properly? Of course I did. And it's going to take me ages to get the smell off my hands. You're a darling. Now all I need is some Jahal stock to poach them in. You know that's what Dad and the boys call the Kaminoans, don't you? Spoon the dried pieces into a jug. Jahal. Fish meal. When they're not calling them Iowa bait, that is. Jilka seemed unmoved by the odor, but then her tax enforcement duties brought her into contact with a lot of huts. Well, we can make some ironic broth, then. Jahal for Jahal. 25 Jahal broths, coming up. Or however many it is. None for Phi. Lasima tasted it, frowing. He can't stomach it after what happened to Ko's Sai. Jilka gave New York a look that said tell me what happened, but she decided that could wait a few months. The woman was unhappy enough as it was. Okay, so how many have we got tonight? Lasima checked quantities on her datapad. Our COV squad in or out at Rav Brawler's place? How about Levitt? Yuthin, is she staying in her room, or what? Arla won't come out, I know. I know we couldn't leave her in the asylum, Riz said, but did anyone think how the poor woman would feel about being surrounded by strange men in Mando armor? But we're not the Death Watch, Bethany said. She'd fallen into the role of alpha female by virtue of being Ordo's wife. We're not the ones who killed her family. And she's not Mando. Riz seemed to have embraced her father's culture despite the long separation. She's from Concord Dawn. Not the same thing. Django joined us, but she never got the chance. Everyone probably looks like Death Watch to her. Lasima arranged the fish in a pan and set them on the stove. Do you think she knows Django survived? I don't think she even knows what day it is. Bardaike is the only one who can talk to her. And you, Lasima? Maybe that's because Bardan doesn't look like her brother, and Lasima's a Twi'lek, Jilka said. Arla's got to notice the family resemblance in the clones, even if she never saw Django as an adult. That must be upsetting her even more. Lasima arranged tidbits on a tray with a few flowers. Arla certainly never got touches like that in the Valorum Center. And I don't so much talk to her as at her, just odd words. Maybe she doesn't understand much basic. New York had to remind herself that Arla Fett had been banged up in a secure mental unit because she murdered a few men, and a court decided she might kill more. But everyone here seemed to assume she had her reasons until proven otherwise. It was a bafflingly Mando attitude. Skirata never seemed to worry that the men of Kiramura were at risk. Gosh, it's going to be a fun evening, Jilka muttered. My family had dinners like this on Republic Day. No serial killers, of course, although we were never entirely sure about Uncle Tobias. New York thought that summed it up pretty well. The atmosphere around that huge Veshik table was sliceable, although not for the reasons she expected. Skirata looked lost and upset. She'd expected to find him being dragged off Ki Naha, knife in hand. But it was Ordo and Mariel, those two always paired up when they smelled trouble, who looked grim and disapproving. Ki Naha sat next to Aten. New York decided to sit on the other side of her and offer moral support. I'll make the introductions. Skirata's voice was husky, as if he'd been swallowing unshed tears. Ki Naha, Scout, this is my family and my guests. He pointed out who was married to who should have been married if only they'd get on with it, and who the guests were. Doctor Yuthan was introduced as a friend concerned for the clone's health. Skirata had a talent for sly euphemism. But something had knocked the stuffing out of him, and New York guessed that it was Scout rather than Ki Naha. Little Cad Ik, sat on Juzik's lap for a change, staring at the two Jedi. He was around 18 months old now, walking and talking, but with an unsettling tendency to just pause and study things in a way that looked too adult. He held his toy Nerf in one hand, its fur charred from his mother's funeral pyre. New York found it heartbreaking that this tiny kid had put it on there. She tried to work out if he felt cheated that Skirata had rescued it from the flames, that he'd been denied the chance to give his mother a farewell offering, but he refused to be parted from the toy now. Skirata had planned to keep it for when Cad was older and could understand its significance. That plan had lasted a few hours. The baby already knew. New York could see it. Cad never asked where Atane was, or when Mama was coming home. As soon as Skirata showed him her body, he seemed to understand perfectly that she was never coming back, so now he kept asking where Dada was. Sometimes he said boo, asking for his bear, the Mandoy word that could mean mother or father. But New York doubted he was asking about Atane. He was just picking up the language he now heard most often. He wanted Darman. Cad stared at Scout as if he knew her, then shook his head. He's very cute, Scout said. I feel that the Force is stronger in him than in me, but that's not saying much. I have to do most things the hard way. I'm not much of a Jedi. Cad's mother wasn't strong in the Force either, Skirata said, and she was a terrific Jedi. New York caught Ordo's eye and saw that slight raise of the eyebrow. He was fiercely protective of his father, always ready to intervene. But it was Juzik who stepped in. Ki Naha, I've never heard of another Force-sensitive Kaminoan, he said. May I ask a very personal question? Did they try to engineer your bloodline to maximize midichlorians? Ko-Sai had been excited to get her hands on blood and tissue samples from Atane and Cad. It was an obvious question to ask when it was clear that Kamino had its own Jedi test subject all the time. Oh no, not at all, Ki Naha said. She sounded like a quasi dowager duchess, imposing and matriarchal, even with that misleadingly gentle Kaminoan voice. My force abilities seemed most unexpected and most unwanted. I was bred for longevity, for deep space missions. We never carried out those missions, of course, so there I was, something of an embarrassment, and the only one of my kind. I didn't fit the standard at all. So I felt it best to leave. As a species, we learned to fear too much diversity because controlling our genome was the way we survived the flooding of our world. A one-off, as you might call it, looks very much like a threat. Cad's gaze was now fixed on Kinaha. He didn't even blink. Juzik carried on. If Kosai was so interested in midichlorians, then why did she seem to have no record of you? Bardan. Kinaha sounded as if she'd known him all her life. This was all a very long time ago, centuries ago, and I suspect that my particular genetic records were erased before Kamino became such an industrial clone master. I'm not the kind of relative you'd want the neighbors to know about. She almost laughed, a strange bird-like trill. I do enjoy human holovids, as you can tell. I've had a great deal of time on my hands to watch them. The clones sat completely still, watching Kinaha like snipers. Ordo wasn't even eating. They seemed mesmerized by a being who was nothing like the Kaminoans they'd grown up with. I have a lot of questions for you, Juzik said. But I'm stopping you from enjoying your meal. It's very good fish broth, Kinaha said. I confess that I hadn't expected hospitality. We didn't expect you to laugh, Mariel muttered. None of us meets the other's expectations then. She reached past New York and put her long three-fingered hand on Otten's arm. I saw you, young man. Not as you are now, but I had a vision centuries ago that Kamino would unwittingly create a clone army for the dark side. They created so many clone armies, of course, a foolish and terrible thing to do anyway, so who was to say which one would be the army of my vision? So here we are, both of us unaware of the nature of those who used us. We know now, Vi said. I don't suppose you can tell me the winning numbers for next week's Corellian Lotto, can you? Vi always knew when and how to defuse a tense moment. Kinaha looked him right in the eye with the dignity of immense age. 10, 14, 84, 16. Vi and Corr laughed. So did Juzik. New York tried to look at Skirata as casually as she could, checking how he was holding up, but it was Yuthan who diverted her attention. The scientist seemed fascinated, watching like a stalking tusked cat. She just couldn't take her eyes off Kinaha. New York wondered if Yuthan saw a fascinating old being, or a product full of genetic puzzles. It was an interesting reversal of roles for a species that saw humans as their top product line. Master Skirata, Kinaha said, you said there would be a price for your generous protection. I would like to know what it is, in case I can't afford it. Not fortune-telling, I hope? I'm very vague. Skirata looked up as if he'd suddenly started paying attention. Well, I was hoping for some fortune-changing. Your compatriots designed my boys to live half a life. They age at double the normal human rate. I think that's unfair, all things considered. I agree. I take no pride in Kamino's capacity to manufacture slaves, whether they be soldiers or factory hands. I see you've briefed her in New York, Skirata muttered. New York had already worked out why Skirata had agreed to let the Jedi come here. She had no illusions. He made it clear from the start. His boys' needs came first, and he'd do whatever it took to slow their decline. Never said a word short. New York steeled herself to taste the broth. It was much better than it smelled. The lady thinks for herself. Then we live in an age of miracles, Skirata sounded as if he'd rehearsed being nice and didn't want to let the facade slip. Kinaha doctor. Yuthan is a geneticist and microbiologist, and maybe some other ologist I don't know about, and she's trying to put my boy's body clocks back to normal. Taking a look at some tissue samples from you might give her a clue about how to undo Ko's size maturation process. You don't want the secret of eternal life, then? No, I don't. But you're not immortal, by the looks of it. Well spotted. She glanced at Juzik. And you're quite capable of taking what you want from me, by the force or by force. Is that a no? Skirata asked. Merely remarking that you asked first, and I think the request is reasonable. It is unfair. Beings are not commodities to be designed and marketed. Skirata let out a little bark of a laugh. I bet they loved your free-thinking attitude in Tipoca. Shame you weren't on the Jedi Council, too. He inclined his head in a bow, and New York decided it was genuine. Vori. Thank you. Skirata went on eating, gazing down into his broth as if he was ashamed. He managed not to call Kinaha Iwabate, or lecture her on the evils of commercial cloning, so far. New York wondered if he felt he betrayed his principles by compromising with both a Jedi and a Kaminoan. How would I have handled what he saw on Kamino all those years? Look at Ordo, or Mariel. They'll never be normal. How can I expect Cal to forgive Kaminoans for that? Or the Jedi, for turning a blind eye to it all? And how can I get him to give these two a chance? There were two kinds of bigots, the kind that melted when face to face with the individual, and the kind that smiled politely but wouldn't let their daughter marry one of those. Skirata took a Mandalorian approach to it all, that individuals were only judged by what they did, not what they were, so everyone got a chance, just the one, to change his mind. New York tried to understand how hard it was to suspend ancient hatreds when folks had a joint history like the Mandalorians and Jedi. A 4,000-year-old enmity was more than she could begin to grasp. But if she still had things to learn about Mandalorians, then she'd only just started on the reality of living alongside Jedi. They really weren't like other beings at all. Kiramorat, Mandalore, next morning. Life wasn't going to return to normal for Ovalat Kale Yuthan, and she'd accepted that the moment the cell door had swung shut in the Valorum Center. But she'd held out for 3 years, and now she felt she could handle anything life threw at her. It was all a matter of looking at the situation from another angle and deciding to be content with whatever she could wring from it. There was always something positive to seize upon. Always. At least she had a pleasant room here, plain but comfortable, with a generous mattress. Mandalorians didn't shun comfort, however ascetic they appeared, and a fine view of the countryside through an arrow slit of a window. And she could open the door and walk outside any time she pleased. But she wouldn't get far. There was nowhere to go that didn't involve struggling through deep snow for the best part of 100 clicks to the nearest town, Ensuri. Phi, the clone recovering from a brain injury, told her that Ensuri was the pimple on the Shebs of Mandalore, and that she'd like Keldabe a lot better. She worked out what a Shebs was fairly fast. Now Phi brought her breakfast. She wasn't sure if he'd taken a shine to her, or was simply curious to see what a creator of genocidal weapons looked like at close quarters. She was sure they all saw her as a monster. What else could she expect when their mission had been to destroy her project, and hers had been to destroy them? Yes, I can kill every one of these young men. I still don't know how I feel about that. Eggs again, Phi said, appearing at the door. You're a woman of habit, Doctor. Yuthan. Protein, she said. I believe in protein. So what do you think of our ancient Iowa bait? Is that what you call Kaminoans? Fair's fair, document. They called us units. I think I might have depersonalized you somewhat, too. I never felt a thing. Honest. Did Cal send you to charm me, so that I might see the error of my ways? Yuthan uncovered the breakfast tray and admired the spread. Mandalorians ate. It wasn't elegant food, but it was certainly filling. Make me ask myself, how could I possibly want to wipe out such witty and charming young men? Well, I am, yes, but do you still want to kill me? Yuthan had to laugh. She was used to oblique people with hidden agendas that she had to hunt and dissect, so Phi's childlike directness was disarming. But that was probably the whole idea. Nothing personal, she said. I just wanted the Republic to get off my homeworld, and quite a few other governments agreed with us. So you don't hold it against us for getting you shot, and then locked up in a loony bin for 3 years. We're probably even, aren't we? He gave her a big grin. I reckon. Yuthan settled down at her table and beckoned him in to sit down. He didn't move quite as crisply as the other clones. He was a little thinner, too. So, she said, you were in a coma. Yeah. They switched off my life support. But I went on living anyway. I'm stubborn when it comes to not being dead. And? Bethany rescued me from the med center at Blaster Point, and the next thing I remember is Bard IK healing me. They said it was really exciting. I missed it all, unfortunately. If this is what Jedi healing can do, I'm more than impressed. Yuthan passed him one of her meal bread rolls. Clones definitely craved carbohydrate, and looking at Ko's size research on rapid maturation and metabolism, she could see why. Do you all think of yourself as Mandalorian? Not just clones. All of you. Bethany, Lasima, Juzik? Sort of. Jilka doesn't, but then she didn't have any choice. Arlafet, well, the poor woman's totally Dinila. But she's not Mando anyway. I never really thought about it before, you see. I only knew Gez Hoken, and he had a very different view of the world from Skirata's. He did after. Phi's voice trailed off, the only time that Yuthan had seen that permanent good humor fade. She took a guess that he was going to make a joke, and then recalled something distressing. Our old boss, General Zay, said he used to be in the Death Watch, but they threw him out. Calbear says he wasn't. Hoken thought the kindest thing was to kill you all rather than let you live as slaves to the Jedi. Phi smiled. It's good to know everyone has sensible reasons for wanting us dead, document. I'd hate to be killed on a pointless whim. A voice from the doorway made Yuthan jump. That's a dirty word around here, Death Watch. 2, actually. Midge Helamar leaned against the door frame, rattling a flimsy bag that sounded as if it was full of glass. And Hoken was never a member, just a hardliner, so never believe in tell or gossip. He held up the flimsy bag again as if he was tempting Yuthan with a gift. I took some samples from Kinaha, doctor, seeing as I'm the qualified scab lifter. You're not a physician, are you? Oh dear, you're going to use big confusing words, Phi said. He filched a couple of extra rolls and stuffed them in his pocket. I'm off. Yuthan was still trying to place Helamar in the Mandalorian scheme of things. He looked like everyone's idea of a Hollywood Mandalorian. Broken nose, scarred armor, grim expression, buzz-cut hair, but when he spoke, he was another stereotype entirely. A highly educated man. She found the idea of a doctor working as a mercenary and still practicing medicine almost too much to take in. But then Mandalore itself was one big contradiction, with heavy industry and shipbuilding sitting cheek by jowl with farms that hadn't changed in centuries, sophisticated electronics and ancient metalworking skills side by side in the same suit of armor. She really wasn't sure what Amanda was anymore. All she knew was that they weren't quite what she expected. She hadn't met two the same yet, not even the clones. "No, I'm not good with needles," she said. "You seem to be a polymath, Doctor." Helamar. "Got to be." He sat down and took an assortment of vials and slides out of the bag. Some contained dark purplish blood, one seemed to be urine, clear and colorless as distilled water, and other containers held tiny globs of bloody tissue. "We're a long way from Coruscant Medical School. Every Mando needs to be able to do half a dozen jobs." Yuthan picked up one of the sample vials. "Biopsies? You know your way around Kaminoan anatomy then." "I spent more than 8 years in Topoka City with them. I know how those things are built. Now, how do you want to play this? I'll run the analyses for you if you like." "Is she really 1,000 years old?" "No reason to doubt it. I've never seen a Kaminoan like her, and I've seen plenty." "Extraordinary. You're looking for switching techniques rather than actual genes, right? Most life in the galaxy has some genes in common, so perhaps not. We thought the maturation control was linked to silencing genes H78B and H88, but we didn't get anywhere with that. No artificial or non-human genes in the mix, either. I can assure you we menaced and leaned on some of the best scientists in the field." Yuthan smiled. She liked keeping things up her sleeve. She'd had to, just to stay alive these last few years. How could these strangers think she would trust them? Everyone used her. "Do you know how my engineered pathogen targeted clones?" she asked. Helamar smiled back. "I think targeted bioweapons are a load of old Osik, actually. Against humans, anyway." "And why would you say that?" "Because, unless you have some way of identifying a complete genome, not just a few genes, not even 99% of the genome, there just aren't convenient Corellian genes or Mandalorian genes or whatever for a pathogen to hook up to. Not even if you call it a nanovirus, which I also think is Osik, by the way. You'd have to find a way for the virus to identify the whole genome, or nothing." Helamar didn't sound as if he was gloating. He must have known the virus wasn't quite what she told Palpatine's minions it. He leaned forward across the table and smiled. Once, Gez Hoken had lost his temper with her and hauled her across her desk by her collar, and for a moment she thought Helamar would do the same. These were, after all, men who lived by violence. But he just picked up the vial of urine and shook it carefully as if he were mixing a leisurely cocktail. "Am I right, Doctor? Either your virus has to find the intact Fett clone genome, or else it's useless. Which means it won't affect the nulls, because their genome was altered from the basic Trooper template, and it won't touch Kedai K, because he's got half his mother's genes. Or maybe it goes to the other extreme, and kills most humans indiscriminately. Because the differences between human genomes across the galaxy are so tiny and populations so mixed up that your killer cocktail can't tell the difference. Can it?" Yuthan wondered if Helamar had been in contact with Hoken during those few days of crisis on Kalura. He was right. At that time, she hadn't been able to stop the virus attacking all human genomes and make it single out Fett clones. There just weren't enough genetic differences between humans to exploit, bar one. Hoken had been furious, thinking he was guarding a failed experiment. "You're an analytical man, Helamar. Call me Midge." He smiled. "You don't have to be a hotshot geneticist to work through the logic. Of course, if your magic potion does work, and really is that selective, then it has two possible methods, either the whole genome approach, which sounds a bit too complex and would be totally borked by routine mutation anyway, or it would have to zero in on something that the average clone has, but the average random human hasn't: the gene sequence that controls their accelerated aging. Did I get the right answer, Doctor? Yuthan? Am I a clever boy? Helamar was right. No, he didn't need to be a geneticist to work that out, but he needed to be smarter than the idiots who'd held her captive, and he was. Yes, she'd been working on a highly selective virus, all right. She wanted to identify the aging markers as badly as Scarata had, but for wholly different reasons. She couldn't unleash a virus that might wipe out the whole humanoid population of a planet. She had her ethical limits, however much of a monster others might have believed her to be. And I'll still catch some non-clones who just happen to have that same genetic quirk, but perhaps 1 in 10 million. Safe enough, I think. A reasonable margin of error. She leaned back a little and finished her eggs. It took more than a table covered in Kaminoan tissue samples to dent her appetite. The galaxy's different now. The war's over, but there's still an army full of fed clones out there. So what happens next? She only knew that she couldn't trust the Empire not to kill her, and that the best deal she'd been offered so far had been from a gang of Mandalorian criminals. Or maybe not criminals. Patriots? Amoral opportunists? Rebels? Terrorists? Depends who's doing the defining. That's what I get, she said, with as much dignity as she could muster, for thinking Mandalorians are all mindless thugs. Stereotypes, Helamar said. Don't you just hate it when that happens? You Jabatans are all the same. Yuthan fought back a smile. Helamar stared at her for a long time, not remotely aggressive, but all the more worrying for that. Then he grinned. Why do you suppose Palpatine wanted me to keep working on the FG-36 virus instead of destroying it? She asked, wishing she weren't enjoying the discussion. It wasn't asset denial. If he wanted the CIS to be deprived of my expertise, he could have killed me any time. Oh, I think you know the answer. It did dawn on me, eventually. Insurance. Gilmar nodded. Can't blame the old despot, really. If the clones decided to turn against Palps for any reason, one of the Grand Army's contingency orders was to relieve him of office the hard way. Order number 5, if I recall. There was an order for every eventuality, from the old Shakar himself to whacking the Jedi. He stood up and stretched. Just tell me something. What did you leave Palps with? A working targeted nanovirus, or the one that kills most humans it infects? What would you leave him with? One that wouldn't even kill bugs. It's a dangerous toy for a man like that. The strain I was working on when you removed me from the Valorum Center wasn't actually finished. I had to have my own insurance, remember? He wouldn't have needed me alive once I delivered it. So Palpatine's got a less choosy version of your doomsday bug? The one that might affect everyone? I believe so. She hadn't planned it that way, not at all. She just hadn't known that she'd be plucked from Republic custody without warning. But if the fool used it, he'd wipe out most of Coruscant, his own power base. That'll teach him. Wait. Helamar blew out a long breath, eyebrows raised. Yuthan rather liked him. It was a pleasant change to have intelligent and challenging conversation, especially with someone who didn't think she was clinically insane. 3 years in solitary with only a substandard psychiatrist for occasional company had nearly made her genuinely crazy. Does the Shabir know what he's got? I don't know, she said. His scientists are mediocre at best. But if he does, then he'd better be too smart to use it carelessly. What's an empire if you lose most of your subjects? No fun lording it over a few huts, 2 banthas, and a weak way, after all. Well, a weak way might not be resistant to the virus, Sither. Helamar laughed. He could afford to, perhaps. Mandalore was a long way from Coruscant. So you know all about the rapid aging sequence. Well. I identified it. Not the same thing. The next thing I really want to hear you say is that you can switch it off. Yuthan was still waiting for the real game to emerge. Nobody would go to all this trouble and amass so much commercial data for sentimental reasons. It was worth billions. Cloning companies would pay that simply to stop their customers being able to bypass built-in senescence in the clones they'd bought. What's Scarata really going to do with it? She asked. This whole operation, the planning, the risks, that's not just for the welfare of a few clones. Gillimar's expression changed. His facial muscles slackened, and for a moment he actually looked as if he pitied her. For some reason, this cynical man, he was too intelligent to be otherwise, seemed not to be expecting that question. Have you never loved anyone so much that you'd do anything to save them? Helamar looked down at his armor for a moment. Yuthan still wondered why it was that same dull sandy gold as Scarata's. It might have been regimental, but Mando's didn't seem the uniform kind. Do you understand how much Cal loves those boys? Because if you don't, then you won't understand just how far he'll go to get what he wants for them. But this is worth billions. Midge. Is that why you do it? Material gain? No. Credits had one purpose for her, to enable her to enjoy her life, and what gave her pleasure and purpose was her science. I'm sorry. I assumed mercenaries would want to maximize income. Well, even mercs have other motives. Besides, Cal's already worth a lot more than a few billion creds. Think again, Doctor. This is about obsession, and consider me obsessed, too. Call me Kale, she said. She didn't believe Scarata was a billionaire, but Kiramorad had to be costing a lot of creds, and he seemed able to afford any number of weapons and vessels. Nothing flash, nothing conspicuous, but enough to equip a strike force. We can't keep calling each other Doctor, because that'll get tedious. Okay, Kale. And now I know the genes have been identified. I'm really looking forward to working with you. Yuthan loved a challenge. She was certain she could switch off the accelerated aging. She wasn't sure that she'd still be alive after she did it, but there came a point where she couldn't stall any longer, and she knew she'd reached it. Helamar had her pegged. The Kaminoan tissue samples removed her last excuses. If she could understand the techniques that the Kaminoans used to engineer extended life, then she'd have most of the missing pieces of the puzzle. Let's get on with it then, she said. If only I had some control samples of ordinary Kaminoan tissue. Helamar laughed. I think we can manage that. Just don't ask me how. Yuthan recalled what Scarata had said about Kosai, and thought of Jang's elegant gray gloves. And Jang seemed such a charming young man, too. The more she knew of Mandalorians, the less she understood them. 3. Good news. Niner's okay, and so is Darman. Well, they're both in good health, at least. Don't say we never do you favors, Mariel. It took a lot of maneuvering to get that servicing work for the Imperial Army, and if you give us a little time, and make it worth our while, we can get you a secure link. Gabe, of Gabe and TK0 Inc., high-tech bounty hunters, obscure data and hard-to-source hardware procurement a specialty. Landing pad, Imperial Special Forces HQ, Imperial City. Spook, said Bry. Definitely a spook. Bry nodded in the vague direction of the Imperial agent walking toward the shuttle. The man's name, if it was his real one, which Darman doubted, was CUIS, and he didn't look much like a Hollywood action hero. They never did. That was what made them dangerous. Darman watched him carefully, something he could do easily in a helmet with wraparound vision. "There's no reason to brief us on the launch pad," Enon said. "We're not short of time, and we're definitely not short of troops now. So all this last-minute briefing means they don't trust us not to leak stuff. Why, when we've been specially selected for this?" Niner stood with one boot on the ramp, looking impatient to leave. "The rest of the old Commando brigade is on routine duties." "Maybe," Bry muttered. "We've been picked because Palps thinks we're soft on Jedi and he wants to weed us out. Or that we know where they are. Because we got on well with some of the Padawans." Darman didn't want to talk about relationships with Jedi. "Why don't you zip it and wait for the briefing?" he snapped. "Things leak and we know it." Jedi escaped. They had sympathizers. And anyway, there are guys in the unit who didn't much like Jedi. The two newcomers, Darman definitely saw them as outsiders coming into his squad, went quiet for a moment. "Just saying, that's all." Enon sounded peeved. "What's your problem, pal?" "I'm not used to serving with Shabir." "Oh yeah, you're one of the Mando boys, aren't you?" All mouth. Knuckle-dragging savages. Not all the commandos had been trained by Mandalorians. Django's hand-picked sergeants included some Samurai. Darman braced his shoulders for a fight, but Niner stepped between them. "UDCI Dar, take it easy." "Yeah, he was trained by a Corellian." No wonder he sat the war out, painting his nails. Whoa. "We never had divisions before, and we're not going to have them now. Okay? Cool it, both of you, and you too, Bry, 'cause I can hear you making dissenting noises." Very little escaped the scrutiny of the helmet audio systems. Niner had always tried to be Sergeant Cal to his squad, and he slid right into the role now, smacking them back into line for their own good. Darman felt lost. He was torn between needing that solid sense of family and security that he got from being Mandalorian, and trying to forget what else went with it, a dead wife and a son he couldn't be with. But that wasn't happening to him. It had happened to some other Darman. He hung on to that detachment to get through the day. At night, though, when he shut his eyes, he couldn't stop thinking about what had happened to Atane's body. He simply didn't know. It wasn't the Mandalorian way to fret about remains, but he had nothing left of her, not even a scrap of armor. "I just want to know where she ended up. Then I might be able to cope." "Spook Boy isn't coming with us, is he?" Bry said. "That's all we need." Head direction was never any guide to what a guy in a helmet was actually looking at, let alone what he could detect with sensors. So there was no reason for CUIS to know he was being stared at, discussed, and mistrusted. The squad could chat on their private link without being heard. They always folded their arms or hooked their thumbs in their belts to avoid the temptation of automatic gestures, so a casual observer wouldn't even know they were having a conversation. Niner didn't join in. He was paranoid about bugged comm links. Nothing would persuade him otherwise. "So what can the spook do that we can't?" Enon asked. "He's a bit on the plump side." "Maybe he's a good shot," said Bry. "Maybe his uncle put in a good word for him. Maybe he didn't, and this is the punishment run." Darman was more interested in observing CUIS. Something about the man bothered him beyond the usual level of healthy suspicion. Anyone in that line of work would have assumed he was the subject of speculation and gossip when he was around troops, but CUIS seemed to be reacting as if he was listening to the chat, subliminal, near invisible reactions, but reactions nonetheless. He looked uncomfortable as he walked across that lonely stretch of ferrocrete. He was a man with the power to make citizens vanish, no questions asked, and yet he walked self-consciously. Darman was pretty sure he wasn't going to break into a jog. It was hard to hide small detail from a clone. Darman lived his whole life attuned to the tiniest variations in facial expression and body language, and voice, and smell, because like all his brothers, he'd spent most of his life among men who looked almost identical. They weren't. Every clone learned to spot the small distinguishing features and behaviors that marked each man. And that skill carried over into the observation of the entire world around them. Detail mattered. Lives depended on it. Darman decided that CUIS could either hear the comm circuit, or he felt the tone of the conversation. Enon and Bry were dismissive and contemptuous, not hostile. Maybe, Darman murmured. He's a Force user. So let's not give him anything to notice. You reckon? Bry said. Really? I know Force users. I know them in ways you can't imagine. I know their reactions, the way they deal with the things that we can't detect, the things that sometimes give them away to us ordinary folk. Because I've been as close to a Jedi as an ordinary guy can get. Yes, Darman said. I do. Darman didn't think of himself as ordinary folk, though. He'd been raised to understand he was optimized, the best raw material trained in the best way to be the best at his job, and now he fell back on the most important childhood lesson that Sergeant Cal had taught him. He could do anything he set his mind to, not because he started with the advantage of the genes of one of the toughest fighters in the galaxy, not even because he was fed and trained to a peak since childhood, but because he had acquired the right mental attitude. Skirata called it ramakatic, in a commando state of mind. It was a soldier's unshakable belief that he or she could do anything, endure anything, take any risk, and succeed. It was stronger than muscle. It made the body do the impossible. I'm not in pain. Any pain that I feel is temporary. Nothing can touch me. This is happening to someone else. I just observe it as I pass. That mantra kept Darman going when all he wanted to do was lie down and die. He'd felt that way more in the last few weeks than he ever had in his life. Cal Skirata had taught his young commandos an armory of ramakatic techniques for resisting interrogation, a way of shutting out reality to become someone else who wasn't in that terrible place you found yourself in. Some visualized putting their pain and fear in a box, or concentrating on its physical reality so minutely that it fragmented and ceased to register. Some simply imagined they were somewhere else. And pushed beyond the breaking point by hunger, thirst, or exhaustion, Darman had been taught to focus only on the next moment that he could bear to think about, the next second, next step, next hill, next meal, time after time, until he'd come through the ordeal. Darman wasn't in physical pain, but he hurt more than he could stand. Until he worked out the best way to stop that for good, he shut down. I know what happened. I see it every night when I close my eyes. But it didn't happen to my Attain, and it didn't happen to me. It was some other couple. It was a Holovid. It wasn't us. CUIS walked straight up to Niner and handed him a data chip. It was impossible to pick out the squad sergeant from 4 identically armored men, so Darman decided he was right. He'd work on the assumption that CUIS was a Force user. There were probably a lot of them he didn't know about. It made him feel distinctly uneasy. I don't like your type. I don't like your type at all. Of course he could just be reading Niner's body language. Niner moves forward a fraction, Spook decides he's in charge. CUIS turned away from Niner and stared right at Darman. Then he walked up to him and held out his hand for shaking. Nobody had ever shook clones' hands, except the decent Jedi officers. It was unmilitary, for a start. And when Darman did the instinctive thing and gripped that hand, the feeling he got was unsettling. He's testing me out. I've seen Jedi do that. Felt a Tain do it. I know that feeling. Yes, he's a Force user. Darman wasn't sure if he disliked the sensation in his mind because he felt spied upon, or because it was another painful reminder of her. Cus let go quickly and shook hands with the others as an obvious afterthought. Jylum Kester is confirmed as being on Sealan. Chway's eye movements, or lack of them, told Darman that he was trying very hard not to look at him now, so he had felt Darman's reaction, all right. This contains your charts, building plans, and informant contact details. Bring him back alive. Niner inserted the chip into his datapad. What is he, then? Padawan? Minor Knight? He's not even a Force user. But he knows where they are, and he's been getting them out via a refugee network. He's an Antrian Ranger. Never heard of them. They're one of the Sector Rangers groups. Antrian Rangers are ordinary law enforcement officers who worked with the Jedi. Darman was instantly fascinated, especially as he'd never seen them tasked to do any jobs in the war. That in itself was odd. If they worked for the Jedi, then why didn't we come across them? They weren't even on our briefing list. Cus nodded. The Jedi Council didn't acknowledge them, but they certainly used them. Rangers want to be Jedi but have no Force powers. So they tag along when Jedi need extra support, or do the dirty jobs nobody else wants. None of the glory, all of the danger. Sad little creatures. What a miserable existence, putting your life on the line for those who don't even admit that you exist. Disgraceful, Niner said. Only Darman knew him well enough to wonder if he was being literal or sarcastic. What others abandon, we protect. Cus took out a datapad from under his cloak. That's the Sector Ranger motto, you know. I often wonder if they're being deliberately ironic. So you definitely want him alive, Enon said. Despite general orders. Cus nodded, looking more distracted by his datapad. Yes. Even I can't get answers out of a dead man, although I know some who think they can. Darman thought briefly of Phi and then stifled the image. There was no reaction from Cus. If he was a Force user, and not on the hit list, then what was he? Jurzik had mentioned Dark Jedi and Sith, although Darman had never paid much attention to the conversation. Now he wished he had. He wondered if there were Force users who didn't have to take sides at all. Then he remembered why he was wondering that, and reminded himself that the son he thought about wasn't his son, but another Darman's, and it didn't break his heart not to see him, and he wasn't terrified that he might not be able to raise him. He felt nothing. He didn't dare. Why am I doing this? What if the Jedi I go after are just like Bard Ik? They wouldn't be. They'd be like the ones who killed that other Darman's wife. They'd be like the ones who had rules so callous that Jedi weren't allowed to have families, and the ones who tried to had to live a lie. So he had nothing to search his conscience for. He didn't ask himself how he would feel about hunting down his brothers, because he knew that they would never be found. It was academic. Now, when you detain this man, there's no need to be discreet, said Cus. We want even the most obscure cesspits in the Empire to know that there really isn't any place we can't keep an eye on. The shuttle lifted off. It wasn't a LAT/I, and its distinctive noise wasn't yet burned into Darman's subconscious as the promise of immediate extraction or welcome supplies. That would come in time, he was sure. He settled back in his seat and tried not to think beyond the moment. If he thought ahead, asked himself what he was doing here, asked why he didn't desert now that Niner had recovered and could leave, too, then he'd have to think about his future, and that was impossible now without having to face his immediate past. His past hurt too much. It hurt so much that he wasn't even sure he had what it took to be a good father. But that was another Dharman. Kiramorat Mandalore. It was saliva, Strill saliva, a puddle of it in the flagstone passage outside the central living room, the carry-eye. Ordo saw it a fraction of a second too late when he glanced up from his data pad as he walked. He skidded. Wallenvav was back, and so was his Strill, Murd. Ordo could smell its pungent musk everywhere. Shab! He doubled back to the kitchen to grab a mop, cursing to himself. Disgusting, Shabir. You don't mean that, Ordike, said Vav. He was filling a bucket from the faucet in the kitchen. You know you're glad to see Murd back. I'll clean up the mess. The drooling culprit sat with its head in New York's lap, grumbling happily. New York indulged it with a handful of cookies, apparently oblivious to the volume of slobber a happy Strill could generate. I got you a band of bone, Murdike. New York bent over to whisper in its ear. Ordo admired her ability to inhale that close to the creature. But the bad men took it. Yes, they did, they took your bone. Their Ack ate it. Naughty Ack. I'll get you another one, shall I? Nice big bone? Murd rumbled approvingly. Ordo forgot nothing. He recalled every detail of the times the Strill terrorized him as a child in Topoka City. He'd come close to shooting it. So had Kalber. But now Murd was as much an ally as anyone else at Kiramorat, and even Skirata admired its intelligence and devotion. New York seemed to dote on it almost as much as Vav did. But it still stank. Nothing would ever change that. So Stormies are bad men, are they, New York? Vav asked, soaking a floor cloth and wringing out the water. How bad? If they'd spotted the Jedi, I'd have found out the hard way, she said. Can Murd have pups? Murd can bear pups and sire them. Vav headed for the passage with the cloth. But don't ask me how hermaphroditic reproduction works in practice. All I know is that if Murd meets the Strill of its dreams, then they end up with a litter of little Strills. And I bet they're adorable, New York said, ruffling the loose skin on Murd's jowls. Little balls of wrinkly golden fluff. Just like you, Murdike. Murd yawned, showing off a fearsome mouthful of teeth. Strills were possibly the least adorable animal on Mandalore, and Ordo struggled to see what New York found so appealing. Murd had 6 legs, lethal claws, a massive square head with a huge jaw that could bite through skull bone, and folded skin that looked several sizes too big for its body. It could fly too, provided it had some high point to launch from. The animal was admirable and loyal, but beauty and fragrance were 2 qualities it lacked. Human males found its scent offensive. Ordo certainly did. Human females and other species didn't seem to notice it, which probably explained why such a smelly animal could be such an efficient hunter. You boys having a crisis meeting? New York asked, still making a fuss of Murd. Anything I can do? Just a routine briefing, Ordo said. One of Muriel's business contacts located Dar and Niner, so we have work to do. Is Niner okay? How about Perdarman? How is he? Back on the job. Both of them. Beyond that, we have to find out. At least Cal can relax now. Not until we get them home. That should be easy for you, though. Shouldn't it? You're the extraction and retrieval experts. No door closed to you, and all that. In theory, yes. You're a very cautious lad, Ordo. That's because I watch plans go to Osik every day. Ordo was desperate to ask New York a more personal question, but Bethany had forbidden him to raise the topic of her opinion of Calber. Trying to marry them off was premature, Bethany warned, and there was a chance it would scare New York away. Ordo couldn't see why everyone was skirting around the issue. Aiden had decided the two of them were a good match, the rest of the brothers agreed, and Calber needed a wife. If he didn't get a move on, Vav might move in. Ordo had never known Vav to show the slightest interest in another living being, but he'd watched enough Holovids to know that romance sprang from the most unlikely shared moments, and Murd was in danger of becoming one of those. Something on your mind, Ordo? New York asked. You look like... She was cut short by a yelp from Murd. It threw up its head and trotted to the kitchen door, tail whipping. Ordo heard footsteps, light shoes, not Mando Sitar, and Scout appeared in the doorway. After a few sniffs of the girl's robes, the Strill slunk back to New York as if disappointed. What's that? Scout edged into the kitchen and stared at Murd from a cautious distance. Is that the Strill? Lord Murdelin, New York said. Murd, meet Scout. Wow. It's okay, it's safe to touch him, her, it. Whatever. Sorry, Murd, it just feels rude to call you it when you're such a sweetie. Murd basked in the attention. Scout didn't look convinced that the Strill was harmless. A wise girl, because it wasn't, but she squatted down and petted it anyway. Murd rubbed its head against her face, stopping short of slobbering over her. Ordo got the feeling it was working out who this stranger was that had upset Calber so much. He's very friendly. Scout rubbed Murd's ears and got a long rumble of delight. Kinaha will be fascinated. Ordo said. And it might be a good idea to keep it away from Kinaha. Murd doesn't like Kaminoans. Well, looks like Vav left me holding the baby. New York waved Ordo away. Go on. Get to your boys' club meeting. Females aren't excluded. You can join in if you like. Someone's got to get dinner on the table. Ordo wondered if the Strill had sent Scout as a Jedi and thought Atane had come home. It was hard to know what went on in a Strill's head, but Murd was intelligent enough to know Atane was dead because it had seen her body. Perhaps, like a grieving human, it thought it saw her now, even when it knew that couldn't possibly happen. Is that what Darman's going through, too? Does he keep seeing Atane in crowds? Does he forget for a moment, see something that would make her laugh, then remember she's dead? How does he go on? How does anyone go on? Ordo couldn't get the idea of bereavement out of his head since escaping from Coruscant. He'd never lost brothers in combat, not like the other clones had, and he found himself trying to imagine what life would be like if he lost the people he loved. The idea of life without Calber or his brothers was almost too much to think about. And now he had a wife, too, another person to fear for and fret over. The more you loved, the more pain lay in wait. Vav seemed to have the right idea. If you didn't love anyone, you couldn't be hurt or bereaved. Life was a trade-off between loneliness and inevitable peaks of joy or agony. Ordo walked into the main room that formed the hub of the Kiramoret complex, the living area where the clan ate, argued, and generally entertained themselves. The usual war council was assembled: Skirata, Vav, Hilamar, Ordo's brothers, and Juzik. Phi, Corr, and Auden obviously had better things to do, probably with Levitt, who was teaching himself to farm with the aid of an instructional holobook and some very confused Nuna. Ordike, take a seat, son. Skirata nursed a steaming mug of shig. The tisane smelled like behad herb. Calber was in need of comfort then. We've got a lot to catch up on. Skirata wasn't a man who liked formality, but Ordo could see why New York thought he'd suddenly caught a dose of organization. She hadn't lived in barracks. She didn't know the routine. Even Mandalorians needed a little structure in their lives, however anarchic they looked to Aruatize. The day had to start with a dinkarti, an assessment of what was happening and what everyone needed to do next, and sometimes that was just a chat over breakfast. Sometimes, like now, it was much more serious, an operational planning session. Hilamar sat on a Veshik stool, warming his hands by the log fire that burned in the center of the room. Who wants to start? Wallen, I take it you had no luck finding leads on Sev. Vav didn't even shake his head. It was hard to read the man, and if Ordo hadn't known better, he might have thought that Vav didn't care much about the missing member of Delta Squad. Nothing, he said. It's near impossible to do anything on Kashyyyk at the moment anyway, now that our beloved emperors crushed the Wookiee clans and let the slavers in. Anaka's still on Tagoria organizing a resistance. But she's made finding Sev her personal mission, and I feel a little. Vav trailed off. Shall we move on? Hard to do that when we're going to be working out how to get Dar and Niner back, Wallen. Can't ignore Sev. But we know where they are. Vav's tone was very final. First things first. Okay. There was a long silent pause. Hilamar didn't sound convinced. Yuthan started analyzing the Kamini samples. I think we should get her to create an antigen for the FG36 virus, if she hasn't already worked that out, which she probably has. It's too dangerous. Palpatine's got it, even if he doesn't know what it'll do when dispersed. And you trust her? Vav said. As much as I trust anyone who's not one of us and makes weapons of mass destruction for a living. Do you trust her to create what she says she's going to create, and not just poison us all? I don't know, Hilamar said. But I don't think she knows either. I'd like to give her a reason for working for us beyond being scared we'll shoot her if she doesn't. I don't think she's going to be won over by our rough Mando charm, Skirata said. Or the justice of our cause. Or even credits. This is a PSYOP's job. Well, I'll start working on her for an antidote. She can recreate that original virus anytime. She's got all her research with her. We ought to have control of that, just in case. Skirata nodded, still subdued. He'd been that way for a couple of days, ever since he set eyes on Scout. Jane, finance report? At least Jane looked happy. He radiated satisfaction. Even at the lowest interest rate in the galaxy, we're making 15 billion creds a year, he said. That's about 200 million a week, even without compound interest. A week. Not a bad return for a paltry credit skimmed off every bank account in the system. They were unthinkable numbers, so far beyond the personal needs or imagination of anyone in the room that they were almost meaningless. Ordo could only think of the things that credits could never buy. Juzik was a natural optimist, though. He applauded. Oya! We can do a lot with that. I bet even Wallen can't imagine that much Wadas, and he was born stinking rich. Skirata drained his mug. But isn't that going to get noticed sooner or later? Jane winked. Not split across thousands of separate accounts and invested in companies across the galaxy, no. Ah, my clever boy. My very clever boy. Nobody seemed particularly excited about so much wealth. Ordo, like all the clones, had never needed credits until he left Kamino, and even then all his needs had been met by the Grand Army's budget. And men like Skirata came from a frugal culture. Nobody was about to rush out and buy a stable of racing autopiendos or a luxury yacht. It was all retlini, just in case, a plan B, the classic Mando mindset of always being ready for the worst. The fortune was insurance against a rainy day, intended to be spent on whatever it took to resettle as many clones as possible. So far, it's just us, Jayak's squad, and Commander Levitt. But it's early days yet. More will come. So we can afford to buy a lot of loyalty, Skirata said. Mariel, you think this Gabe is reliable? He hasn't let me down yet, Mariel said. He works with a tech droid called Tikio. They're the ones who led us to Kosai, remember? They know who's selling, who's buying, and who's shipping what and where, and how much. So they did a bit of digging for us, and what better way to spy on the Empire than through its procurement contracts? What do they want? Credits, like any mercenary. Skirata didn't even have to ask how much. It didn't matter, as long as it wasn't anything that drew attention to Kiramorat. So Dar and Niner are 501st Legion. Vader's fist, my shebs. Who is this Vader, anyhow? Never heard of him. Palpatine's right-hand man. Red lightsaber, Tikio says. Shab, another Sith. Same old feud. Why don't all the Sith and Jedi move to some planet nobody's ever heard of and slug it out in private, and leave the rest of the galaxy in peace? Skirata didn't even glance at Juzik, not even to say that present company was accepted. He seemed to have erased the idea that Juzik had ever been a Jedi. Ordo wondered how Juzik saw himself, though. He never did things by half. Ordo wondered if Juzik put so much effort into being Mando to atone for some sense of guilt at having been a Jedi. He really seemed to reinvent himself. Anyway, saber jockey and fighting apart, Mariel said. Vader's set up a special assassination unit of former Republic commandos and arcs within the 501st solely to hunt Jedi, deserters, and sympathizers. That's us, I think, Juzik said. Now we know where Dar and Niner are, though. It's just a matter of collecting them, isn't it? Skirata shrugged. It shouldn't be too hard, but we don't have the freedom to come and go that we used to have. We're the enemy. And how does that stop us, exactly? Vav asked. It's not as if Sei ever gave us his blessing to do what we did. He didn't know about most of it, for a start. Skirata studied his datapad. If we work out what missions they're tasked for, we might not even have to land on Coruscant. Just show up and tell them their taxis arrived. I don't think the Empire's seen me before, Pretty Eye said, deadpan. Or Command. And the VOD? The great thing about being a clone is that we've got literally millions of places to hide. Grab the right armor, and no mongrels any the wiser. Son, you know how many times we've pulled that stunt? Skirata asked. Yes. You know how many times it's worked? Command inspected his fingernails. Well, that's another problem they brought upon themselves. It's not like they can take our DNA to prove who we are. Or stick us in a lineup. Well, they could, Mariel said. Because we develop differences, but... Okay, point taken. Skirata didn't start the paternal lecture about not taking risks. This was possibly the most straightforward operation they'd ever faced. All they had to do was locate their missing brothers and show up on the day with transport. No guards to slot, no doors to blow open, no hostiles to battle through. By the time the Empire realized Dar and Niner were gone, they'd be home and dry at Kiramorat. And Darman would be reunited with his son. Any other business? Skirata asked. Yes, what are we going to do about Dread Priest? Juzik said. Not that I know the man, but you do. Hilamar looked as if he was going to spit. He's a Hutuan. I don't care how good a soldier he is. He talks that supremacy Osik, and we don't need his kind on Mandalore. Shaisa would never listen to him, anyway, Scarata said. He's too smart. Everyone knows Mandalore's never going to be a galactic empire again. Shab, we haven't been a major power for millennia. And we don't want to be. Helamar was on his favorite topic now, unstoppable. Empires are doomed from day one. Whatever happens, however well they start out, they get too big and go rotten. They all fall. They're all overthrown. It's the cycle of nature. Let's stay on the margins, moving in the gaps the big boys leave. Too right, said a voice from the doorway. It was Ru. Can I come in? Of course you can, Ad-Ika. Scarata made room for her on the bench. We must be bored. We're arguing about politics. I'm not arguing, Helamar said. Just making it clear that if I run into Dredd and he starts on that bring back the good old days garbage, I'll gut him. And his crazy girlfriend. No reason to run into him, Ordo said. Unless you're in Keldabe. Don't you think it's time we started fighting for our own interests? Rit took the mug out of her father's hand and peered into it as if checking up on him. I'm not saying this guy's right, but being at every Arutai's beck and call and doing the dying for them doesn't sound smart to me. Look at this world. It's dirt poor. That's not much to show for the lives we've spent on shoring up other governments. Good point, Vav said. You're definitely a Scarata. That was an odd thing for Vav to say, seeing as no Mando cared much about biological parentage. It was a culture of adoption and blurred lines between offspring and in-laws. He just means she says the same things as Calber. That's all. Ordo scrutinized Ru, still not sure how he felt about her. She'd fallen instantly into the role of dutiful Mando daughter, even though she hadn't seen her father since she was 5. As far as Ordo was concerned, she was Corellian like her erotic mother. Yes, he knew that wasn't fair, and it wasn't the way Mandos did things. She had as much right to leave her past behind as Juzik, to walk on Cyan Vedin, the virgin snow of a new life, judged only on what she did from the moment she threw her lot in as a Mandoad. She hadn't even asked to be rescued. But Ordo had fought alongside Juzik. Bardike had put his life on the line for the clones time after time. He was as much a brother as Mariel. Am I jealous? Is that it? I'm an adult. I'm a married man. I'm too old to be jealous of new siblings. Ordo was 13 in calendar years, going on 27 biologically. He knew he'd grown up too fast to get some things out of his system, or even experience them to begin with. Sometimes the small stuff hurt a lot more than he knew it ought to. Scarata could sense Ordo's mood as well as any Force user. He got up and walked across the room to sit next to Ordo and ruffle his hair. You okay, son? Fine, Bear. I know things are a mess at the moment, but it's going to work out. I promise. It was a lie, because Ordo knew they'd probably spend the rest of their lives on the run with bounties on their heads, never able to drop their guard. Calber had lost count of the number of death warrants out on him. Now they all had one. But a lot of Mandalorians, and others, lived their lives that way, and seemed happy enough. Ordo decided he would be happy with it, too. What are we going to do about the Jedi when Yuthan's finished with Kinaha? Ordo asked. We're going to have to deal with that sooner or later. Scarata put on his don't worry face that said anything but. I'll think of something, son, he said. I always do. Whatever he thought of, it wasn't going to be easy, or without a price. Ordo was going to make sure that nobody here would be the one to pay it. Kelperi, Sealan, Mid-Rim. Kelperi was a nothing town on a nondescript planet, the worst place to hide as far as Niner was concerned. The easiest place to vanish without a trace was a big city. That was where Niner would have gone to ground anyway. A fugitive could merge into the mass of anonymous faces, and the more urban it was, the more shifting the population, so nobody really knew their neighbors. It was perfect. And what am I planning to do? Hide in the middle of nowhere, or wherever Kiramorad is. Nowhere, Mandalore. The CR-20 set down in an empty landing pad on the outskirts of Kelperi, just a sprinkling of streetlights and a couple of illuminated cantina signs in the darkness. It wasn't going to take long to cover it, even if they had to search every building. Niner handed out the PEP attachments, a deuterium fluoride laser bolt-on for the Ds that came in handy if you didn't want a lethal outcome. It still hurt something fierce to be brought down by one. So do we have to ask him to come nicely? Enon said. Niner checked that his PEP attachment was charged. The indicator light glowed bright red. Cleaner and faster than clubbing him senseless. This intel better be reliable, Darman said. It's all come from their civvy police force, by the look of it. Niner almost reminded Dar that Jalar Obrim was a civvy cop, and he hadn't done so badly. But mentioning Obrim would open a door onto that terrible night at Shinarkan Bridge. He let it go. Bride began walking to the rendezvous point with Enon. The squad was definitely split into two pairs, not a four-man team like Omega at all. Niner wondered if he was going to hang around long enough to need to worry about that. The Antarian's just a civvy cop too, Bryce said. It's not like he's going to outclass them. Niner trailed after the others, listening in on the local police commnet. Eventually, the patrol speeder came into view, parked on the dirt road into town. Nobody got out to talk to them, so Bry went up and knocked on the side screen. He jerked back a step, then laughed to himself. You didn't see us coming then, he said as the screen opened. An enforcement officer got out of the speeder, mopping his tunic and pants. The light from inside the speeder showed a big dark patch on his uniform as if he'd dropped something wet in his lap. No, we didn't, he said sourly. Which is how come I spilled my CAF. You scared the living daylights out of us. The officer's buddy opened the other door and slid out. Very stealthy. You going to sneak up on Kester like that? If you found him, Niner said. We've been keeping tabs on a guy who fits the broad description. Well, up to a few days ago. How broad? Hair's different, and he's got a beard now. Hard to tell from his ID chip. Cosset was a little out of date. Solid guy with scruffy white hair. Look, Niner said. A few weeks ago, this man was still a serving ranger. Are you telling me that's the best personnel ID that law enforcement agencies keep on record? I'm not in charge of workforce resources, buddy. The cop shook one leg carefully, looking increasingly uncomfortable in his wet pants. Anyway, he's rented a house, and we've picked up bursts of transmissions from comm equipment, but the frequency changes every few seconds. And? What? Transmissions? Country yokels. We're on our own here. Want to share? It didn't make much sense. Share anyway. We're good at making sense of big words. The cop gave him a look of thin-lipped disapproval. The name tab on his jacket said Nellis P., and he had lieutenant's insignia on his helmet. Something about kids. Moving youngsters to the well, whatever that means. The cop was right. It didn't make sense. It sounded like some crude code. The target could have been a smuggler or some stim dealer, of course. But there were no rich pickings in illegal trade to be had here. There was nothing much to do on this kind of planet except hide. Niner had his orders, and he was going ahead with them. Okay, let's pull him in. We've got the place surrounded. Lieutenant Nellis took out his data pad and flashed up a street plan. Niner had seen bigger floor layouts for Galactic City shopping malls. I've got 6 teams on surveillance outside. Kester hasn't left the place since yesterday morning. Oh boy. If Kester hadn't noticed that he had an audience, then he must have been in a coma. You sure of that? This isn't the big city, soldier. We'd notice. When they got to the house, an anonymous-looking permacrete cube on the outskirts of a small industrial zone, Niner could see the police speeders parked behind dense bushes. They were pretty easy to pick out with his helmet optics. He could even see the fading heat of the drives as a dim splash of amber in his infrared filter. He wondered if Antrian Rangers had night vision goggles or other fancy kit, because if they did, the squad had already lost the element of surprise with Kester. Niner assumed the worst. The house was in darkness, and it was too early in the evening for the guy to be asleep. What's the layout of the building? Is it the same as the data we were sent? From what we know, central staircase, 4 rooms upstairs, 3 on the ground, front and back doors. Nellis drew an imaginary rectangle in the air, miming the long narrow shape of the windows. And 8 windows, although he'll have a tough job exiting through those. Darman didn't seem to be listening. His POV icon, offset to one side of Niner's HUD display, showed a fixed scene of the town, as if Dar was staring absently at the lights in the distance. Maybe he wasn't up to the job today. They'd all find out soon enough. But it was only an arrest, not full enemy contact, and the worst that could happen was if Kester got in a lucky blaster shot. Even this new armor could withstand that. No, the worst is if we end up killing him. We answer to Vader now, not good old Zay. Vader won't just sigh in exasperation. He'll do that Force thing, grab our throats and... Alive, Niner said, motioning the squad forward with a gesture. We need him alive, Lieutenant, so even if he opens fire, leave it to us. Just duck. Now let's all stay on the same comm channel, shall we? What's that? Darman pointed in the direction of what looked like a gas holder a couple of 100 meters behind the house. Tibana gas? It's not on our local map. That's because it's a new one. Nellis, pants now dried out, braced both elbows on the roof of his speeder to steady his electro-binoculars. It's local biogas, produced from waste to powerhouses and generating stations. We farm here, see? Want me to draw you a diagram? Nerfs and banthas eat grass, and then they digest it, and... We get it, Bry said. Thanks. What are the adjacent buildings? Niner asked. One side of the house nestled against a row of single-story buildings. Industrial? Nellis fiddled with his helmet comm receiver as if it was playing up. Accommodation for construction workers. They're building a new gas pipeline out to Oriner. They come and go, not local folks, normally. And they haven't noticed your patrol speeders hanging around. If they have, they haven't knocked on Kester's door to tell him. Everyone waited. Niner wasn't sure why a few more minutes or hours would make any difference, but the cops were still trying to intercept transmissions. He worked through the frequencies in his helmet comm, trying to pick up something, but he could only hear sporadic voice traffic on the police network and the sound of Bry letting out an occasional sigh. Eventually a voice cut in. Lieutenant, he hasn't transmitted anything for hours. We're picking up movement at the back door, though. Visual? Nellis asked. GPR scan. Is he still alone? Haven't seen anyone else go in or out since we tracked him here. Days. Stand by. Nellis looked at Niner as if he was waiting for instructions. It's as good a time as any. Okay. And minimum damage. We want his equipment, and anything we can extract information from. Nellis seemed satisfied and moved his headset mic closer to his mouth. Okay, stand by, riot guns only, lads. Niner wasn't leaving anything to chance. Bry, Enin, take the rear exit. He signaled the squad to split. I'll go in the front with Dar. Okay? If Kester didn't surrender with 4 Deces shoved in his face, then he'd feel the persuasive force of the pep laser. Niner suspected the man might decide he'd have been happier dead once Imperial intelligence got its hands on him. Bry and Enin vanished into the darkness. Niner waited until the police were in position, then worked his way along the row of gas workers' homes with Darman. They took up position, one on either side of the front door. Niner switched to the Commando's secure comm link. Bry, can you get a strip cam under the door? See what's going on inside. Keep your bucket on. Just placing the frame charge. Bry sounded breathless. He was sticking detonite on the back door to blow it. Like the front entrance, it was a single hinge door. Okay, wait, one. A small image flickered into life in the margin on Niner's HUD. The image-enhancing holocom, reduced to the thickness of a sheet of flimsy, transmitted an image of an untidy house with crates stacked everywhere, as if Kester was in the process of packing to leave. Niner couldn't see movement yet, and he couldn't hear anything. Stripcam audio was pretty limited. It was at times like this that he really needed a Jedi to sense what was going on and who was where. Darman pressed a strip of explosive down the hinged side of the door, top to bottom, wired the detonator, and gave Niner the thumbs up. They flattened themselves against the wall. Debris would fly out in a straight line for 50 meters or more, lethal as projectile rounds. Niner took a breath. Okay, on my mark. I don't like the look of those crates, Enin said. They could all see the same image relayed to the HUDs. They're like an obstacle course. And hey, I think I saw movement. I think he's gone into the room adjoining the party wall. Stand by. Niner's stomach tightened. It wasn't a dangerous mission, not compared with the last 3 years. But he couldn't shake the adrenaline reflex every time he stacked to enter a building. In 3, 2, go. Darman pressed the det. A split second of white light, smoke, and raw noise reduced Niner's attention to whatever he could see right in front of him. He wasn't aware of the rear door charge going off, or what the POV icons were relaying from everyone else's HUD. He rushed through the gaping hole where the door had been, jumping over shattered wood, while Darman covered the room on the left. Rear hall clear, Enin yelled. Niner heard ragged breathing as Enin raced up the stairs, a straight flight to the landing, no ambush-friendly turns, while Bry covered him. There was a pause. Upstairs, front room left clear, back room left clear. Fresher right back clear. That was Bry. Room right front clear. Kester couldn't have missed the fact that his house was being stormed. He was holed up in one of the downstairs rooms. It would have been so much easier if Vader had wanted Kester dead. Dead would have taken seconds. Dar? Niner smashed open the interior door to his left, Dece raised, and swept the tactical lamp's beam around. Nothing. He turned. Bry and Enin were back in the downstairs passage that ran from front to back. 2 rooms to the right. Kitchen at the rear, Bry said. The boiler vents on the rear wall. Okay, either he's a very heavy sleeper or he's open to suggestions. We're sitting in one of these 2 rooms with a heavy blaster trained on the door. Niner gestured Bry to the kitchen, stood to one side of the door to the front room, and switched his audio to external so Kester could hear him. Kester? There's no way out. Why don't you surrender, and then we can all go home? Silence. Enon brandished the strip cam to indicate to Niner that he was going to take a look. It wasn't without its risks, seeing as Kester would have been staring hard at the door if he was in there. Niner moved to let Enon slide the device under the gap. If he's in there, Enon said, he's hiding behind more crates. Not sure what he's moving out of here. Antarians were cops. Cops throughout the galaxy had a healthy attitude when it came to risking their necks, and they tended to know when to call it a day. Niner cut to the chase. Kester, the Jedi never thought of you Rangers as anything more than latrine cleaners. It's not worth getting fried for them now. Niner realized he actually believed what he was saying. Yes, he did. He had no illusions about the Empire, but he didn't have any left about the Republic either. Take it from fellow cannon fodder, buddy. Still silence, apart from the tinkle of broken transparent steel as if one of the cops was treading on debris from the shattered windows. Enon edged back toward the kitchen and eased the strip cam under the door a millimeter at a time. The kitchen looked as chaotic. Niner switched back to helmet comm. Let's check the front room, just in case. He leaned on the door, then kicked it wide open. A quick scan showed the room was just full of empty crates. That was weird. Niner couldn't imagine Jedi and their sympathizers needing all that storage. Weapons? Are they shipping arms? He'd let someone else worry about that when he was debriefed. He was only tasked to bring back Kester for interrogation. With nearly 20 cops outside and a heavily armed commando squad inside, storming the house had suddenly plummeted to an anticlimax. Kester hadn't even opened fire. Neither had the commandos, of course. But explosions at both doors should have provoked some reaction. Niner's big fear was that Kester would blow his own brains out rather than be taken alive. Because that's what I'd do. I'd end it. Let's get this over with, Darman said, flicking the control on his PEP laser. Let me drop him. This is overkill for one lousy ranger. Niner counted down with a hand gesture. 5, 4, 3. Maybe Vader doesn't trust us after all, Bryce said. Bang. Darman put his boot through the flimsy latch and sent the door slamming back. Niner was first in, disarmed. The commandos all started yelling at once, a disorientation technique to get the ranger to surrender, or step out where they could stun him. On the floor! Get down, Kester, get down on the floor where we can see you. Kester, drop your weapon! Get down on the floor! Arms away from your sides. Tactical lamps swept the kitchen in a silent split second, picking out a landscape of crates, containers, and the reflection of a computer screen. There was a faint smell, maybe decaying food. Just as Niner was about to start booting boxes out of the way, a figure rose slowly from behind them. Niner could see white or gray hair tied back in a tail. He didn't see hands raised in surrender. He shone his lamp in the guy's face, catching sight of one arm half raised to block the light, body turned so the right arm wasn't visible. Whatever you've got, buddy, lay it down nice and slow, Niner said, flicking the discharge button so that it whirred audibly. Dar, you ready? Darman seemed to be itching to laser Kester. Niner could hear his teeth clicking as he clenched his jaw. Hands above your head, Ranger, Niner said. You really don't want to feel the... And then the guy straightened up and turned full on to face them. Niner saw the streak of blue energy just as he heard the vzzzmm of a lightsaber, and the face suddenly illuminated by it was one he knew all too well. And because he knew the man, he froze for just half a heartbeat, and that was too long. Oh, Shab. Jedi General Iri Camus, former director of Special Forces, took advantage of the split second that gave him and batted the PEP laser bolt aside. Force? Camus said, raising the lightsaber for the kill. 4. Son, was fine. We found her. You won't hear from her again for a while, or from me, and I can't tell you where we are. Look after yourself. Tell Ijat I'm sorry I never got to talk to him. It's safer for you both if you don't try to contact me again. Cal Scarata, in an untraceable message to his estranged sons to let them know the outcome of the search for their sister. Kester's base, Kelperi. Jedi Masters were to be shot on sight, and Darman was surprised how little that bothered him. He switched his rifle to lethal rounds just as Camus, a man he knew, a man who'd been his boss, leapt high into the air, wholly unreal in Darman's greenlit ND filter, and came crashing down on top of him. If Enon hadn't been in the right place for just that fraction of a second and brought his D's up hard into the general's face before he steadied himself, Darman knew that lightsaber would have taken his head off. Niner went flying back against the wall, force thrown. Camus swatted away Bry's hail of blaster fire and burst out into the passage. Nellis's voice broke into the comm channel. 4-0, what the stang's happening? We're coming in. Stay back, Niner barked. It's a Shabla Jedi. Darman hoped the cops had the sense not to open fire when they didn't know who was coming out the doors next. He almost knocked Bry over in his race to get to Camus first. Camus's boots thudded on floorboards, not out of the house, but into another room. Insane. Why not run for it? Maybe Camus knew how many police blasters were waiting outside for him. Not even a Jedi Master could fend off scores of bolts from all directions. They were far from unkillable. Trap, Niner said. The Shabir's playing us. Let's finish this. What trap? Dunno, but Camus never panics. Darman almost expected Niner, good old loyal Niner, to find it hard to shoot at Camus. He didn't. He blasted the door of the front room from its hinges and laid down fire. White bolts of energy shot back out at him. Camus knew his way around a blaster, too. Darman dropped to one knee as rounds went over his head, but Enon was right behind him, and didn't. 2 bolts smacked into his visor. Enon went down. Bra was nowhere to be seen. Darman turned to drag Enon clear and check him out while Niner pinned Camus down with blaster fire. Why is Camus using a blaster? Jedi usually didn't. They trusted their lightsabers, dumb and cocky as that was. Enon? Enon! Darman pulled off the man's helmet. He was alive, just stunned for a few moments. You okay? Enon scrambled onto his knees to grab his helmet back. It seemed to be working despite the damage. Where's Bry? Heading him off at the pass, Bry's voice said. I'm coming in via the front window. Niner ducked back to one side of the door to reload. What's that smell? I think it's... Adrenaline seized Darman. He'd fought close-quarters battles so many times that this felt like blissful release. No caution, no take him alive, no fancy rules of engagement, just kill or be killed. He pushed into the room behind Niner to see Camus force smash a hole through the wall into the kitchen. Bry swung through the narrow window and cannonied into Camus as the Jedi clambered over the rubble. He brought his gauntlet vibroblade down hard, but it skated off the general's back as if it had hit armor plate. Why doesn't Camus make a run for it? Why is he going around in circles? Gas, Niner said. Shab, it's gas. They didn't encounter biofuel often. It took them a few seconds too long to piece it together. Camus brought his lightsaber up into Bry's chest plate, and then sent him crashing back through the exterior wall with a massive force throw. Darman didn't have time to think anything but stop Camus. The Jedi was through the hole in the wall now, and suddenly Darman could see why he was so keen to get back into the kitchen. The general stood by the cooking range, frozen for a moment as if something hadn't gone to plan, and force pulled the pipes from the wall. Darman heard the loud hiss of venting gas. Looks like I timed this all wrong, didn't I? Camus said. Camus raised his lightsaber and Darman opened fire. It was the last thing he should have done, but it was pure reflex. He couldn't stop his body responding. A sheet of fire ripped across the room from the ruptured pipe like a flamethrower. Camus just ducked. He didn't try to run. Darman had a fleeting and time-wasting thought that the old Shakar had something else up his sleeve. But he was so eaten up by vengeance and a reflex to fight that even when Niner grabbed him and tried to pull him clear, he carried on firing at Camus point blank. The whole place was now on fire. The plastoid surfaces were starting to melt, and the wood and drapes were ablaze. Dar! Out! Darman pushed Niner aside. I'm not letting him get away. He's not trying to, Dar. Out now. We're all going to die. Camus yelled, lightsaber in one hand, blaster in the other. But I'd hoped more of you would come and die with me. Darman realized none of them had identified themselves to Camus as his old Commando cadre. He wondered if it would have made any difference if they had. Camus dropped his blaster and stood with legs apart, one hand reaching down to the floor as if he was pulling on some invisible trapdoor. Run! Niner yelled. He grabbed Darman by the strap on his backpack and jerked him away with such force that Darman found himself almost running backward. He had no recollection of how he ended up outside the front door, only that Niner pulled him to his feet when he stumbled. One moment he was staring into flames licking out of a side window. The next, an exploding ball of flame blinded him for a second. That's the gas main, Lieutenant Nellis said. Somebody get that thing shut off. Hey, Barilla, call the gas company. Get that main shut down. The scene around Darman now was chaos. The house burning steadily with its roof gone, flashing red and blue lights, med speeders, a fire crew, frantic cops, some of the neighbors staring in horror. And there was Enin kneeling next to Bry, pumping his chest with both hands until a civilian med tech pulled him off. Enin walked away a few paces then came back again. But Darman knew what too late looked like. It's not going to blow again, Niner said calmly. He seemed to be shaping up to do something, rocking back on one heel as if he was going to take a run at it. He was. Got to salvage that computer. Darman was flooded with hardwired animal dread at the thought of going back into the flames. He'd been okay standing his ground when the fire had started around him, but somehow walking through it even in heat-resistant armor was a different matter. His animal instincts said no. He'd been caught in fires before, and it brought him as close to blind panic as he'd ever been. It's a waste otherwise, Niner said. Bry's dead. Niner, Bry's dead. A waste. He ran back into the burning house. Darman went to follow, but there was Bry down, Enin pacing around close to losing it, and Corellia's 9 hells breaking loose, and for a few seconds Darman wasn't sure where he was needed most. Niner. That's who needs me. Darman took a deep breath and ran after him. If he didn't think, he'd be fine. He wouldn't feel the heat, not for a good 30 minutes, and his plates would protect him from any falling debris. But it still scared him. His gut still froze. You never listen. Niner felt around for the computer in the fog of flame and blackened debris. The conversation felt weirdly surreal, and got worse when Darman found what had been IRI Camus. The blast had embedded the general's lightsaber in the opposite wall. I said stay put. Just in case you get into difficulties, Darman said. He wouldn't leave Niner at Shinarkan Bridge, and he wasn't about to leave him now. That's it there. Niner wrenched a burning shelf clear of what had been a counter. It's welded itself to the worktop. Flames licked across what was left of the ceiling joists, as the burning gas vented like an oversized torch. Melting kitchen shelves dripped onto the floor. The computer's screen was shattered and its plug fused into the wall outlet by the heat, but all they needed was the base unit. Niner wrenched the cable free. Let's move, he said. As they made for the doorway, Darman pulled the lightsaber hilt from the wall and found that his gauntlets were sticky with near-liquid plastide. The melting floor tiles dragged on their boots like glue. When he finally stumbled outside, he walked into a wall of water jets. Firefighters moved in behind them. Idiots! One of the firefighters stopped to berate them. If that stunt had gone wrong, guess who'd have to go in and save your sorry butts? Yeah, but it didn't, Darman said, ungrateful for the prospect of rescue. He didn't need saving. Commandos looked out for each other. Brotherhood hadn't saved Bry, though. This is what we came for. Niner was still clutching the buckled computer in both arms. He couldn't put it down because the plastoid was stuck to his armor. Come on. Let's get out of here. It took Darman some determined work with a vibroblade to separate the melted material from Niner's plates. But this wasn't what they'd come for. They'd come for Ranger Kester, and they'd found General Camus and a computer instead. And they'd lost a man in the process. Simple police job. Right. Me and my big mouth. Sorry about your lad, Nellis said. Just when you think the war's over. Rotten shame. Luckily, he said it out of earshot of Enin. No soldier needed that pointed out to him. Losing buddies was bad enough, but there was something even worse about losing them on the margins of combat. Fate's cruelty, lulling you into thinking you'd all made it okay through the worst, not knowing that the worst was just dawdling around the corner, and just late for its appointment. Niner snapped back into sergeant mode. He went up to Enin, who was standing by a med speeder with his forehead resting against the vehicle's durasteel side, and reached out to put his hand on the guy's shoulder. But Enin shook it off and walked away. Darman couldn't see Bry's body. He stopped a med tech in passing. This was probably the entirety of Kelpry's emergency response team. It was a small place. Where's our buddy? Darman asked. What have you done with the body? The med tech jerked his thumb over his shoulder. One of the officers is looking for a body bag. Won't be long. Nobody said a word about the destruction all around. Maybe they were too scared to argue with the Empire, or at least with heavily armed commandos. The house is next to Kester's base, and where was Kester? Were still intact except for their windows. The blast looked as if it had been directed upward rather than sideways. The gas workers from the houses stood outside and stared, as if they couldn't believe the whole row of homes hadn't been demolished with them inside. Darman tried again with Enin. It was harder to comfort a guy you didn't actually like much. Friends and brothers, that was instinctive. Darman struggled for the right words. He'd lost brothers, and he'd lost his wife. He just wasn't sure if it was a good idea to tell Enin that he'd seen someone who mattered to him cut down by a lightsaber, too, and that he understood completely. Enin glowered at him, turning his helmet over and over between his hands. Darman wasn't sure what they were going to do with the body. Burial hadn't been an option for most clones killed in action, and Mandalorians generally didn't go in for cemeteries or memorials. A piece of armor for commemoration, that was all. But Enin and Bry had been trained by a Corellian sergeant. It showed. Their attitudes were Corellian. They'd have fitted in seamlessly in any Corellian town. Cremation, Enin said. I don't care how we do it, but I want him to have a proper cremation. It seemed an uncomfortable parallel with the burning house behind them. We'll get it done. Yeah, screw the regulations. Whatever they are now. Enin wiped his nose with the back of his glove, his face soot-stained. Jedi. Our own general, too. You think he knew it was us? There were so few commandos compared with the main army, fewer than 5,000 after Geonosis, maybe only 3,000 or 4,000 now, that it seemed reasonable to think Camus still knew who his men were even after Zay had taken over. But chances were that he hadn't known more than a couple of hundred by sight, and then Darman didn't know if the general could tell them apart like Atane and Juzik or Zay did. They were probably still just numbers, strangers. Camus couldn't have known them all. Darman didn't know if that made the whole thing more or less poignant. Who cares? Darman said. Camus doesn't matter anymore. None of them do. Did you or Niner kill him? Camus? Neither, not exactly. He was fried on the spot when my Dees ignited the gas. Good enough for me, Enin said. Thanks. They left Lieutenant Nellis and the emergency crews to their task. Enin and Darman carried Bry's body back to the shuttle and Enin took the controls. Darman and Niner sat in the crew space behind him, salvaging what they could from the computer, and tried not to think about Bry and how they hadn't bonded with him. Darman could see it all on Niner's face when he took off his helmet. So what was going on there? Darman said. Crates. No, Kester. Camus sending out coded transmissions. Escape route. Yeah, I know that, but let's see if we can get any clues from this. Niner chipped away at the plastoid for ages and finally managed to pull out a few circuit boards. The data chip was still inserted in one of them. Might as well try, he said. He pried out the chip and slid it into his data pad. Auden would have had this all sorted by now. When Niner turned the chip reader to show Darman the display, there was nothing on it. Camus must have wiped it before he made his last stand, which was still the dumbest death that Darman could imagine. But we wouldn't let ourselves be taken alive. Would we? Camus could have tried harder to escape. Okay, he wasn't Juzik or Kenobi, and he'd spent too long sitting on his backside before the war, but he seemed determined to stay put. I think he was a decoy, Darman said at last. I think he was keeping us busy for as long as he could while something else was going on. Shame this thing won't tell us what. Niner took out the chip and stared at it as if a frown could reboot it and restore the data. But who knows? Jang always said it was really hard to wipe data completely. Maybe someone can recover something off this. If there was anything recoverable on the original chip, then the Commandos would probably never be told. Darman knew that. Even when Scarrato was involved, they hadn't been told everything. But he couldn't bear the thought of Bry dying just to take out one Jedi, not even a master and general like Camus. He wanted the chip to be the key to a dissident network. He wanted it to be pivotal. Darman knew it was guilt for giving Bry a hard time until it was too late to befriend him. Kiramorat, Mandalore, Week 4 of the New Empire. The ice-glazed trees at Kiramorat shed a slow, steady rain on the ground, the first sign that the thaw had started. Juzik stood at the window and listened to the faint trickling of water in the gutters and downpipes. The world outside still looked frozen solid, but spring was coming. He could smell it. He could sense the life underground waiting to wake. There was a marvelous feeling of hope and anticipation that he never detected on Coruscant. The global city was choked with permacrete, and its weather controlled artificially, leaving almost nothing wild to stay in touch with the natural cycle of the seasons. I love this. I feel alive. Is this like the world where I was born? I don't remember it. But this feels like home. Kat seemed to be aware of it, too. Juzik held him on one hip as he stared wide-eyed through the transparistile at the dripping plants in the courtyard, pointing occasionally and saying, "Reesh! Reesh!" It took Juzik a while to work out that he'd learned a new word, pyric, wet, and the best he could manage was the last syllable. "It's wet because it's melting, Kat-ik," Juzik said. "It's getting warmer. You'll be able to play outside soon. That'll be fun, won't it?" Nobody called the child Venku anymore. Darman had preferred Kat, but he hadn't known the baby even existed until more than a year after the birth, so the name had been dropped. This was Dar's boy. Juzik reminded himself of that every day. Juzik was just one of an army of willing foster parents taking care of Kat until his father came home, and the fact that he had a special bond in the Force with him didn't accord any extra privilege. "He's not my son. I mustn't mean more to him than his dad just because I'm around and Darman isn't." It wasn't the Mando way, this fixation with biological parentage. Every Mandoad had a duty to look after the children of the clan, and adoption erased a kid's past, or even in adults. But Juzik felt like a usurper every time he connected with Cad and felt him in the Force. "Hey, Kat-ik, look what I've got." Juzik took his holoprojector from his belt pouch one-handed and switched it on. He couldn't bear to show Cad the images of his mother yet, and left that task to Lasima, but he could cope with reminding Cad about Darman. "Look. That's your dad. Dada. There. He's coming back one day soon. We know where he is. We're going to bring him home." Cad chuckled and pointed at the holoimage. "Boo! Dada? That's right. Bear's coming home." Juzik felt Hilamar approaching. He could usually pick out everyone's impression in the Force as clearly as seeing them. Valve was a strange pool of calm, Calbear, whirlpools of passion, from violent hatred to selflessly devoted love. Ordo was another contradictory mix, a ferociously agile mind and complete physical confidence coupled with the wild emotional swings of a teenager. And Hilamar. Hilamar was mostly acceptance, a little loneliness, and pain so deep that it seemed an essential part of him. Juzik had no idea when Jilimar's wife had been killed, but he got the feeling that it would always be yesterday for the man. "What's it like?" Juzik asked, not turning around. Cad put his palm flat on the window and banged it a few times to get Murd's attention. The Strill was in the courtyard, nose pointing into the wind, inhaling intriguing scents on the air. "How does it feel to have a Force user around all the time? Does it ever bother you?" What, that you might be doing mind tricks on me or something? Hilamar made faces at Cad. Or that I can't hide emotions from you? Not really. It's no different from the Strill. It can sense things I can't. I don't resent it for that. I hope I smell better. Hilamar studied him. If you were force sensitive and didn't train, would you develop powers anyway? Would you even know you had powers? Probably not. Juzik could feel the next question developing. The Jedi Council wouldn't have needed to test for midichlorians otherwise. You'd just find you understood people better than most, or had better hunches than your buddies, or terrific visuospatial awareness. You'd end up as a psychologist, a successful gambler, a pilot, a sports star. So, okay, you're thinking it might be a good idea not to develop Cad's skills. Am I right? I thought the idea was to teach him how to control them so that he didn't attract the wrong sort of attention. If he can just let them lie fallow and be none the wiser, that's an interesting dilemma. You're full of those. Hilamar looked at him with distinctly paternal tolerance. And so are you. I don't think it's different from encouraging any talent in a kid and then letting them choose how they use it. Except with the way Palpatine's going, it's a talent that's going to mean a death warrant. So carry on teaching him to keep it under wraps. Cad would know the truth about his mother in due course, but Juzik didn't feel any need to teach him Jedi lore. Cad could have his own personal link to the Force with no masters or lords to intercede or dictate the form it took. Didn't every living creature connect to it in some way? It was simply a matter of degree. I'm going to see what I can do for Arla today, Juzik said. You know I'm guessing my way through this, don't you? Welcome to the adventure of practicing medicine. Hilamar patted his shoulder as they walked away down the passage. You guess your way through repairing Phi's brain damage pretty well, so I shall watch and learn, Bardike. Juzik didn't need to see Arla Fett to work out how she was feeling on any given day. He could feel her in the Force. He sensed her much as he had at the Valorum Center for Violent Psychiatric Patients, a deeply troubled soul that manifested itself as jagged lines and harsh primary colors in his inner eye, confused and in pain, defying him to walk by and leave it to its misery. I rescued her. She's my responsibility. What's the point of swapping one locked ward for another? He paused in the corridor outside her room, still holding Cad on one hip. Hilamar stood well back. I'm scared to see what happens if we stop her meds, Juzik said. But I can't help wondering if they were more about keeping her docile for the center's benefit than to help her. Well, if I were dealing with homicidal patients, I admit I'd probably use the Zaloxapine Kosh, too. Hilamar shrugged. We could try tapering off the dose. But I'm not a shrink. Your Force senses can tell better than any doctor how she really feels. Juzik had tried to use the Force as little as possible when he left Coruscant, as if he could shrug off every trace of his Jedi past. It seemed an unfair advantage to have gifts that his clan brothers didn't. But he couldn't do it. It was like shutting his eyes to pretend he couldn't see to fit in with a community of the blind, temporary and artificial, always with the knowledge that he could open his eyes at any time, not so much equalizing the situation as trying to imagine what it might be like to lose that sense. He couldn't shut it off. The best he could do was be conscious of the ways he used his Force senses, and never exploit them. Some days she's calmer than others, whatever the dose, Juzik said. Well, it'll be a case of trial and error then. Cad reached out for Hilamar's hand and shook it with the grave politeness of a diplomat. You think Cad IK's going to help things? If I go in there with a small kid, it's clear I'm not going to hurt her. What if he reminds her too much of Jango? Is that going to upset her any more than seeing his clones? She wouldn't remember Django as an adult. But he was a kid when she last saw him, so she might recall looking after him at Cad's age. Well, let's see. Juzik knocked on the door. Nobody had locked it since Arla had arrived. The alarm system would kick in if she left the building, and, apart from Vav, nobody seemed concerned that she might harm anyone. She never wanted to come out anyway. Sometimes she tried to barricade the door from the inside with a chair or table. Whatever had made her kill didn't seem to make her go out looking for victims. Arla? It's Bardan. He waited. Kat slapped his palm on the door a few times. Would you like to come out for a walk with us? Get some fresh air? Silence. Juzik felt her wariness and confusion. The latter might have been put down to the mind-numbing dose of xyloxepine, of course. Okay, can I come in and see how you are? I've got Dr. Hilamar with me. Juzik opened the door. The internal doors at Kiramura were wooden and hinged, an ancient design that needed no power to operate them. In the most isolated parts of a largely rural planet with unreliable power supplies, that mattered. Arla Fett, 40-something, faded blonde, thin, so unlike her brother as to make her unrecognizable as a Fett, sat on the edge of the bed with a pillow clutched tightly to her chest. The bed was so neatly made, the sheets and covers so tightly tucked in, that it looked as if a soldier had done it. Juzik didn't even try to guess what had happened to her in the 30 or so years since her parents were murdered by the Death Watch for aiding Jaster Muriel. Does she know about Django? How do I even broach the subject? Good news, Arla, your brother survived the massacre. Bad news, he saw everyone he cared about slaughtered, he spent years in slavery, and he got killed by a Jedi in the end. Sorry about all that, Arla. No, he couldn't do that yet. The med center records he'd sliced on Coruscant said she'd been committed to the Valorum Center 10 years ago, no next of kin, no personal details beyond no fixed abode. And that was all long before the Clone Wars started. He doubted that the staff even knew she had a brother, let alone that he was Django Fett. Hilamar waited by the door. Even out of armor, he looked like a bruiser, and armor definitely upset Arla. How could she tell the difference between one Mando and another anyway? To her, they probably all spelled grief and trouble. Hi, Arla. Juzik stood back a couple of meters and made a fuss of Cad, taking the boy's hand and waving it at her. Say hi to Arla, Cad. Arla, you've seen Cad before, haven't you? He's a distant relative of yours. Careful, Ad-IKA, Hilamar murmured. Arla studied Cad's face with a slight frown. Cad gazed back at her, mesmerized, and for a moment Juzik couldn't work out if the kid was sensing something in the Force, or if he was just a curious kid like any other. What are you? She said at last, looking straight at Juzik. You're not a doctor. Juzik was surprised to hear her speak coherently, and in basic, too. She had a slight accent. And she made eye contact for a few moments, as normal as anyone. No, I don't know what I am, actually. A soldier, maybe? Juzik took a breath. I'd like to say I was a friend of your brother, but I never knew him. I'm just doing what I think he would have wanted, which is to get you well and help you make some kind of life for yourself. Arla stared at Cad, then glanced up at Juzik again. Where are you from? I don't know. She's asking every question I can't answer. I was taken from my folks when I was a baby. Are they dead? Oh boy. I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. Actually, that wasn't true. The Jedi Council records were now reduced to ashes. But his family name was probably real, and so Mariel or Jane could run a few searches in moments and track down worlds where the Juzik name was common. Juzik suspected he didn't want to know. He didn't need another conflicting identity. Clan Scarata was his family now, and he could shut out everything else. He had to. He could only handle one allegiance at a time, all or nothing. But he wondered if some spark would be struck if he ran into his own flesh and blood by chance. Biologists said closely related humans really could recognize one another by scent even if they didn't realize it, just like Silens and Kemlins. Maybe Arla knew deep down that the clones and Cad were her kin. Arla looked right through him. Well, my folks are dead. Tell you what, Juzik said. Put a coat on, and come out for a stroll with us. If you want to tell me about yourself, and your family, that would be good. She still stared. All things considered, this was an improvement. When are you going to make me drink that stuff? What stuff? The medicine. Not the capsules. The liquid that makes me have nightmares. Helamar kept his voice very calm, very quiet. They gave you something else at the Valorum Center then? Not just xyloxepine. Do you know what it was called? No. Are you still having nightmares? He asked. Not the same ones. More like bad dreams I can't understand. Most of the time I don't remember them, but I know I dreamed them. Helamar moved forward 2 slow steps. Juzik couldn't believe Arla was talking this lucidly. When she first arrived, she'd either been totally silent, or made no sense at all. If you were prepared to give me blood and hair samples, Helamar said, I could test it to see if any other drugs were still left in your system. You can't make me drink that stuff. Neviodi, we don't even have any to give you, whatever it is. All we've got is the xyloxepine the center gave us. Neviodi. Arla might have been familiar with the words. In Concordian, the Concord Dawn dialect of Mandoe, the phrase brother, sister, sounded very similar. She frowned at Helamar as if she was trying to focus on him rather than disapproving of what he'd asked. She's medicated out of her skull. We're going to have to be careful how we reduce that dose. Okay, she murmured. She rolled up her sleeve and held out her arm with the fold of her elbow uppermost, as if she'd had blood samples taken 100 times. Get it over with. Juzik began to hope. Arla was already improving simply for being out of that asylum. When he first met her, she cowered from all men. Now she was letting Helamar draw blood from her arm. Now you want to take that walk? Helamar asked. Arla shrugged. Maybe tomorrow. They didn't even have to send the samples away for analysis. With the small lab that Mariel had set up for Ko's Psi, and the assortment of medical equipment that Helamar had stolen from Republic Med Centers, Kiramorat could do most of its own lab work. The lab was situated opposite the Robopen, where a huge sow stood guard at the entrance to her shelter. It was a very Mando juxtaposition of high-tech and manure-scented agrarian life that hadn't changed since Canderous Ordo's day. Helamar shook the vial of black-red blood as he walked down the passage, pausing to hold it up to the sunlight slanting through one of the windows. Funny stuff, blood, he said. Chemically or spiritually? Both. And it's not thicker than water, whatever they say. She seems better this week. The other medication must be wearing off. Helamar opened the lab door. Yuthan's perfume wafted out, a subtle herbal scent that might have been shampoo. I'm wondering why they had her on 2 antipsychotics like that. Just saying that there might be a good reason. We'll find out, won't we? Juzik said, and left with Cad to ponder how little blood meant to him. Derelict Hunting Lodge, Olankar, the southwest coast of Mandalore's north continent. You're a suspicious man, so you are, Cal. Fen Shaisa brushed a layer of dust from the rough table and set a bottle of Tahar and 2 glasses in front of Skirata. The layer of dead insects on the windowsill suggested the hunting lodge hadn't been used for some time. Olankar was an awfully long way to come for a drink. It was a long way from the Imperial garrison, too, and that was the whole point. Keeps me alive, Skirata said. We could have had done this in Keldabe. Don't you trust your man, Nalor? We could have done this by calm, too, but you're the one who wanted to talk face to face. Skirata trusted Shaisa as much as he trusted anyone outside his family, but he didn't want to be seen with him too often. The man Nalor was known to the garrison commander. Skirata had to assume that one of the Stormies, or the Mungro officers, or even that inbred chinless decut of a commander, would get lucky and find out something sooner or later. Mandalorians were tight-lipped around outsiders. But nothing stayed a secret forever. Shaisa pulled the stopper from the bottle and poured 2 small glasses of Tahar. Skirata could smell the colorless liquor from the other side of the table, a wonderful velvety aroma of the ripe Varos fruits it had been distilled from. Every Tahar was different, made from whatever local fruit was available. Varos grew in the tropics, so this bottle was a rare treat. Your boy doesn't have to wait outside, Cal. Ordo just likes to keep an eye on things. Sensible lad. Shaisa sipped, frowning in concentration. But you could always change your Shabla armor. Imperials can't tell one Mando from another as long as you keep your Bicey on. Skirata raised his glass and gulped the liquor down in one. Koyasii. Koyasii. Shaisa went to pour top-ups, but Skirata placed his palm over the top of his glass. You think I'm buttering you up for something, Cal? Don't we know each other better than that? I don't think fast with a few drinks inside me. You don't need to think fast. You need to listen. You still want me and the Q Valdar to train your resistance, is that it? Resistance sounds a bit too romantic and hasty for my tastes. I'm thinking of it more as an intention to respond in kind if the Empire doesn't turn out to be the reliable and reasonable tenant any self-respecting Mandalore would want. But that's not why we're talking. Shaisa was a reluctant Mandalore, which was a healthy attitude as far as Skirata was concerned. He'd stepped up because he had to. After 3 years without Jango Fett, without a chieftain of chieftains, the clans were getting too used to the idea of having no compass, and there was a fine line between free-thinking independence and chaos. But Shaisa wasn't there to run the place like some erratic bureaucrat. He was there to provide focus, and he had plenty of that. He was a determined man when he found something worth pursuing. Skirata was still waiting to find out what it was. Okay, I'll have that second Tahar if you're still offering, Skirata said. Shaisa smiled to himself and poured 2 more glasses before taking a datapad out of his belt pouch and shoving it across the dusty table. Skirata picked it up. Business is good, Cal. The Empire wants to spend. It's just the nature of their shopping list that's giving me a few concerns, so it is. Skirata sipped the Tahar, scrolling through the messages and purchase orders on the pad, noting the usual bounty hunting business and contracts for mercenary units. Nothing surprising there. That was how Mandalorians had put food on their tables for generations. What caught Skirata's eye was the document addressed to Mundo Motors, closely followed by the offer of 800 million credits for Beskar mining rights in the Tokush region. Initially, we require 300 operational prison ships with Beskar enhancements. The contract will be for refurbishment of those vessels mothballed since the last action against the Jedi, as well as construction of new vessels. We also wish to place orders for specialist equipment made from Beskar, including manacles, holding cages, security doors. So Palps wants Beskar, Skirata said, sliding the pad back to Shaisa. But unless he's up against Force users, why does he need it? Mundane creatures like us can be kept in check pretty well with heavy-gauge durasteel at a fraction of the price. Shaisa raised his glass and winked. It's a serious case of overkill. And a lot of creds for the privilege. A few $100 million. A few weeks' interest on the Skirata Clone Resettlement Fund. But you don't need to know that, Fen, much as I like you. Even if you are my man Alor. You're worried. Please tell me you're worried. Cautious, let's say. Who's he afraid of? Maybe just us, on account of us having the Beskar and knowing how to use it. We haven't fought the Sith for millennia. You know that Shakar's a Sith, don't you? I'd guessed as much from the word I'm hearing about some big fella with a red lightsaber. Vader. But he's wiped out pretty well all the Jedi. Skirata hoped that Shaisa put his paws down to the alcohol. Shaisa could have had no idea that Atane had been a Jedi, or that Kiramorat was now crawling with Force users. Some Sith feud? If Palps was having a misunderstanding with other dark side folk, we'd have known about that by now. Maybe he's buying up Beskar to stop anyone else from rearming against him. Apart from mercenaries, Mandalore's only exports worth a cred were its unique iron, and the secret metalworking skills to make the most of its resistance to lightsabers and Force tactics. Even Skirata wasn't privy to what went on in the forges, and he prided himself on being able to get hold of any information he liked. He only knew that without Mando artisans, Palps wouldn't get his creds worth for the Beskar. That was starting to look more like a liability than a trump card. Remember the royal tomb builders on Belukit? The ones the kings enslaved and shot so they wouldn't tell anyone how to rob the tombs? I hadn't missed the similarities, Naviode. If the whole Jedi Order couldn't stop Palpatine, there can't be many Force-using threats left to worry him. Shaisa held his glass up to the light slanting through the grimy window, squinting with one eye to examine the clarity of the tihar before inhaling the aroma like a connoisseur. There's a little list, so there is, Cal. He sipped appreciatively and shut his eyes for a moment, as if the bliss of the flavor had overwhelmed him. Maybe he just realized how big a job he'd taken on. A few escaped Jedi, his own dark side minions, if they get out of line, all the little sects that went underground to avoid the Jedi, and the unlucky individuals who just happened to get born Force-sensitive. Oh, and folks in places like Heroin Cal, where everyone's got the talent. I wouldn't be buying any real estate there if I were you, not unless you like your front yard all charred and glassy. Suddenly you're the expert on midichlorians. Shaisa paused. There's an interesting word. There's no point trying to wipe out Force sensitivity. Skirata tried to brazen it out, worried that he'd now revealed he knew a little too much about Force users. Where do you think Jedi come from? They don't have families, for the most part. Force stuff just shows up. He knows that. The point isn't whether it's true, but whether he believes it is. Maybe he wants to stamp out the training. If a sensitive isn't trained, then they can't do all the clever stuff like telekinesis and mind-bending. You know quite a bit about this midichlorian business yourself then, Cal. Skirata felt his scalp tighten. He'd played this game of verbal sabacc with too many beings over the years, and it made him assume the worst rather than anything at face value. He was usually right. When he was wrong, well, it was safer than the alternative, and he was prepared to lose a few friends rather than risk something far worse. I've worked with enough Jedi over the last few years, Skirata said carefully. For a second or two, he felt regret for General Zay, who'd had the makings of a decent human being if only he could have been cured of that Jedi Osik. You pick it up as you go along. Ah, that'd be right. So you would. Shaisa went quiet and poured a third tihar for himself. He tilted the bottle at Skirata in a mute offer of a top-up, but Skirata shook his head. If he wanted to get completely Harik Bialik, tired and emotional, as Mandoade called it, then he'd wait until he got home. He really needed his wits about him now. The silence was seductive. It was all too easy to fall into it and fill the gap by volunteering information. But Skirata had played that game before, too. He could sit it out in silence. What kind of Mando am I? A Mando with a Force-sensitive grandson, and an ex-Jedi who's as dear to me as my own sons, that's what. And a Mando who isn't going to drop his boys into another war they didn't volunteer for. Shaisa let the silence go on for a while, then tipped his chair back on two legs to put his boots up on a nearby stool. It was always a matter who could sit and wait the longest. See, Cal, I recall meeting an unusual young fella in the Audiobook not so long ago, he said at last. One of the Jedi generals who loved our stylish Beskergam so much that he left the Jedi Order for a Baroya's way of life. Ah, there's dedication to fashion. He tapped his datapad and held it for Skirata to see. The screen showed an Imperial bounty list with a grainy security cam image of a very young, bearded, long-haired Juzik in his Jedi robes. This dashing wee warrior? So that was what Shaisa really wanted to talk about. Skirata couldn't deny it. The wanted list had been widely circulated among the bounty-hunting community, so Juzik was hardly a secret. But Juzik had an altercation with Sul right under Shaisa's nose. It was hard to dismiss. Yeah, that's General Juzik, Skirata said. The glow of the tihar vanished from his gut, and ice took its place. He objected to using clones and told the Jedi Order where to shove its conscience. Now, if you were on your comlink speed dial, for the sake of argument, you'd let me know, would you not, Cal? No. Skirata stayed genial, but he couldn't lie now. He could only stall. I would not. Shaisa paused, but the faint smile never left his face. We don't get too many Mando Force sensitives, which is a bit unlucky, given how many worlds our fine population's drawn from. Imagine how handy it'd be to have some Mandoade who could use the Force. Imagine, Skirata said. But one Force user in armor isn't going to help us much against Palpatine. The whole Jedi Order couldn't stop him. I was thinking longer term. Maybe young General Juzik will have plenty of kids who take after him. No. I didn't ask a question, Cal. Shaisa knew. He knew. Well, it didn't take a clairvoyant to work out the association, just a friendly chat with the staff in the Audiobook. Skirata stood his ground. If anyone knew how to breed for Force sensitivity, they would have done it by now, he said. We've survived well enough against Force users for 5,000 years without it. It's not a deficiency. It's what we are. Fine sentiments, but they won't be much comfort when the Empire decides we're a problem. And they will. We'd be better off relying on Verpine tech and a bit of honest sweat than on genetics. Makes us no better than Urutais, than Jedi, with their genetic superiority. No thanks. Shaisa wore his patient look now, a slight but well-meaning frown. I hate to spoil that fine illusion, Cal, but take a look around you at the Mandoade. A mixed bunch, and no mistake, but don't you think we've self-selected and bred a hardy, stubborn type? What's the difference? That's not the same as trying to produce Force users. Skirata said, trying very hard not to lose his temper. He was angry with himself, not Shaisa. He knew he'd already lost the argument. We've bred an attitude, fen, self-reliance, tenacity, guts. That's not in the genes. He tapped his temple. It's available to anyone who is willing to work for it. It's up here. I'll be sure to tell Palps that when he rolls in with a whole fleet of warships. We'll just think hard and see him off. Skirata waited for the inevitable question, and knew that if Shaisa asked it then it would be the last time he spoke to the man. That scared him. It told him that he put his own wishes above his people. This wasn't how Munin Skirata had raised him. Communal responsibility. That was the watchword. A Mandalorian who thought only of himself wasn't a Mandoad at all. But I look out for my clan. Clans build the people. Can't have one without the other. Cal, I'm just asking you for Mandy aim, Shaisa said. If you ever run into this Juzik, and he still thinks of himself as one of us, then he's got skills we'll need in years to come. Skirata felt his world shrink. His focus shifted so that the rest of the shabby hut was a blur, but Shaisa was so sharply vivid that Skirata could see every pore and hair. We could sit out this trouble. Go anywhere. Juziks earn some peace, every bit as much as my boys. But if I mention this to him, he'll think it's his duty. I can't help you, Mandalore, Skirata said. Ah, well, I was just asking, just in case you ever saw him. Shaisa shrugged. Anyway, if any of your fine clone boys are minded to do a little bit of observation, seeing as they can pass for Stormies easy enough, then I'd be grateful. Skirata knew that Shaisa couldn't have guessed just how much espionage the clones could do. He hoped it didn't show on his face. But he still couldn't bring himself to commit them to Shaisa's fledgling resistance. Everyone thought the ends of their own cause justified its means. But that was where Skirata had to draw the line, even when he didn't want to. If he made that choice for the clones, he was no better than a Jedi general. He wasn't even sure that he could face asking them. They'd say yes, just like Juzik, he knew it. They'd do anything for him. It'll be their decision, Skirata said. If I've struggled to give those Adike anything, Fen, it's a choice. Shaisa looked at him for a long time, not a trace of frustration or disappointment on his face, and then pushed the bottle toward him. I appreciate your time, Cal, he said. Keep the Tahar. It was a clear glass bottle. No tracking device could have been hidden in it, but Skirata was too wary to accept it. Save it for next time, he said, knowing there might never be one. I'll keep you supplied with intelligence. Just accept that I'm dealing with things you're better off not knowing about for the time being. A terrible feeling of finality almost overwhelmed him. He was tempted to offer Shaisa some concession out of sheer guilt that he hadn't leapt to offer everything he had to protect Mandalore against the Empire. How can I fail the Mandalore at a time like this? What would my father think of me? Skirata had vast resources at his disposal now, from wealth to bioweapons to Jedi blood, whatever use that would actually be. The Risolner, the 6 tenets of Mandalorian identity, said he was obliged to look after his kids, his clan, and his culture, and to rally to the Mandalore in times of need. Shaisa smiled. I trust you, Cal. It was one hell of a knife to twist in Skirata's gut. He clasped Shaisa's forearm in farewell, the traditional Mando grip with the hand just below the elbow, and left. The speeder was parked nearby. The hatch popped as he got closer, and he could see Ordo sitting in the pilot's seat, arms folded. Ordo raised one eyebrow a fraction. What's wrong, Calbear? Let's get out of here and I'll tell you. Nobody's been near you, have they? Nowhere near the ship? If you're asking if anyone's had the chance to slap a tracking device on us, no, they haven't. The place is deserted. The drive started up, rising from a low rumble to a high-pitched whine before the speeder lifted into the air. It's a bad sign when you don't trust your own man, Alor, Ordo said, confirming Skirata's guilt. What did you want? Skirata wrestled with his divided conscience, knowing which part would win but not feeling proud of that. Too much, he said. 5. Controlling a population is an economical business. We have 26 Imperial enforcement officers overseeing Osner, a city of 1 million beings. 90% of the reports of anti-Imperial activity and crime comes from the good citizens themselves spying on their neighbors and denouncing them. The biggest task we face is sifting that information. Far from having to be coerced, far from struggling under the so-called yoke of Imperial oppression, the average galactic citizen is only too happy to seize the opportunity to settle scores or merely make a show of being loyal. And I guarantee that in years to come, they will deny all knowledge of doing so. Armand Isard, Director of Imperial Intelligence. Imperial City. Enin didn't accompany Niner to Imperial security to deliver the data chip. He stayed in the shuttle, hunched in the pilot's seat. I'm waiting here until I get an answer about Bry, he said, answering the unasked question. He picked up the comm mic from the console. I want them to treat him right. Ops, I want to speak to the Special Unit Duty Officer. Now. Treating Bry right meant cremation, the traditional funeral for Corellians in exile. Enin and Bry seemed every bit as Corellian as Omega Squad and the Nulls were Mandalorian. Niner was reminded just how central the Q Valdar training sergeants and the cultures they brought with them had been in shaping the clones they raised. Niner ushered Darman off the shuttle. Let's get this chip off our hands. Who are we delivering it to? Darman looked back over his shoulder as they walked away from the shuttle. Don't we just give it to CUIS? Niner consulted his datapad again. It definitely said to deliver the material personally to Imperial Security's IT division, part of the anti-terrorist unit, and not to deviate. The last thing he saw as he walked away from the landing strip was an Imperial commander, a tall, thin guy, jogging toward the vessel. Niner hoped he was the sympathetic type. Enin wasn't in a negotiating mood. Niner took a waiting speeder bike, and they headed for the IS offices. Someone could get some data off that chip, he was sure. If only he could make contact with Jane, or Mariel. Those two could do just about anything with information technology, most of it illegal and dangerous. But he'd lost contact with them. The Imperial comm codes and firewalls had all changed, and as far as he knew the Nulls were safe and well on Mandalore with Phi, CORR, and Aten. He missed them all. He tried hard not to dwell on that. It left him churning over the whole idea of desertion, which had seemed totally wrong at first, and then started feeling a lot more right as the war reached its final days. He'd psyched himself up to go at last, and then, the moment was snatched away. He still wanted to go. He hadn't changed his mind. And neither Jane nor Mariel would have been much interested in helping the Empire catch renegades even if they'd been around to help. They let us out without a spook, Darman said. They trust us more than I thought. Niner measured every word carefully, still not sure if his helmet comm kit was bugged. It was starting to get to him now. He felt under siege, uneasy, violated. Maybe he was paranoid in the medical sense, though, not just over-careful, and this was how really crazy people felt. He just didn't know. He took off his helmet and switched off all the comms. Replacement for Bry, he said, changing the subject. Enin's going to have a hard time of it. Let's help him along best we can, Dar. We've got to work with a new guy, too. As long as it's nobody from Rose Squads, that's fine by me. Might get one of the cross-trained meat cans instead, like Core. Changing the dynamics of a four-man squad was never easy. Omega had worked out fine in the end, but losing a brother and absorbing a new one always upset the harmony for a while. Don't worry about it. We won't be here long enough, Dar. We're leaving. Soon. Darman was having one of his it's not happening days. Niner could see him straining to be the normal Dar again. Most of the time he managed it, but when his attention wandered, the pain was visible in his eyes. His expression didn't match his tone of voice. Amazing how fast they can change things when they want to. Darman nodded at signage on the walls as they passed. Imperial security, it said. Shame they couldn't have managed that speed and efficiency during the Republic. Imperial security was another new label on an old box. The Information Technology Center was an old Coruscant Security Force Divisional HQ. The new organization had swallowed up chunks of the old CSF, mostly the detective and counterterrorism side, but Niner wasn't sure why Palpatine needed both the civilians in IS and the military Imperial intelligence to do a similar job. Maybe he wanted them to spy on each other to stay sharp. Perhaps he was just such a dyed-in-the-wool politician that his instinctive way to deal with anything was to create new departments with confusing titles. Niner didn't think there were enough shady characters, revolutionaries, and terrorists to keep two big departments busy. They'd be fighting over suspects. Ah. I get it now. That's why he's doing it. They reached the turbolift lobby through another set of key-coded doors. The sign said please remove helmets for security purposes, a remnant of the time when folks thought manners mattered. I already did, Darman said. I bet they don't get many Mando visitors. Niner made a conscious effort to play down his associations with Mandalore now. He wasn't ashamed of being Mandalorian, and he had no reason to think that Mandalore was regarded with suspicion, but something told him to keep his mouth shut about it and go gray, the intelligence service's phrase for not drawing attention to yourself. His wariness was about more than the secret he had to keep. He had a feeling that Mandalorians would eventually be regarded as trouble, because they didn't like belonging to anything, republics, empires, or anything with rules they didn't have a say in making. Sooner or later, that was going to make Mandalore a liability. He could see it coming. Darman looked back at the doors as they snapped shut behind him. I hope this isn't where we find out we're enemies of the Empire and get banged up for life. Don't be daft, Niner said. A couple of droids whirred past him and ignored both commandos. They'd send us to Imperial intelligence for that. You always make me feel so much better. Niner stepped into the open turbolift and consulted the floor directory on the control panel. 40th floor. Nice view. The turbolift left Niner's stomach at the ground floor. He wanted to talk to Darman about SACUIS, and how the agent gave him the creeps, but he didn't dare. All the little safety valves a clone had, grumbling, off-color jokes, outright dissent, were denied to him now. If anything finally tipped him over the edge, it was going to be that. When the lift doors opened again, Niner stepped out into an even more deserted lobby, without even droids wandering around, only a muffled carpeted quiet with the faint trembling sensation of a million machines simmering just under the threshold of his hearing. The view from the wraparound windows wasn't all that great, unless you liked staring at the headquarters of the Capital Reclamation and Sanitation Company. Niner turned to his left, following the signs on the wall, and pressed the entry button on yet another key-coded security door. It slid open and he stepped inside, Darman right behind him. My, don't you two look spiffy, said a familiar voice from somewhere behind a server rack. Darman spun around, looking for the source. Niner peered around the rack. Captain? No rest for the wicked Niner. Jalor Obrim held out his hand with a sad smile. Good to see you again, son. And you, Darman? There was no reason to be surprised to see Obrim here, but he was a face from the recent and dangerous past. Niner's first thought was to pray that he could keep his mouth shut. It was a crazy thought. Obrim had as much to lose as they did, maybe more. The man had bent every rule in the book for Skirata, and probably a few that weren't in the book at all. Obrim had turned more blind eyes than an Alderaanian Argus, leaked classified information, gone selectively deaf, made inconvenient bodies disappear, and generally supported Skirata in whatever scam he had going. He diverted CSF resources to Spring 5 from the med center, and sheltered him while Skirata arranged to get him off Coruscant. That was probably only the tip of the iceberg in terms of the stunts he'd pulled to cover Skirata's backside. The two veterans were best buddies, and CSF, the old CSF, at least, had been so close to Skirata and the Nulls that it had been hard to tell where one ended and the other began. Yes, Obrim had a lot to lose. Niner was surprised that he hadn't disappeared in the purge. He definitely didn't have the right stuff to be one of Palpatine's men, that was certain, but then maybe Palpatine still thought of him as the good old reliable Captain Obrim of the Senate Guard. He didn't realize just how much Obrim enjoyed being a cop. Niner took Obrim's outstretched hand and shook it. His knuckles turned white from the pressure. You don't fancy the new red armor then? I'd look a complete idiot in it. Obrim patted his gut, which was straining a little under a plain tan tunic. No, the Imperial Guard can do without me. I'd never fit in the suit now. Besides, the Emperor wants fit and dedicated young stormtroopers to do the job, and I'm an old street cop at heart. How about you? There was so much unsaid at that moment, so much tension in the air, all born of shared guilt and a lot of memories that ranged from the best times ever to pure abject grief. Niner glanced at Darman to see if meeting Obrim again had rubbed on that ever-on nerve. Obrim was there when Attain died. Is he going to mention it? How can we not? We're called Squad 40 now, Darman said. Dull, isn't it? Obrim looked as if he'd had a reprieve, but only a temporary one. Great for picking lottery numbers. He gestured at them to follow. Let me show you what the tech boys can do with that data chip you rescued. There was no mention of Skirata, no questions about Phi, and not even a mention of Niner's paralyzing spinal injury, none of the friendly routine chat that might have been expected if Obrim hadn't known what had really gone on in the latter months of the war. And he'd almost certainly seen the death warrant list, but he didn't mention that, either. The techs, who might have been droids for all Darman knew, weren't around when Obrim opened the inner lab door, and it definitely wasn't CF break time. He punched in another security code and led Niner and Darman into a room full of test benches with chip readers, scopes, meters, and probes at every workstation. He sat down at one of them and tapped the controls. The screen filled with prompts to insert a new chip. No, Obrim said. I'm not good with this kind of thing, but the techies tell me proper erasure can take hours, even a whole day if it's a big capacity chip. Can't just hit the delete button like they do in the holovids. I couldn't find any visible files on it, Niner said. But then we don't usually carry forensic devices. Well, maybe your Jedi managed to erase everything, or maybe he didn't, but even if he did, there are mechanical ways of reconstructing data on files. Stuff that software can't even do. Darman's eyes flickered between the screen and Obrim's face. Niner watched them both struggling to ignore the unsaid thing on their minds. He also saw Obrim reach casually into a drawer and pull out a stack of new data chips in a flimsoplast wrapper. The captain opened it like a packet of candy and threw the bald wrapper into the bin under the desk. Well, Camus wiped it, all right, Obram said. Niner leaned over his shoulder. The screen looked a lot like his chip reader, empty. Why don't you grab a cup of CAF, lads? I'm going to be a while. Now, do I remember Camus? Don't think I ever met him. Obram gestured to a seating area in the far corner of the lab. There was a CAF dispenser there, and the second most seductive lure in the galaxy for any clone, a plate of cookies, cakes, and nut bars. Darman seemed distracted by the promise of sugar-laden calories and drifted in their direction. Obram crooked his finger at Niner. Is he okay? Obram's whisper was barely a breath. Niner strained to hear even this close. He doesn't look it. No, he's not himself. Okay. I talk to you then. Got it? Niner had to think about that for a couple of seconds. Then he got the idea. This was, after all, Calbert's confidant and occasional quartermaster. Deals were done under tables. Niner went to claim his free snacks, but kept an eye on Obram. He could just about see his screen from the seating area if he leaned at the right angle. He caught a glimpse of something suddenly scrolling down the screen that looked like a list of files. It could have been diagnostics, of course. Niner wasn't Jane. This was a magician's trick to him. I never knew Obram was all technical, Darman said, topping up his cup. Neither did I. He wants to ask, doesn't he? What? He wants to ask me how I am. To say how sorry he is. But he's too embarrassed. So Dar was having a lucid moment, admitting to his grief. I think he doesn't want to upset you, Nviod. Or talk about things that might be overheard. You and your surveillance conspiracy theories, Darman said, but his tone sounded as if he thought it was a reasonable doubt to have. Niner's eyes never left Obram. He could only see the top half of the screen, not the surface of the desk, and he tried to guess what was going on that he couldn't see. Eventually Obram stood up and nodded to him. Dar, stock up on the freebies, will you? Niner pointed at the pile of delicacies, not the kind of treats the Empire laid on for clones. They were worth filching. I'm sure IS won't mind feeding the starving of the 501st. On it, Darman said, and began slipping food into his belt pouches. That would keep him distracted for a couple of minutes. Niner had shared every thought and fear with Darman since their first mission on Kalura, but right now he felt, just as Obram seemed to, that Dar was safer not knowing something. What exactly? Skirata trusted Obram with his life, with everyone's life. So Niner would too. He leaned over Obram and listened. On the desktop, data chips lay fanned out with some sheets of flimsy. Obram fidgeted with them, frowning at the display. He managed to wipe nearly everything except the operating system, and then he had a try at trashing that. Obram showed Niner a list of confusing file names that could have been anything. He's really mangled it. Useful? Obram had that look, a hint of a twinkle in his eye that Niner had seen before when he was up to something. I was hoping it would have information on a rebel escape network, maybe like the Whiplash Underground. It could have led us to all kinds of folks trying to evade the Empire. Jedi, civvy pilots, mercenaries, their arms deals, their finance routes. Obram sighed and rattled the data chips in his cupped palms like he was at a casino. But Camus erased it completely. They say a Varandi scanning microscope can detect deleted data in the actual chip structure and recover it, but I think that's complete OSIC, personally. Obram had picked up the odd Mandoy profanity from Skirata. Niner took another second to catch on again, and realized he had to stop being literal. This was Jalar Obram, for goodness sake. He'd defied Palpatine to get Skirata off Coruscant, and he was still here to tell the tale. And he was still watching Skirata's back, even now. Jedi, Civi pilots, deserters, mercenaries. Yes, I get it, Captain. Niner had no idea what was accidentally hidden on that chip. Maybe not accidentally at all. But he knew that whatever was coming next, he needed to contact Jang at any cost. Sounds like a myth to me, Niner said. Verandi, you say? Yeah. And you'd need a phenomenally gifted techie to make anything of it, even if it could be done. I don't think we've got anyone like that, even in Imperial City. Shame, Niner said, gut churning. Nothing else you can do with the chip now, then? He got the fact that this was a message. The trouble was that he didn't know what it said or how to transmit it. Then Obrim shrugged, pulled the chip from the docking port, and stared at it. Not much, he said. And he palmed it. He palmed it so skillfully that it vanished for a moment among the other identical chips he was fiddling with on the desktop. But I'll log it as evidence anyway. Chain of custody and all that. Obrim shook Niner's hand again, with both hands, and nodded a few times. Niner felt something rigid press against the palm of his glove. Instinctively, he closed his fingers around it as he withdrew his hand, and folded his arms. You did well to even salvage this. Obrim put the data chip, a data chip, back in the docking port and tapped the screen. See? Just part of the operating system left. I'm really sorry about your buddy. But please, Niner, don't feel his sacrifice was wasted. Something positive can come out of this. That wasn't Obrim, not at all. He was a man who could silence a room just by walking into it. He didn't get sentimental with people. He was a hard-nosed cop, even by CSF standards, a man with nerve. Niner adjusted his gauntlets, slipping the chip inside the right one with his left thumb as he did so. Thanks, Captain, he said. We're looking forward to working with you again. Obrim slapped his shoulder. Me too, lad. You know you can count on us. Anything for our boys. Dar's nicked all your cakes, Captain. Like I say, anything. Darman gave Niner an odd look as the turbolift shot down to ground level. Niner was busting to tell him what had gone on, how he now had some vital data that he needed to get to Jang if only he could find him. But his gut reminded him that the safest thing for everyone was to keep it to himself until the last minute. I'll give Enon some of the stash. Darman opened one of his pouches and checked his haul of goodies. Not the Warren nut slices, though. I call dibs on those. You reckon they've got hidden surveillance cams up there? We'll find out if they raid the barracks tonight and confiscate your Warren nuts. Obrim must have assumed there was constant surveillance as well, or at least the serious risk of it, if he'd gone through this charade so carefully. It made Niner feel a lot better. He wasn't paranoid, not in a crazy way. The Empire really was out to get him. Kiramorat Mandalore. Bethany held the sheet of Harshan dough up to the light with both hands. New York, is that thin enough? New York peered up at it. Bethany was as tall as Ordo, a head taller than New York and Scout. Can you see through it? Rav says you have to be able to see your betrothal ring through it. Sort of. Well, it looks okay to me. If it's supposed to bake hard, then how do they use it as dry rations? Bethany held up the sheet of dough between her fingertips like laundry. They couldn't get that in a backpack. You roll it up before you cook it, Ruz said. Then you soak it in water to make it soft again. Wow. Fascinating. They were making unfamiliar food to mark the start of the thaw. It wasn't a festival as New York understood one, just an impromptu meal taken outside because the weather was no longer cold enough to weld skin to metal. It still felt freezing to her. But she could definitely sense what Scarata and the others could smell on the air: spring. Bethany plowed on making more harshen bread. She wasn't one of nature's chefs, but she tried so hard that it hurt. New York felt sorry for her. She was a clever, strikingly beautiful girl from the city who didn't really fit in this frontier kind of life, but she was determined to be the perfect Mando wife for Ordo. She threw herself into the culture. She was learning to cook the food, wear the armor, and even fight. Either the culture attracted those who needed identity, or it was so overwhelming that it swallowed those it touched. New York wondered how long it would be before she, too, was dragged in by its gravity. It might have been partly down to Scarata, of course. He had a talent for gathering people around him, even the most unlikely beings, and making them feel like family. While Bethany wrestled with dough, and Scout and Russ sliced the haunch of Shachul that Murd and Vav had hunted, New York made a gatli from scratch, following a recipe on a data pad propped on the kitchen table. The coin-sized crumbly cookies weren't a Mandalorian recipe. They were quaddy, fiddly and insubstantial, nothing like the practical and filling cuisine here. Scarata came from Quat. She knew that. He'd mentioned it just once, and that had intrigued her, because she hadn't realized just what a mixed bag Mandalorians were. Until they took off their helmets, they all looked the same to her. She knew better now. Beings, humans, Togorians, Weequays, Twi'leks, all kinds of species, but mainly humans, came in at one end and emerged as Mandos at the other. New York still couldn't work it out. There was no enforcement, no rule book beyond some very basic stuff about language, armor, and making kids, everyone's kids, the center of your life, but somehow they all ended up essentially Mandalorian, just with fascinating variety in accent and food. Everything else was jettisoned. One day, she'd understand it. In the meantime, she worked on the principle that Scarata recalled enough of his very early childhood in Quat City to appreciate a homemade delicacy he probably hadn't tasted for more than 50 years. Scout kept looking out the window. "What are they doing?" "Meshgaroya," Bethany said. "The beautiful game. That's what they call it here. Biolo ball. Lemmy. The ground's thought enough to play. They haven't got enough players for 2 teams. Oh, that won't stop them. Good grief, is Lasima going to play?" Scout seemed horrified. "And Joka?" "I think they're going to be line judges. Parja's refereeing." "What line?" "It's just grass and mud out there." Bethany and Ra laughed. Meshgaroya was a Mandalorian obsession and certainly seemed to get a lot of boisterous energy out of their systems. When New York looked out of the window, she was surprised to see Kina Ha and Yuthan sitting in the shelter of the courtyard wall, shrouded in scarves, chatting. Scarata had told New York that Kaminoans didn't like sunlight and preferred endless rain and permanently overcast skies like their homeworld, but Kina Ha didn't seem bothered by the weak late winter sun. She did, however, have a peaked cap to shield her eyes. She's doing well. Cal hasn't pulled a knife on her yet. Even Mariel's being icily polite. Shame, Bethany murmured. What is? Wouldn't it be perfect if Attain was here? All New York could do was nod. In the last few weeks, Attain's absence hung over every meal and conversation. Mandalorians tended to talk openly about dead loved ones as if they were still part of the clan, but it was clearly still too raw for anyone here to keep mentioning her name as often as they thought it. New York was pretty sure that it overshadowed every happy moment. She could see it on their faces every time they looked at Cad. I never knew her. I can't join in. Okay, let's get this stuff in the oven, and it should be ready by halftime. Or full time. New York, check the chrono. Whenever that is. Cad kicked the ball around under the watchful eye of Marquet. It was more like running at the ball, colliding with it, and then chasing it, but he was giggling happily. New York was relieved to see him behaving like a normal toddler. Sometimes he seemed so serious and grim that she wondered if a carefree infancy had passed him by somehow, and that all Force users were doomed to be plugged directly into the awful reality of existence from birth, whether they wanted to be or not. She could see it in Juzik and Scout sometimes. Their eyes could make them look older than time. She couldn't define it. No doubt Kinaha's gaze gave away her Force user status too, but New York had no idea what a normal Kaminoan's eyes looked like, and anyway, Kinaha was ancient. Biolo ball hadn't even been invented when I was young, Kinaha said. Not that anyone played it on Kamino when it was invented, of course. New York couldn't tell if she was being deliberately funny or not. Muriel's expression suggested he'd never met a Kaminoan with a sense of humor he could recognize, and the jury was still out. Come on, Cat Ika. New York lifted Cat onto her hip. Let the big kids play with the ball now. Vi tossed the ball in the air and headed it as if he was checking that he could still do it. Love us, love our game. I'll get used to it. Even Vav joined in. New York watched, waiting for the crunch of old bones whenever Scarata and Helamar were tackled by one of the clones. The lads were big, fast, and exceptionally fit, far too fit for the veteran sergeants. New York could see a little midlife crisis raising its graying head there. But maybe the crazy old Barvas just loved playing Meshgaroya, and the risk of a painful trouncing from the youngsters wasn't enough to stop them. The shouts and indignant appeals for penalties sent Murd into an excited frenzy. The Strill slapped its whip-like tail on the ground and squealed to itself, occasionally racing around what seemed to be the edge of the pitch in its imagination. Cad watched the game intently, fist held to his mouth. Vav went for a high ball and headed it down between two bushes that seemed to be the only goal. He roared triumphantly. Offside! CORR protested. New York had no idea how he worked out where the goal was, let alone whether Vav had broken some rule. She didn't really get the game at all. Ref, that was offside. Parja allowed the goal, pointing imperiously toward a non-existent center spot. Wasn't. Play on. Devious old men won, fit young upstarts nil, Vav said smugly. But he looked seriously out of breath. Kinaha seemed more engrossed in the Strill than the game. But Jilka was paying more attention to CORR than keeping up with the play, and Yithan was watching Helamar. It was interesting to see how fast relationships of all kinds were beginning to form. It's a closed world here. No strangers. We stick to the folks we trust. She realized that meant herself, too. Did Scarata even need anyone? He was completely obsessed with his kids. It was hard to see a gap where she might fit in. She'd always feel like an intruder. I'm going to check on those cookies, she said to Bethany. It's all too complicated for me. As she turned and walked back toward the kitchen doors, she caught sight of a face at one of the slit windows. Arla was watching. She didn't look quite as blank and lost as she had when she first arrived. If anything, she looked increasingly baffled and agitated, and New York wondered how anyone was going to be able to explain to her what had happened to her brother, and who the clones really were. Would she see them as nephews? From what New York knew of Mandalorians, there was no reason to suppose she would, but then Ala wasn't a Mando. She was Concordian. They weren't the same thing at all. New York smiled and waved, but Ala just looked startled and fluttered her fingers, as if she was mimicking a foreign language. It must have been a long time since anyone had shown any personal concern for her. The Agatli cookies were evenly browned and looked pretty good, New York had to admit. She slid them off the tray onto a plate and tried one. Was this how the things were supposed to turn out? She had no idea, but the vital touch was a spice, the seeds and dried stamens of a quadi plant, and she'd bought the ingredients on her last cargo run to the Quat shipyards. That had been before the night of the Jedi Purge, long before she was even conscious of the fact that she had a very soft spot for Skirata. Insane. Completely insane. But we're all a long time dead, right? Life has to be lived. Especially when all we've known for too long is bereavement. New York arranged the cookies on a tray with a few other treats, UJ cake and cubes of herb-flavored local cheese, and composed herself before walking out into the yard again. She never felt this foolish in her life. Try telling them you're just passing through now. Folks who pass through don't do this sort of thing. Hey, half-time! Jane called. New York checked her chrono. You've got another 10 minutes, she said. Food, Vi said. Ori Scran. The clones had impressive appetites, and everything stopped for food, even the beautiful game. New York placed the tray on an old ammo crate in the yard and batted Vi's fingers away from the cookies. Your dad has first call on those. She ruffled Vi's hair and shoved a slice of UJ cake in his mouth to appease him. This is a special surprise. Come on, Cal. Tell me what you think of these. Skirata stared at the cookies for a few moments. Maybe she'd made them the wrong shape. But Juzik, Scout, and Kinaha all looked toward him at the same moment, even though he hadn't moved a muscle. They could sense something. Oh boy. I've got something seriously wrong. Quat was a strange world. On one hand, it was heavy engineering and the height of modern technology. On the other, it was feudal and caste-ridden, with its merchant noblewomen relying on servant consorts to father their heirs. The society repelled her. Skirata must have been a small child when he left Quat, too young to know about that kind of thing, but she wouldn't have been surprised to find that his loathing of nobility, privilege, and exploitation had its roots there. It was everything that Mandalore wasn't. Skirata leaned over the tray a little and inhaled. Then he picked up a cookie, bit into it, and closed his eyes. Cat reached out to him with both hands, squirming in Juzik's arms to touch his grandfather. It was then that New York saw the tears beating along Skirata's eyelashes. He swallowed with difficulty. Shab, that takes me back. I'm sorry, she said. Don't be. They're perfect. Smell brought memories back faster than anything. New York knew Skirata had been adopted by a mercenary who found him living like a little wild animal in the rubble of a war zone. It was a big mistake to assume that everyone's childhood was one long sun-warmed idyll. For most of the clan here, their early years had been full of fear and the threat of death, so making anyone recall that kind of past was asking for trouble. Skirata turned and walked around the courtyard, head down, while everyone else ate. He wasn't usually self-conscious about tears. He wept openly and often. This had to be something different. Eventually, he came back to the tray and took another cookie. I can remember my mama, he said. You know, I haven't thought about her in years. Skirata had never mentioned his mother, or even his adoptive father's wife. Everything in his life revolved around fathers. New York wasn't sure if she'd ripped open an old wound or enabled some long overdue catharsis. But either way, she'd never intended to make him weep. She felt terrible. Skirata didn't return to the game with the others. He gave Scout a gentle shove to take his place, and New York was sure that the kid would be reduced to splinters in seconds. But she had a remarkable ability to dodge and weave, as if she could predict what was coming next. It looked like another Jedi talent at work. New York saw Juzik give her a knowing wink. Skirata watched from the sidelines, subdued again. Murd settled down beside him, red-rimmed golden eyes fixed on the cookies in his hand. Sometimes I wish I could wipe my memory, he said. Just the bad parts. Juzik can do that for you, can he? I'm not sure I'd be a better man for it. I'm sorry. I didn't think it through, Cal. I didn't realize it'd hurt. I think bittersweet covers it. Ahan. It's a Mando thing. The painful memory of loved ones at otherwise perfect moments. Can't have one without the other, really. Skirata crunched another cookie, then gave one to Murd. Then there's Shershoy, and Ahan inevitably leads to Shershoy, and so the wheel turns to joy again. What's Shershoy? A lust for life. Grabbing it and living it for the day, because you don't know if you'll be around tomorrow. Shershe. I like that word. If you ever see a Mando in orange armor, that's what the color means. Skirata held the last chunk of cookie to his nose and inhaled again. The aroma was obviously evocative. You're a good woman, New York. You're not so bad yourself, Shorty. So this was Shershoy in action. The snow had melted, the sun was struggling to get noticed, and that faint promise of winter's end had sparked an impromptu game of meshkaroya and modest feasting. New York liked that. Her life had always been spent deferring gratification, waiting for that mythical one day to come when she and her husband could spend good times together. But now that day had passed a few thousand times and would never come again. Ordo, sweat-streaked and visibly pleased with himself, halted the game to hand out mugs of any Tra-Gal. New York decided now was a good time to learn to enjoy the Mando's sweet black beer, their crazy obsession with Biolobal, and their eccentric hospitality that could, in the same heartbeat, take in both friends and traditional enemies. There would also come a time when she would have to come to terms with their ruthless, more brutal side. But that time could wait. Now was the very best time to do most things. It was better to discover that late in life than not at all. Koyasiai, she said. There was no better toast than that. It was a command. Stay alive, come back safely. But it could mean anything from hang in there to live life to the fullest. If anything summed up Mandalorians for her, it was that word with two poignant meanings. Koyasiai. Staying alive was the one thing none of them could count on. Laboratory, Kiramorat later that day. No wonder Arliss perked up, Hilamar said. He sat at the workbench, half a mug of ale in one hand, and seemed to be reading test results. The quacks at the Valorum Center were giving her Sebenidone. Over a long period, too. Yuthan wasn't a physician, but she'd kept up to date with general medicine by reading every scientific journal the center would allow her. There hadn't been much else to do for 3 years in solitary confinement except read and theorize. At least breeding sock-off flies for genetic variations had given her some respite. She wondered if Hilamar would have thought she was crazy for giving the flies names. That's another antipsychotic drug, yes? He took a pull of his ale. Right. A tad heavy-handed, I'd say. It's amazing she was even conscious when Bardike found her. They might as well have hit her over the head with a mallet. Well, it takes some time to metabolize and excrete completely, so she's still sedated, but that explains why she's getting more responsive. Isn't that dangerous, stopping a drug like that? Could be. You should always taper it off. Given how persistent sabinidone is, though, she's probably still dosed up. A doctor working with an ale in one hand wasn't exactly the kind of professional discipline that Yuthan was used to, but Hilamar seemed to get the job done. This lab had suddenly become her refuge, a faint echo of her life as it had once been before the war started, and she liked to come here to savor both the familiarity of equipment and the novelty of relative freedom. Perhaps Hilamar liked recalling a time when he didn't have to fight for a living. It was good to talk shop again, too. So how did you get all the equipment? She asked. Not just this lab. All the medical facilities. The portable diagnostic kit. The monitors. The operating table. I couldn't help but notice the Republic Central Med Supply security labels on it all. Ah, Hilamar said. That'd be because I thieved the lot, although we did buy this lab fair and square. But I think the creds we used were stolen, too. Oh, you know what Mandos are like. Light-fingered and dishonest, every last one of us. Yuthan found herself laughing. She thought he was joking for a moment, but even when she realized he wasn't, she still thought it was funny. Most criminals stole easily fenced, high-value objects, or trinkets that amused them. But this man stole entire hospitals. That took a certain panache. I make the population of Kiramora 30 at the moment, if you include the Strill. And I do, Kale, I do. I don't care how many legs my patients have. So, I know we're a long way from decent medical facilities, a whole sector away in fact, but isn't your medical facility excessive? Not if you need to handle any injury a clone trooper might arrive with. Skirata's serious about resettling deserters, then. Some of those lads are going to be pretty damaged. You know what happened to Phi. Well, look at him now. Temporary coma? Brain dead. I mean really brain dead. They switched him off and he went on breathing, but his brain skin flatlined. You're sure about that? Oh yes. Phi's our little miracle. Don't tell me you're a neurosurgeon. Either that, or you stole a Nurim droid. No, Doc Jedi to the rescue. Bardike put Phi back together again. Astonishing. So they're good for more than just being Republic stooges. Some are. Anyway, he's not a Jedi now. Never use the J word to him. They can switch it off, Jedi-ness, can they? Are you mocking me, Doctor? Yuthan? Why, the very thought, Doctor. Hilamar. Yuthan enjoyed the cut and thrust of conversation with a smart man. Hilamar spoke her jargon, understood her profession, and, despite that prizefighter's nose, or maybe because of it, she found him attractive company. The last thing she'd expected was not to want to kill every Mandalorian she met, given what had happened to her. Solitary confinement had changed her at a level she still didn't quite understand. So I'm happy to mix with the scum of the galaxy. Is that it? But nobody's who I think they are these days. Hilamar shrugged. I don't know about other Jedi, except Cad's mother, may she rest in the Manda, but Bardan left the Order before the war ended. He's got remarkable healing skills, very logical ones. He was influencing Phi's progesterone levels to repair brain tissue, for example. Quite extraordinary. And completely untrained. Yuthan dealt in the detectable and demonstrable, and she suspected Hilamar did, too. But everyone clutched at straws when science failed them. Perhaps some straws had more substance than she imagined. So, did you begin life as a Mandalorian, or did you join the club later? She asked. You all sound so different. Adult recruit. My late wife was Mandalorian. And I look great in armor. Jillimar's guard dropped just a fraction. If you're asking why I ended up in the Q Val Dar, some of my patients were the kind who got into big trouble and tended to spread it around. The good news is that Mandos need a lot of emergency medicine and first aid with no questions asked. The bad news is that I can't overcharge patients in some fancy Coruscant diet clinic. Imperial City. What? Palpatine renamed Coruscant Imperial City. It was on the Holones. Nothing says I am an insecure maggot quite like renaming cities to reflect your own imagined importance. He never struck me as that. Insecure, I mean. Maggot, yes. Yuthan got up and switched on the holo-receiver. Scarada had made sure there were plenty of things to entertain her, at least. He wasn't a total brute. When did you last watch the Holones? I get headlines from the datapad. It's all garbage. It was garbage under the Republic, too. Nothing changes. Yuthan needed the news, garbage or not, because it was her only glimpse of her homeworld, even if it was filtered through the spin of a regime that treated it as a dangerous enemy. She hadn't been back home for years. She caught sight of her own reflection in the holoscreen, superimposed for a moment on the scenes of devastation on remote worlds like Nade, Cel Amian, and Langer. All she saw was her failure to stop Palpatine's power grab when she'd had the chance. She'd been so close to perfecting the FG-36 virus when Omega Squad had captured her that it hurt. And they're here, aren't they? Fi and Aten, at least. Funny, now I have names for them. I can tell them apart. They have lives, wives, histories, plans for the future. Is all this their fault? She didn't know. She was torn between seeing them as a threat she'd once tried to neutralize and young men who she knew, ate with, talked to. She watched the screen, feeling Jillimar's stare burning a hole in her, and waited for her world to appear on the list of planets that just didn't seem to understand that the Empire was their friend and only wanted the best for them. Meanwhile, on Jibad, Assembly leaders have refused to allow an Imperial diplomatic mission to land in Caliverin. After a 4-week standoff, Jibadan forces are. It didn't look like a diplomatic mission. It looked like an assault ship. And the troops in that ship would be exactly like the nice young men she just watched playing Biolo ball and pulling faces to amuse the baby son of one of their brothers. Yuthan lived by clarity, definitive answers, and, even in the still uncertain world of genetics, predictable outcomes. Confusion and conflicted feelings weren't something she was used to. She didn't like it at all. You know what the final score is going to be, Hilamar said. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. So you might find it easier to switch off the holoscreen for a week. You think it's that inevitable, do you? Palps has to make it clear that nobody breaks away on his watch. Big show of force, start as you mean to go on, and all that Ossic. I just don't understand how the CIS caved into the Republic when it had the upper hand, when it had Coruscant under attack. Kale, there were never two sides in this war. Don't you get it? Palpatine was running both campaigns. He's a Sith, and he engineered the whole war to get rid of what stood in his way, the Jedi Order. Then he moved in his second army to consolidate the Empire. I didn't even know what a Sith was until I came here. If Mandalorians fought for them, why can't they defeat this one? We fought against them, too, but that's the nature of the Baroya's job. You think we'd be any better off under the Jedi? Mandalore, I mean? It makes no difference to us. When it does, then we'll get involved. One thing we won't be doing is fighting an ideological war for Aruatais who'll spit on us the moment we win it for them, and blame us if we don't. That's how tyranny succeeds, Yuthan said. When folks think it won't affect them. Until it eventually does. Thank you for the tips on glorious rebellion and liberty. I like clearer definitions of glory and freedom before I start a fight over them. The galaxy is entering the Dark Ages. Actually, most of the galaxy won't notice the difference. Some of it will even be better off. The average citizen just wants an excess of food on the table, something to watch on the holonet, and the freedom to indulge a few health-destroying habits. The individuals who'll feel aggrieved about all this are the aristocrats and politicians who lost power and want it back, the hobby revolutionaries, and the relatively few unlucky Shabir who have something the Empire wants and plans to take. I think you're in that group somewhere, you Mandos. Helamar just gave her a look that said he'd heard it all before. But for a moment, she wondered if she could do something to stop what would happen to Jibad. The question wasn't whether the Empire would subdue it by force, but how much damage it would do in the process. The only thing she could do was perfect the FG-36 virus, get it to her government, and then hope there was enough time to produce millions of vials of it. She'd also have to hope there was a way to distribute it not only across the surface of Jibad but throughout the galaxy to kill every clone soldier without a shot being fired. She would also have to find a way to get from Mandalore to Jibad. Right now, she didn't even have a way of getting to Ensari. She was too late. She'd been too late more than 3 years ago, and only just realized it. We'll be in the Carrier this evening if you want to join us. Helamar stood up to go. Relax a bit. I know this project is urgent, but you're no use to us dead. Mando concern. Yuthan didn't want to take it out on Helamar. None of this was his doing. They were all in this mess together, and she was looking for reasons to like him. The Carrier is the big central living room, yes? It is. We might get a little emotional when someone talks about Attain, but generally we plan to laugh. The dead don't like us moping around. He leaned over and switched off the holoreceiver, smiled sadly at her, then shut the lab doors behind him. Yuthan was left staring at her reflection in the dead screen, suddenly feeling worn out and useless. Her black hair was still in the meticulously groomed style she'd worn for years, pulled tight behind her ears in a pleat and highlighted with brilliant scarlet streaks. She didn't want to be that Yuthan any longer. She wouldn't be able to maintain the complex color anyway, not here. Mandos didn't seem to go in for hair fashions. Perhaps it was frustration, or anger that had no safe outlet. It might just have been pragmatism. Whatever sparked it, she'd made up her mind. She unpinned her hair, reached for the lab shears, and began cutting. Change was coming. She preferred to go and meet it. 6. Beskar is a uniquely resistant iron that develops a wide range of properties and colors in the hands of skilled metalsmiths. Depending on the alloy, it can take any form from plate, laminate, and wire to foam, mesh, micronized particles, and even a transparent film. Mandalorians jealously guard their Beskar working skills and refuse to sell the formulas for any price. Attempts to reproduce finished Beskar elsewhere have been disappointing. The ore is found solely on Mandalore, and only Mandalorians know how to work it to maximize its extraordinary properties. Therefore, if you want Beskar, you must take Mandalore. But that inevitably proves easier to say than to do. From Strategic Resources of the Galaxy, by Pilas Manitis. Main Living Room, Kiramorat. Only a Mando would create a musical instrument that doubled as a weapon. Wadi Tehai had shown up with his besbev, an ancient flute made out of besker, playing tunes that Juzik didn't recognize. He thought he didn't anyway. It was only when he tried to hum them to himself that he realized what they were. The marching song, Voden, learned by all clone troopers bred on Commando, the only Mandoe language that most of them ever heard, sounded totally different played as a lament. Tehai held out the flute to Juzik. It was painted a deep violet, like the man's besker gam. Want to go? I'm not musical. Juzik took it anyway, held it as Tehai demonstrated, and blew across the lip plate. The besbev remained stubbornly silent. When he balanced it in his hand, it had a pleasant heft to it. So you can use this as a club. Which is probably the only use I'd get out of it. It's made for stabbing. Tehai ran his fingertip along the end to indicate the diagonal cut, like a quill stylus. Bleeds out someone very efficiently. Why have a flute that's a weapon? Maybe we just don't like music critics. Tehai began playing again, and Murd didn't so much as howl along with the music as whine to it. Astonishingly, the strill managed to hit at least half the notes, sounding like a drunk who couldn't remember the words but was doing his best to join in. Aiden only made matters worse by howling along, too, which drove Murd into an operatic frenzy. It was the first time Juzik had ever seen Vav laugh uncontrollably. If only. The carrier was almost full to capacity this evening. COV and his 3 brothers from Yayak's squad were demonstrating, with Levitt, how they'd learned to plow a field. The joy of simple achievement radiated from them. Rav Brawler, Parja's aunt, another member of Django Fett's Q Valdar, showed up with a crate of her special throat-searing tihar. She trained the Yayak squad back on Commando, and they seemed to spend as much time at her clan's farm a few kilometers away as they did at Kiramorat. She's like Kalber. She treats them like her own kids. Juzik, pleasantly tired from an afternoon of Meshgaroya, full of food, and slightly numbed by black ale, felt that he could sink into the sense of well-being contained in that room like a deep mattress. If only Attain could see this now. Beneath the vague sense of celebration, though, Juzik could sense the absence of Dar and Niner nagging at everyone. They should have been here making plans for the coming year about what to grow on the farm and how the various business interests would be run. And Dar should have been here for his son. Cad played with Lasima on the floor, retrieving toy animals that Aten had carved out of Veshik. Lasima named the animal Nerf, Banda, Shachul, Nuna, Jackrab, Vivian, and Cad had to go pick out the right toy. Juzik watched, fascinated both by how fast Cad learned words, and by what a great mother Lasima was turning out to be. Aten joined them. As the 3 of them played, they looked like a perfect family, and Juzik sensed a slight sadness when Lasima caught Aten's eye. A human and a Twi'lek couldn't have children. That didn't matter to a Mando, of course, and adoption was common for all kinds of reasons, but it obviously mattered to Twi'leks, even those who joined the clan. Lasima had raised Cad while Attain was away. The kid still ran to her like a mother. Juzik would have given anything right then to see Aten and Lasima with a baby of their own, but there was nothing whatsoever he could do about it, and in this isolated place, in hiding from the world, where could they find a child who needed a home? Skarada sat down beside Juzik on the cushions. Well, this is fun, Bardai K. All this talk of grain yields and nerf calves makes me positively giddy with excitement. Levitt's taking it very seriously. The fewer supplies we buy in, the less traceable we are. So is everyone happy? As happy as they can be, anyway. You really want to know? Juzik asked. Skarada could read moods pretty well, especially within his family. He didn't really need Juzik to sense things for him. Perhaps he was opening up the conversation to tackle something else. Tell me. Juzik took a breath. Ordo's a little wary of Ru. She's trying hard to fit in, but feels lost. Scout's scared of clones, all of them. Jilka's scared and confused, but CORR makes her feel better. Bethany worries about everything. New York likes you. I need to get Ordo and Ru sorted out, don't I? Skirata looked weary again, and didn't seem to take any notice of the comment about New York. Is he worried she's going to rob me or something? Even adults feel disoriented when a new sibling shows up, not just children. Ordo jealous? Never. 6 brothers, and not one of them ever showed any signs of jealousy. I think it's his compulsion to protect you. I'm not much of a father if I can't make my kids feel secure, am I? You're a terrific father. It's just been a very traumatic time. Not even Ordo's immune to that. No, I'm not a good bear, because I make decisions for my alliate without asking their opinion, Skirata said. Bardike, I owe you an apology. I made a decision for you. I shouldn't have. It can't have been that bad, Juzik said. But tell me anyway. I turned down an offer to put you out to stud. Juzik burst out laughing. But I'd sire winners, Calbear. We'd make a fortune. I wish it was a joke. Shaisa got an idea into his head that Mandoade would benefit from your abilities. He even mentioned a genetic line. I suppose I'm the worst kept secret on Mandalore. Sul's probably told him all about you. Does Shaisa realize midichlorians show up when they feel like it? And even if we could breed for it, it'd take, wow, centuries to populate the place with Force users. And yes, he does. I told him so. And that it was un-Mandalorian anyway. Juzik was speechless for a moment. He'd never seen himself as a strategic resource. He wasn't. He was only one Force user, and one against an army of millions was useless. But he understood what Shaisa had been thinking, and why, and suddenly he felt guilty. He had a duty to his adopted people. Put your trust in trained troops and reliable weapons, because an army of better Force users than me couldn't take Palpatine, Juzik said. He could feel the doubt radiating from Skirata. But if you want me to step up, Calbear, just say. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought you'd say. And you feel guilty for saying no. Got it in one. Shaisa's recruiting. You and the boys have enough of a struggle ahead without getting into a new war. Am I a bad Mandoad for saying so? Juzik tried to lighten the mood. He had a duty, all right, but he'd think of better ways to fulfill it that wouldn't upset Skirata. Never, he said. And for all Shaisa knows, Mandalore's full of Force sensitives anyway, but they don't know it. They'll just seem unusually athletic, or perceptive, or lucky. If the Jedi hadn't signed me, I'd probably be a professional gambler or sports star now. Skirata looked grim for a moment. Then his face split into a wide grin, and he ruffled Juzik's hair. It's never too late. Break out the Pazak cards. Never play cards with Force users. I like a challenge. Skirata looked up. Scout? Kinaha? Can you play Pazak? It was an unusual peace gesture for Skirata. He seemed to be bending over backward to treat the ancient Jedi as a guest. Juzik felt Skirata's painful memories of Kamino and the resentment on behalf of his clones crashing up against a strange sense of bewilderment, as if he still didn't know where Kinaha fitted into all this. Why do you care if the Jedi are happy? Juzik asked. They're going to be here for a long time, and I don't want to turn this into a prison camp. It's not good for anyone. And we've never been much interested in taking prisoners. Juzik considered what no prisoners actually meant. It was pretty final. And she's not like the Iwabate you knew, right? Skirata got to his feet and set up a small card table. She had nothing to do with the Tapoka government or the cloning program. You don't have to feel guilty, Calbear. Who said I did? You feel you're going soft on Kaminoans, and that it's letting the clones down. Maybe I'm just asking myself if I am. We should judge others by what they do, not by what they are. That's the Mandalorian way. You taught me that. Skirata pulled up seats as the Jedi joined them, and laid the pack of cards on the table. Usually, he said. Scout obviously disturbed him, and she seemed to know it. She kept looking at Juzik in a mute plea for explanation, but that would have to wait. She knew about Attain. That was explanation enough. She didn't need to know that Skirata was in constant torment about the way he believed he treated her. Do you know exactly where you are? Skirata asked, not looking up from his cards. A long way from anywhere, Scout said. Juzik knew why he was asking. If they could pinpoint Kiramura precisely, then they were a security risk if they ever left. Everyone had known that from the start. It was just one of the things that had to take second place to getting a look at Kinaha's genome. But anyone could guess that Skirata had fled to Mandalore. It was just a big, wild planet to search, and the natives kept their mouths shut. That bought time. Kinaha checked her cards with an expression of baffled amusement, then peered at the hand Skirata had laid down. I do believe I've lost, Master Skirata, she said. So you see that Jedi are either omniscient nor invincible. Scout laid down her hand. Count me in the invincible camp, too. Skirata looked at Juzik and tapped on the cards. Can you beat those? No, Juzik said. See? You don't need midichlorians. Helamar wandered over. Never play for creds with Cal, he said to Scout. Want me to show you how to beat him, kid? Are you getting me into bad ways? She asked. No point coming to Mandalore if you don't pick up a few useful vices. Think of it as survival training. Cad was asleep on Lasima's lap. Skirata got up and let Helamar have his seat. Time to put Cad Ik to bed, he said. I don't think I'll have to tell him a story this time. Maybe Skirata had had all he could take of diplomacy for the evening. Juzik stayed to play a few more hands of Pazak. Scout seemed a lot more relaxed with Helamar than with Calbear. You don't know what to do with us, do you? She said. You don't know how long we'll have to stay here, or if there's going to be anywhere else safe for us. That's about the size of it. Helamar picked a card from the top of the pack and grimaced. But we're not going to kill you, if that's what you're worried about. Even in these terrible times, Kinaha said, it gives me hope when beings like us, who should be at one another's throats, can sit down, cheat at cards, and unite against a common threat. I'm not cheating, Juzik said. But I am, said Kinaha. Juzik didn't ask her to define unite, but he was pretty sure that Skirata didn't see it that way. He was simply suppressing his prejudices, which was as much as anyone could be expected to do. You felt what you felt. There was no conscious will involved in hatred, or in love come to that. It couldn't be taught, unlearned, or reasoned with. Only the visible reactions that sprang from it could be changed. Skirata would never love Kaminoans, or see the Jedi as anything but a troublemaking sect like the Sith, but he'd decided not to take a blaster to them. And Scout couldn't help being scared of clones after what happened on the night of Order 66. She'd just have to stop feeling and start thinking. The game broke up around midnight, and eventually only Helamar, Juzik, and the nulls were left in the carry-eye. Skirata wandered back to join them again. The season had started to change that day, and now Juzik had the feeling that everyone at Kiramurad had reached a watershed, too. "There'll always be a risk, you know that, don't you?" Hilamar said. "They might not have the coordinates of this place on a holochart, but any competent Jedi could find us again." "Yes, I know," Skirata said. "But I had to do it anyway." "Then we need to have a plan for relocating this whole setup at a moment's notice," Juzik said. "Just in case." Skirata smiled indulgently. Retlini. "Yes, we have to be ready for Biaslan Shevla." Mandalorians were good at that, strategic disappearance. They could scatter and vanish at a moment's notice, Vav had told Juzik, leaving no trace, to regroup later and strike back. It was like trying to crush mercury, he said. You could smash it as hard as you liked, but it would only disperse in a mass of droplets to coalesce again later, all shiny and renewed, as if nothing had happened. It couldn't be broken. Juzik rather liked that, because it reassured him that nobody could ever wipe out Mandoade. Many had tried. They'd all failed. Skirata's comm link chirped. He checked the display, frowned slightly, and answered it. Juzik sensed his mood change even before he saw the expression on his face settle into dismay. "Where are you?" Skirata put one hand slowly over his eyes as if he was shielding them from the light, trying to concentrate. He didn't seem to be talking to anyone, but his lips were moving slightly as if he was repeating a chant or trying to make sense of something. Eventually, he hit one of the keys as if he was cutting short a transmission. The lost, wistful look that had been there for the last few days had left him, and he was the old Calber again, focused, alert, a fire blazing within. Ordo moved in immediately, always the first to go to Skirata if he thought there was something wrong. "So what was that, Bear?" he asked. "Someone worried enough to send me a one-way message in Datata." Skirata got up. "And how many Aruatais know that?" It was an ancient code system of long and short tones that spelled out words or numbers, transmitted by just about anything that came to hand, from banging on a metal hull to flashing a lamp. It was so low-tech, so obsolete, and so peculiarly Mandalorian that few if any outsiders even knew it existed. "Jala Obrim," Mariel said. "Got it in one." Skirata scribbled something on his forearm plate. Even when he took off the rest of his armor, he still wore the plate to keep his comm and recording devices close to hand. "He says Niner got a computer chip that he can't read, but it could expose us." "Time I called Gabe and TKO," Mariel said. "In fact, time we pulled our brothers out, whatever's keeping them there." Special Operations Unit Barracks, 501st Legion HQ, Imperial City. Niner now knew what it felt like to walk around with a live grenade in his pocket. When Captain Obrim had pressed the salvage data chip into his palm as they shook hands, he knew the thing was vital and dangerous. He also knew that he had to keep it to himself, and in the tight-knit world of the squad, that was hard. It was harder still now that Bry's replacement had been picked. He wasn't a former Republic commando, or even a white job like Core. He was one of the new clones, the ones grown on Centax 2 in a year by Sparty process from second-generation Fett genetic material. Niner couldn't imagine how anyone like that could handle special operations. The Sparty stormtrooper couldn't possibly assimilate all the training he needed, the real stuff, the hands-on stuff, in less than a year. Shab, that wasn't even enough time to learn the classroom component, or anything about the outside world. Flash learning was standard on Commando, but it still took time. That poor little Shabir must have had his head pumped full of basic propaganda and all kinds of shallow, undemanding OSIC. Not training, not education, indoctrination. It would make him a dangerously weak link. His name was Reed. Niner wasn't sure if that was a name he'd chosen, been given at birth, or had pinned on him instead of a number so that he'd fit in better with the Topocare's clones. They'd find out soon enough. "We've got plenty of experienced commandos," Darman said. "If they wanted to backfill posts, then a regular 501st Trooper could be cross-trained. But not a Sparty clone. It's just an experiment to see how they cope. When we've got our hands full with real missions." "Great. Can you think of a better time to test a guy?" Annan's pretty hacked off about it. Niner searched for clues to Darman's state of mind today. He just misses Bry. "Seriously, what do you expect from a Sparty job?" "Probably the same as mongrels expect from us. And just as wrong." Dar grunted, but didn't seem convinced. "Okay. Point taken." Niner tried to treat Dar gently these days. Sometimes the old sergeant habits got the better of him, and it turned into a rebuke he didn't intend. He watched Dar cleaning his rifle, its parts spread out neatly on the table, and pondered on two things: exactly what information the data chip contained, and how he would get it to Jang or Mariel. He understood where his loyalties lay. He wasn't any more anti-empire than he'd been anti-republic, or even anti-separatist, because the politics were meaningless to him. He had no stake in whatever any of those regimes wanted to do with the galaxy. All he had was his brothers, one of them here and badly in need of his care, the others light years away in a place he hadn't even seen and couldn't locate on a chart. But the stormtroopers around Niner, even former Republic commandos like Enin, were almost Aruatized in the most benign sense, not us. While he watched Darman reassembling his Ds, he wondered why he hadn't bonded with them as easily as he'd expected. They were all soldiers, just like him. They faced the same threats, and looked out for one another in the same way, but somehow Niner didn't feel at home or safe here. It was the most corroding thought he'd ever had. He could almost understand the gulf between him and the regular stormtroopers, the clones raised in a brief year by Sparty methods and who had never seen Commando, but men like Enin, and poor old Bry, were still his comrades. They'd all been hatched at the same time in Topoca City. Even though they'd been trained by different sergeants, not Mandalorians, but Q Valdar nonetheless, they still should have felt like brothers. It wasn't about them. It was about himself, and he knew it. It was the first time that he'd started to realize that Darman wasn't the only one succumbing to stress. And I was the one who thought desertion was a bad idea. I was, wasn't I? The others had to talk me into it. Darman looked up at him as he calibrated the rifle's optics. "What's wrong with you? You really want to know?" "That's why I'm asking, Niviodi. You're not yourself." "I was thinking the same thing about you." Darman just looked at him for a moment, staring past him as if there was something far more interesting on the wall of their quarters. "I'm fine," Darman said. "I can keep going like this." For a moment, Niner saw another glimpse of self-awareness there. Darman knew he was a mess. He was lying to himself, playing a mind game simply to put one foot in front of the other enough times each day to function. Medication would have been more effective, but how did he report sick in this army, and how the Shab did he explain why he felt the way he did? "It's like this, Doc. I was having an illicit relationship with a Jedi general, and she had a baby and never told me until a year or so later, and then we tried to desert, and she got killed by another Jedi, and I can't see my son anymore, so all in all, Doc, I'm not feeling so great." Yes, the Imperial Army would understand perfectly. Vader would give Darman a month's leave, and the Emperor would send him a nice box of candies to show his concern. Right. You're not fine, Niner said. But I'm here, and I'll keep an eye on you. Okay? Darman blinked a few times. I'm going to the gym. Maybe we ought to get Enon along too, and read. Why don't we mix with the others? Because we're not very sociable, Niner said. Because we're not planning on staying. That's why I don't feel part of this army. I switched off, and I can't switch back on again. Do you still want to go? Niner asked carefully. Go where? Darman said. Niner imagined bugging devices everywhere. Sometimes that seemed ludicrous. Who would suspect clones of disloyalty? And sometimes it made perfect sense, because the rest of his squad, his training sergeant, and the ARC troopers he'd served with were all on the death list. If the Empire was looking for deserters, where better to start than by waiting for their closest friends to make a slip? The gym, Niner said. I meant the gym. Darman gave him a blank look. I'm going. It'll do you good to go, too. Come on. Niner had always been too busy fighting to worry about keeping fit. Running for his life and hauling a heavy pack was all the exercise he needed. But now that his duties were less active, physically at least, he had to make an effort. He changed into his shorts, tucking the data chip carefully in a sealed pocket, and left his armor stacked neatly on his bunk as if ready for kit inspection. But Darman shut his armor in his locker and secured it. Niner wondered if he'd kept some incriminating keepsake of Etane, like a letter or something. That could get both of them killed. What had Darman done about the data stored in his old helmet? He'd proposed to Etane via the messaging system, and she'd accepted the same way. He never saw her alive again after that, except for the short minutes on the bridge before she was killed, just meters and seconds away from escaping with him. It still seemed massively cruel, newlywed, unable even to touch before they were separated forever. He must have had the sense to erase anything stored in the helmet's memory. Dar's thorough. If he hadn't, we'd be in big trouble now, wouldn't we? Niner realized that he was behind enemy lines. Suddenly, life seemed simpler. Fine. I'm trained for that. I can handle it. He played pair sling ball with Darman, smashing the ball against the wall as hard as he could and not even thinking about the score. A game that intense took his mind off everything except the fast-moving, rock-hard ball that gave him no time to think. It purged all the pent-up anger and frustration from anyone's system. Nobody interrupted a game like that. That was the plan. Niner had seen Darman lose it with Skirata once, and if he could take a swing at a man who would have done anything for him, his adoptive father, then he would do a lot worse to some hapless stormtrooper who rubbed him up the wrong way in a game. The less attention Dar drew, the better. Niner couldn't return half of Darman's shots. The ball was coming back off the wall like a missile. Sweat stung his eyes, and Darman collided with him a couple of times without even seeming to notice. Eventually Niner slowed to a standstill and bent over with his hands on his knees, catching his breath. Good game, Darman panted. Sweat dripped off his nose. Want another? I'm done. I'm going to clean up. This was where things started to get complicated. Niner had to keep the data chip on him at all times, and when it came to using the freshers, that wasn't easy. He didn't dare leave the thing in his locker. The chip was about 3 centimeters square, wafer thin, so he racked his brains for all the places he could hide the chip while showering. The choices weren't fun. He opted for wrapping the chip in a layer of waterproof plastoid and tucking it inside his cheek. Just don't swallow it. That would be awkward. It still took a conjurer's dexterity to slide the chip from his shorts, and then find a private moment in the communal changing room to slip the thing in his mouth before taking his clothes off. He was lucky that the chip was too thin to create a telltale bulge in his cheek and make him look like a foraging profog. All he needed now was to avoid getting into a conversation. Concentrating on the tiled wall was the best way to do that. Darman switched on the spray head next to him. I don't know when I'm going to be Dar again. He seemed to be having another lucid moment, able to stand back and see that he wasn't quite right. I'm sorry, Nivyodi. It's okay, Niner mumbled. He felt like an idiot with the chip lodged in his mouth. You don't have to explain yourself to me. Niner dressed, hid the chip in his pants again, and went back to the room to do his laundry. He found the doors open and his helmet missing. For a moment he was ready to go find Enon to tell him exactly what he'd do to him if they tried to pull some stupid stunt with his bucket, but as he checked the other lockers, he heard the rattle of a droid in the corridor. A tech droid with a polished dome and a cylindrical body, like a taller version of an R2 astromech unit, rolled into the room carrying Niner's helmet in both arms. He knew it was his. He recognized the scrapes and charring on the cheek piece. Servicing complete. The droid placed the helmet back on Niner's bunk in exactly the position where he'd left it. But I've been unable to service your colleague IC-1136's helmet. It wasn't left for collection. Have a pleasant day. The droid spun 180 degrees to leave, but Niner tapped it on its dome. It turned back to him with a slight pause. He could have sworn it was exasperated. Yes, IC-1309? I didn't ask for helmet repair. I know. This is routine maintenance under contract. A number of helmets have developed comm problems due to component failure. I suggest you test the audio systems at your earliest convenience and report back to equipment maintenance if problems persist. Is there anything else I can help you with? Niner hadn't had any problems with his bucket. He didn't like it much, but that wasn't going to be solved by servicing, and there was no point arguing with the droid. That's all, thanks, he said. How nice to receive courtesy from a wet, the droid said and left. Skirata had brought up his young commandos to say please and thank you, even to Kaminoans and droids. Niner still found it funny to hear a tinny call him a wet, though. But now he was alone. He'd been waiting for relative privacy to examine the data chip again, and this was as good a time as any. He removed the transmitter unit from his datapad to make sure that anything he viewed wouldn't end up being relayed to prying eyes. Then he sat on the bunk and hunched over the datapad so any hidden surveillance cam wouldn't see what showed on the screen. Well, until I know this place isn't bugged, I'll assume the worst. Enemy lines, remember. When he slid the chip into the port on his datapad, the device told him that it was empty. For a moment he wondered if Obram had slipped him some other chip, but nothing was precisely what he should have expected to see. Only Jane could coax information from the chip. But he had no idea yet how to contact him, and in the new army, he couldn't just put in a calm call to Mandalore or cadge a ride with some unit heading for the Hydian Way. Shab. If he messed around with the chip too much, he might end up corrupting the data. After a few minutes staring pointlessly at an empty dialogue box, he gave up and hid the chip carefully again. There has to be a way to do this. Whatever's on here matters to Calbear and my brothers. Obram wouldn't have taken a risk like this if it wasn't crucial. Niner checked his helmet, working out how he would locate Jane if he could reach the Mandalore sector. Just theory, mind, not a plan at all. He flipped the helmet over in his hands and looked at the tight-packed interior, every space lined and studded with suit environment sensors, displays, and interfaces. When he lifted it and inhaled, he could smell unfamiliar scents, the incense-like perfume of solder, a faint whiff of cleaning fluid on the mic and earpiece adapter, and something else he couldn't identify. Singed plastoid, perhaps. There was only one way to fully test the helmet, and that was to suit up and close all the seals to make the armor soundproof. He dressed, distracted by the thought that Dar knew that he was behaving oddly, and imagined how scared that made him. It was bad enough to grieve. It had to be even worse to watch yourself coming apart at the seams as well. As soon as Niner closed the next seal, he was back in his own one-man world of silence and perfectly controlled temperature and humidity. He blinked to activate the HUD and sound systems, selecting the diagnostic icon to test that everything was working. The ambient sound of the room flooded in, then the calibration tone, and lines of readouts cascaded down the HUD like an overlay on the world around him. Fine. Working just fine. He cumbed control to check his mic, and got confirmation from a droid that it could hear him perfectly. What do I do now? Imperial Command wasn't as free and easy as the Grand Army's Special Forces setup. There was no way of vanishing for a few days on a whim if a target looked promising. There was no Calbert to cover for them while they did as they pleased, or an indulgent General Juzik to task them as he saw fit. Or attain. Per attain. How the Shab could he get a chance to go to Mandalore? How much more could he ask of Jalrobrim? The man would be watched as closely as anyone. One thing was clear to Niner, even if he didn't care about politics. In the new galactic order, Palpatine was checking who was with him and who was not. Navod. Niner turned, expecting to see Darman, but he was still alone in the room. He adjusted his audio, cycling through comm frequencies and picking up channels he didn't know he could access. They were all Imperial military channels. He was entitled to use some of them, being special forces, but he hadn't been able to get this many before. The droid had screwed up. And now he kept hearing a voice. Niner couldn't make out the words, but it was definitely a man's voice, very faint, very broken up, buried in radio interference when he switched comm channels. He wondered if he'd picked up a holonet transmission or even a taxi frequency. Then the voice came in loud and clear. Niner, Navod, it said. You didn't think some Osik Law Imperial encryption could keep us out forever, did you? The voice almost made him lose control of all sphincters. It wasn't Darman who was going crazy. It was him. He didn't dare reply. He activated the signal locator in his HUD, but it told him the transmission was coming from inside the barracks, and he didn't believe that for 1 minute. He knew that voice. He was just too scared to say the name, in case it was a setup, and he was wrong, fatally, finally wrong. Niner, cut the Osik and respond, the voice said sharply. Can you hear me? Identify yourself, Niner whispered. The galaxy's gift to women. The best data slicer this side of, well, anywhere. Financial genius and all-around modest Ori Biscaric VOD. Jang Skirata. Who'd you think it was, Mariel? You wish, said Mariel's voice. Shab, Niner whispered. Was he hallucinating? He answered anyway. They'll pick you up and trace you. Shut up. You always were a worryguts, Niner. Trust Tikio. He's done a lovely job on your comms. I await his invoice with interest. The droid. Inorganic colleague, please. Jang sounded chipper. Niner was relieved that he wasn't hallucinating, but now he had an extra risk to worry about. Niner, you're coming home. And I hear you have something for me. Kiramorat Mandalore. Who's for more eggs? Cor yelled over the hubbub. He volunteered for kitchen detail with New York this week, probably to impress Jilka, and Ordo decided it was working. She watched Cor when she thought he wasn't looking. Make the most of these. The Nuna can't keep up with you greedy Shabikes. It'll be boiled meal grain until they start laying again. But we're trillionaires, Vi said. How come we've got an egg crisis? We should be brushing our teeth with Deruvian champagne. It's all Levitt's fault. He's not farming fast enough. Levitt looked up from his plate. I'm only halfway through the livestock manual. I'm still on chapter 10, nerve husbandry. You know there's a law against that, don't you? Vi said. Hurry up, start on the chapter about Roba. I like smoked Roba. Let's admit temporary defeat and ship in extra eggs for the time being, Levitt said. We can glory in our gritty self-sufficiency later. Ordo watched Yuthan and New York with interest. Neither woman was aware, as far as he knew, that Vi wasn't joking about being worth trillions. Ordo wasn't sure that Ren knew or understood the details either. Yuthan definitely seemed to be taking it as a joke. He wondered how they'd react if they knew just how much wealth the clan was sitting on. But creds didn't solve every problem. Scarata tapped the end of his fork on the table. Okay, Adik, what's the drill today? We're tracking Niner via his helmet systems, Jane said. So we rendezvous with Gabe and TKO off Coruscant. They supply us with ordinary stormtrooper armor. We swap out the electronics, land in Imperial City or whatever it's called this week, pick up Niner and Darman, and bang out. Just like that, Vi said. Can I come? Nulls only, Mariel said. And before anyone else asks, no? It's going to be just us and New York, because her ship's been passed and inspected at Imperial checkpoints. We never needed to worry about that before, Aten muttered. Bogus transponder signal. Don't leave the barracks without one. But it's a one-shot trick. We might want to drop in again. First rule, don't make things any more complicated than you need to. New York watched the discussion with her arms folded, lips pursed in apparent disapproval. Ordo thought she was the perfect cover. She was used to contraband runs, and Calbert said, after a certain age women were invisible, just like clones. She was the wrong gender, and the wrong age to look like a gang courier. Females who did that kind of work were expected to be young and dangerous looking, because most beings watched too many Hollywoods with glamorous actresses playing blaster-toting heroines, and so they believed that was how things were in the real world. Men like Jaller Obram weren't fooled that easily. But the galaxy wasn't full of men like him. It was full of fools. Ordo thought of mentioning that by way of explanation, but he knew New York wouldn't appreciate the candor. Okay, I'm up for it, New York said. Shall we pick up some eggs at the store on the way back? It was hard to tell if she was joking, deadly serious, or scathing. Her expression seldom changed. She rarely looked happy, but sometimes she smiled, at Calbert, at Phi, at Cad, and became a different person. Ordo held out hope that she would stop sleeping in her ship as if she was on a cargo stopover, and accept that this could be her home, too. Okay, let's do it, Scarata said. He bounced Cad on his knee. This boy needs his bear. And I really will stock up on supplies, New York said. Get your grocery list together, folks. No point wasting fuel. Might as well make the best use of it. Scarata fumbled in his belt. Cat tried to help him find what he was looking for. How many creds cat IK? Skirata asked, laying cash chips on the table. Tell me, then give them to New York. Cad studied the chips. Lots. 5. That was as high as he could count. 6. Clever boy, close enough, Skirata said. It was a lot more than that. Now, what's special about them? Cad looked up into Skirata's face for a prompt, then shook his head. If you spend these, nobody knows who you are, Skirata said, holding one up. You can spend them in secret. Nobody knows where you live or what you've bought. Skirata turned the chip over to show Cad the hollow image on the back. That's important, Cad IK, because there are bad people out there who want to find us and hurt us. That's why we use these, so they can't. Cad looked as if he understood, but then he always did. He nodded gravely. Now give them to New York. Cad slid off Skirata's lap and delivered the chips. New York took them with a show of mock formality, suddenly the other New York again, and gave Cad a cuddle while she counted the credits. She lowered her voice. Cal, that's a little excessive for groceries. It's for fuel and parts too, Skirata shrugged. You can't keep thrashing that old crate around the galaxy on your own budget. And you brought supplies this time. It's not necessary. I eat your food, so I pay my way. New York, Skirata said. Let's you and me go for a walk, shall we? There's something you need to know. He gave Ordo a meaningful look as he ushered her out of the room. So he was going to tell her what she'd walked into then, as if volunteering for Palpatine's hit list wasn't crazy enough. She was another passerby sucked into the vortex of Calbert's grand plan who had to leave her life behind. Nobody escaped unscathed. Even Parge's engineering business was now a sideline. She spent most of her time servicing the vessels and equipment at Kiramorat. Yuthan turned to Ordo. Cad's just a baby. Is it right to teach him that the galaxy's full of beings out to get him? He'll grow up paranoid. He's the son of a Jedi and a commercially valuable clone. His family are deserters and enemies of the Empire, and there's an occupation force on his homeworld, Ordo said. How would you describe the world to him? Do you see the Keldabe garrison as an occupying army? You would if this was Jibad. But your leader let them come here and rent land. We're in no shape to fight that big an army. If Shaisa had told them to get lost, you know what would have happened next. Better to watch and wait. Build our strength. And steal their kit, Hilamar said. Just a little. Here and there. Yuthan should have known better than anyone what it meant to cross Palpatine. There was no holo-receiver in the carry-eye, because Skirata felt it stifled conversation and carousing, but Ordo knew that as soon as breakfast was over, Yuthan would retreat to her laboratory and switch on the news to see what was happening to her homeworld. Jibad didn't have a history like the Mandalorians. They hadn't learned to live with war and fight 100 different ways. Jibad was going to be brought into line as an example to anyone else thinking of arguing with the new management. It was only a matter of time, and that time depended on what worked best for Palpatine. The assault wasn't being delayed to allow negotiations to take place. You always play the long game, you Mandos, Yuthan said. Hilamar smiled. It's cheaper in the long run. Your hair looks great, by the way. Very lower-level street gang. Flattery is effective, Midge. She put a self-conscious hand to her head. But you'll have to work harder on your analogies. Now that Skirata had left the table, everyone else took it as a cue to go as well, except Ra. Ordo wondered why he couldn't immediately accept her as a sister, another VOD like his brothers. She was Calbert's flesh and blood, wasn't she? How could he not find some kinship with her then, some common bond? Bethany leaned over him as she cleared the table. "Sweetheart," she whispered, although the clattering plates made it hard to hear her anyway. "I nearly acquired a stepsister once. Hated her guts on sight. It takes effort and time." Ordo couldn't imagine Bethany hating anyone, not until he recalled how fast she bonded with this clan. For an apparently rational woman, her emotional reactions were powerful and instant. "Nearly? Dad didn't marry her mother. Thankfully. So you didn't stop hating her guts?" "No, but I only mildly resented them in the end." Uplifting thought, Sire IKA. Keep on thinking it. Ordo wondered why nobody wanted to extend that same tolerance to Skirata's sons, the ones who had formally disowned him. But Ru had constructed an entirely different image of her absent father in those years. Ordo could see it on her face. She seemed to be permanently awed by Kalbir, as if he fully measured up to the hero she'd expected him to be. Boils were there to be lanced, Mariel always said. Ordo prepared to trade a few painful seconds for long-term comfort. "So is Kalbir as you remembered him?" "Pretty well. I thought he was taller, I admit." She gave Ordo a careful smile, as if she were being interviewed for a job and wanted to make a good impression. "But everything else, yes, I remember the gold armor and how he was always going off to war or coming back from one with all these weird and exciting gifts. A real warrior, like in the Holovids. I always thought he wasn't afraid of anything or anybody, and how dashing he was." Pretty I laughed. "He was like Mariel and Jane in many ways, comfortable with everybody and happy to joke and gossip." "Actually, that's a pretty accurate description," he said. "Short people can be dashing too." "So no disappointments?" "I always told myself he'd come back for me," she said. "And he did. How can I be disappointed?" Ro was in her mid-30s. Ordo wondered why she hadn't got on with her life and had a family of her own, but he understood that powerful sense of salvation that Skirata could instill in anyone just by showing up. He saved people. He'd certainly saved Ordo and his brothers, and yes, he had been both dashing and unafraid, Hollistar style, when he did it. But Ordo wondered if Ru realized he unsaved people, too, for bounties, payments in kind, and even revenge. He didn't want to see that adulation in her eyes tarnished by reality. Kalbir would see it, too, and it would break his heart. Ordo wasn't ashamed of his father's past. Skirata did whatever he had to do to survive without handouts in a hostile galaxy that had never given him a break or a head start. "Bears had to take some tough jobs over the years," Ordo said. "You'll hear some say harsh things about him, but he's a good man. The best. That's why we're very protective of him." "I noticed. But there's nothing anyone can say about my dad that I hadn't heard from my mother." Mariel looked at Ordo with a smirk that said he doubted that Skirata's late wife knew half of what her old man did for a living, even if she'd accepted his credit transfers over the years. "Look, it's nothing personal," Ordo said. Yes, it was. It definitely was. Like all his no brothers, he found it hard to be neutral about anybody. Everyone had to be assessed, a potential threat to be neutralized if necessary, or someone you would lay down your life for. There was no middle path, much as he struggled to find one. "We just don't know how to deal with you." "It's okay, Ordo. I don't want Dad's credits. I'm not here to take your place, and I understand why you don't find it easy to trust newcomers. I'm just grateful to have my father back and get to know him again." "Does that make you happier?" The part of Ordo that was common sense and reason told the wary animal within him that it was okay. When he let his intellect run the show, and it stopped his instincts from getting the better of him, he always felt guilty for what he'd said or felt. But instincts were there for a reason. Yes, he said. Much happier. That's good. Now, is there any use I can be on this mission? Not unless you can look like a clone. I think I fail on all points there. Aiden, the nearest the Nulls had to a diplomat, held up a finger. Ordo cut him off at the pass. And you're not coming, Navioti, because if you have to take your helmet off, they'll see you're a little weather-beaten. I doubt that the ordinary meat cans are going to look like that. I prefer bronze, Aiden said. And maybe you should do something about your gray hairs then. Anyway, I was going to say that Ra might be able to help Arla. She knows what it's like to have your past crash land on you. Poor Arla K doesn't know what happened to her brother yet. Does anyone? Ra asked. Vav knows more than Kalber, I think. Ra had a wary look so like her father's, slightly narrowed rabbit-shot eyes, head turned away just a fraction, that nobody was ever going to ask for a paternity test, even if Mandos cared about that sort of thing, which they didn't. I'll do what I can. Ra left, taking her plate with her, and Kamar K raised an eyebrow at Ordo. Don't take this the wrong way, Naviodi, but you lack sensitivity. Poor woman didn't go looking for Kalber. We abducted her. She knows the score. So you're happy now. Less tense, let's say. Jane laid his date pad on the table. Oh good, he said. I thought we were going to have a spat about number 1 son losing his place in the pecking order. Okay, what floor plans do we need? It had always been a joke, but Ordo wasn't sure it was so funny now. He'd been the informal alpha male of the brothers since infancy, and Skirata treated him as such. Mariel had always fallen into the sidekick role. In a family of 6 sons, it was inevitable that there'd be alliances and harmless rivalries. Now Ordo was starting to worry that they really did see him differently. The last thing he wanted was advantages that his brothers didn't have. Do you think I'm jealous? He asked. More scared, Jane said. She's got to prove she's loyal and not a chakar like her brothers. As he scrolled through schematics on the small screen, Ordo could see the flickering light on his hands. Now remember that second virus I fed into the Republic mainframe? Mariel got up and stood behind him, hands on his shoulders. You mean the incredibly risky and cocky demonstration of your programming skills that you performed under the nose of Republic Audit? Yep. That'll be the one. I do recall. Has it been busy? Well, now your pet Tinny and his minder have set up a comm portal. I can retrieve the data it's mined. What do you want? Building plans, budgets, procurement contracts, Imperial canteen menus. Ordo cut in. Plans and layouts. Keep it simple. We're not going to sabotage the Empire. We're extracting our brothers. Nothing else. Understand? Oops, Mariel said. Old habits. As long as the Empire left them alone, they'd give it a wide berth. That was Kalber's plan, and Ordo was going to make sure everyone stuck to it. This was a time to pick their battles carefully. Now they had a choice about who and where they fought, and why. The Arutais could fight their own wars for a change. It'd do them the power of good. 7. We conquered whole star systems. We had an empire. When cities heard our armies were coming, populations fled before a shot was fired. Now we cling to a pathetic sector of dirtball planets. We scramble for the crumbs that the cowardly Arutais throw when they want us to fight for them, and they use us as breeding stock for their clone armies. The Aruatais will always treat us like an animal species to be used for their convenience until we stand up for ourselves again. Lord Kagetic, commander of the Mandalorian Death Watch, not disbanded, merely in Baseland Shevla awaiting a convenient time to return. Freighter Cornucopia, off Raltier, rendezvous point. New York Valens freighter dropped out of hyperspace just as she realized there was something in her coveralls that she hadn't put there. Her pant leg pocket bulged open. She didn't notice it until she reached for the controls and the fabric caught on the armrest of her seat. When she looked at what had snagged it, she found all the cash creds she'd shoved back into Scarata's hand before she left Mandalore, a stack of 500 and 1,000 denomination chips. I do not need your creds, Shorty. I don't care how much you're worth. Nobody's going to accuse me of sponging off a rich man. Any man, in fact. You stubborn old barvet, she muttered, staring at the plastoid chips. She hadn't even felt him put them there. The man would have made a superb pickpocket, and probably had been one in his past. Guess where I'm going to ram these? Muriel laughed. Perfect. When can I start calling you Mama? When the Kaminoans tweaked your genes, they definitely removed the one for subtlety, didn't they? Ordo didn't laugh, but Pretty Eye, Jane, and Muriel did. 4 nulls was about the most New York could handle at one time. All 6 of them together, that was a pack. Not unruly, not undisciplined, just primed. She felt that raw power and complete focus in them, like hunting animals waiting to be let loose. Even Mur didn't make her feel like that. We mean well, Jane said. But Bear doesn't meet many folks he likes and trusts, especially female ones his own age. The diplomacy gene's gone missing too, I see. It's all about time, New York. We've all got less left than we ought to have. Jane had a rare talent for getting to the point, not as bluntly gauche as Ordo but equally capable of saying the things other folks kept to themselves. Yes, they were all on borrowed time, and there was every chance she'd still outlive them. And so might their father. Things aren't always that simple, she said. Muriel put on his I'm just an innocent kid face, which pressed all New York's buttons even though she knew perfectly well that he was nothing of the kind. We like having you around, he said. And Bear's been alone for years, long before Kamino. We know he likes you because he says things to you that he'd never normally tell anyone. What, like he's got a trillion criffing creds? He told you he came from Quat, Jane said. And he did admit he was a trillionaire. The night you first met him. Remember? New York recalled that just fine. Yes, he had. And the nulls never forgot anything, not with those eidetic memories the Kaminoans gave them. I thought he was joking. Ordo, hunched in the co-pilot's seat, looked up from the navigation display. Muriel, shut up, will you? Well, Bear doesn't have my natural charm with the ladies, so he's never going to raise the... I said shut up. Ordo turned and reached behind him to put a worryingly firm grip on Muriel's shoulder. New York's lost her husband. She might not be ready for all this. She might not like Bear in that way. Just get off her back. New York had never seen clones lose their tempers with one another. For some reason, she thought they'd be perfectly attuned in some kind of mystic twin-like harmony, but she was wrong. They were like any other family with their spats and fallings out. She felt awful for being the cause of this one. Hey, Ordo, it's all right. His intervention sounded like something Bethany had said to him, a lesson he'd absorbed, but maybe he really did think that. I'm not offended. Muriel's just, oh, come on, you two, truce. Okay? Don't make her come back here, Pretty I said. New York understood why Scarata indulged his sons so shamelessly. She'd give in to just about anything they asked of her. There's matchmaking, she said carefully. And then there's forced marriage. Jane grinned. Yes, but where's a pensioner like you going to meet another eccentric trillionaire at your time of life? I haven't got a criffing pension. She clenched her back teeth. If she laughed, it only encouraged them. Just give me some thinking time. And don't bug your dad about it either. See? She's got the mother thing down pat. Muriel wasn't deterred by Ordo's temper. Next stage is just wait until I tell your father. New York knew the only way Muriel could have learned that was from Holovids. These clones had a devoted father, but they'd never known a mother or anything resembling one. The constant joking about it made her wonder if it troubled them at some subconscious level, or if it was just that they loved their dad, saw their brothers settling down happily, and wanted the same for Scarata because they thought there was some universal remedy for a broken heart. New York wasn't immune to that. The prospect of filling the void in her life was all too easy to grab without thinking. Why else had she flung herself into this, when she could have lived out her widowed years quietly, and never needed to worry about the Empire kicking down her door? Jane inserted a probe into the navigation console and consulted the readout on his datapad. There you go, bogus tachometer readings all sorted. We've just come from Finder. Did we all have a good time there? Can't wait to do it again. Pretty I yawned. Wherever it is. Ordo didn't join in. He was the serious brother, constantly on duty and checking every detail. Bethany was very much like him. New York suspected that their children were going to be beautiful but unsmiling perfectionists who had to have jokes explained to them. Cornucopia headed for the RV point with Muriel's contacts, just one more commercial vessel inbound for a freighterway station, nothing special, nothing dangerous. New York wondered where to dock to take on supplies on the way back. Ordo followed the transponder traces on the monitor, audio headset held to one ear. Muriel, can you confirm this is Tiki? Hyperdrive service vessel showing as registered to the Healthy Drive franchise division, showing 805. That's it. Send him the code. Receiving confirmation. Ordo nodded a few times, eyes fixed on the screen. Whatever was happening, New York couldn't hear the conversation. Okay, New York, dock at Pier 9 Delta and they'll come alongside there. It was just routine, she told herself. She'd stopped here a dozen times before over the years, a handy station for emergency repairs or to break a journey if she was flying the two main routes between the core to the Tingel arm, usually the Hydian, sometimes the Perlenian. All she had to do was behave as she had on every trip for the last 40 years. If she was boarded, she was just another pilot with 4 Mandalorians as paying passengers, nothing out of the ordinary at all. She let the computer take over the final approach and marveled that even after 4 decades of hauling freight and surrendering her ship to automated systems, she still hated taking her hands off the steering yoke. Cornucopia settled onto the platform. Locking clamps moved to secure the freighter's landing gear with an alarming thunk, an almost forgettable routine that now felt unpleasantly like being handcuffed. Muriel put on his helmet to seal his suit, then checked his blaster. Okay, just let Tiki dock for a repair, and I'll handle the airlock transfer, he said. And I just want to remind you, Shabir, that I've played meat cans before. Were you good at it? New York asked. Fooled the Iowa bait, and they know clones better than anybody. Ordo's done it too. Muriel disappeared down the aft bridge hatch, boots clanging on the ladder. We've done it a lot. He's not expecting trouble, is he? New York asked, making a blaster shape with an extended thumb and forefinger. Habit, Ordo said. We're opening the door in a rough neighborhood. It's just a freighter stop. Any neighborhood is rough when we show up. Pretty Eye chuckled to himself. You'll be Orimando one day, New York. The transfer only took minutes, but it felt a lot longer. New York wandered down to the side doors of the cargo bay and watched as a droid and a young human male in Healthy Drive franchise coveralls steered a heavily laden repulsor through the inner airlock. It looked as if they'd cleared out an Imperial quartermaster's store. Anyone call for a fuel injector gasket? Gabe asked. Good. Nice to see you in character. Muriel nodded at the dull gray plastoid crates as the repulsor came to a halt in front of him. He opened a lid. For suits, Gabe. Did you get matching sets in all the latest spring colors or something? 10 suits. TK0 glided in between his human associate and Muriel. We know how you like to go in mob-handed. So we thought, why not score a few more than required? Easier than going back for extras. You think of everything, Muriel said. You can do that with a positronic brain. The droid plunged his manipulators into the boxes and began extracting white plastoid armor plates. Did you know an organic's brain is 60% fat? Disgusting. How can you bear to keep all that mush in your head? Muriel held an armor plate against his chest for size. This is the new design? Not bad. Not as stylish as a Kama and Pauldron, but needs must. Jane and Pretty Eye clattered down the ladder and pounced on the helmets. They had to strip out the Imperial comms and interface components and replace them with their own secure systems. And they looked completely delighted to be doing it. New York found it hard not to think of them as kids, heavily armed, battle-hardened, and lethal, but still kids. They had an endearingly childlike capacity for enjoying things. Anything else you might be needing? TK0 asked, extending an arm to Muriel, metal palm upturned. Oh, I think this'll keep us going for a while. Muriel placed a stack of cash credits in the droid's manipulators. New York tried to estimate how much this had cost from the stack of chips. 500,000, a million? And then remembered that the interest on Scarata's fund for 1 week wouldn't even be dented by that. The numbers were just too much to take in. I wish he hadn't told me about the fortune. It's not like I even asked. New York was learning never to ask too many questions in the company she kept now. It wasn't just the reaction it might provoke. It was the risk of hearing the answers and wishing she hadn't, because once she knew something it could always be beaten out of her if someone else knew she had information. But she was curious about the suits, and asked anyway, more to calculate the chances of getting caught than to learn anything. They won't miss 10 new suits then. We won the contract to service some of the suit systems, Gabe said. So we can mark defective suits as returns. Only we don't. We mark them as keep and sell for a reasonable profit. And this new army is a lot bigger than the Republic's, millions upon millions. They wouldn't notice 1,000 missing suits. Or the fact that it's costing them 200 creds for every servodriver I bill for. TK0 probed inside a helmet and drew out tiny chips and hair-fine gold wire. You know we could have retrieved your consignment for you, don't you? You could have stayed home. Door-to-door delivery, our 5-star service. Jane looked up from the dissected lining of the helmet he was working on. It's not that simple. It's people smuggling. New York wondered why Jane had told him that much, or that little. The droid certainly knew who Niner was now, and that he had an illegal comm kit in his helmet. But in this game, nobody had anything more on their business associates than their associates had on them. New York had learned the ecology of crime very fast since meeting Aiden. We all need to keep our mouths shut. One gets caught, we all get caught. We all have to trust one another. She enjoyed irony. There was, as the sages said, honor among thieves. New York Fallen, taxpayer and honest citizen, was now a criminal, and she accepted that was what she was. She saw how easily it happened, and why, and knew now that she could never sit in judgment on any being again, because she was as fallible as anyone. Come on, Marike! She assembled the plates from one suit on the deck. Let's make sure we've got the full set. Anyone would think you didn't trust us, Gabe said cheerfully. Oh, I do, New York said. I think it's the law-abiding folk I need to keep an eye on. She used to be one of them. She wondered what Taryn would have thought if he'd been around to see her now. He'd have understood. She was sure of it. Special Unit Briefing Room, 501st Legion HQ, Imperial City. Commander Roly Melusser was a mongrel, but Darman didn't hold that against him. In fact, he took an instant liking to the man. He walked into the briefing room with Enin, deep in very quiet conversation. Whatever had gone on when Enin demanded a Corellian cremation for Bry, Melusser appeared to have done something that Enin approved of. Enin sat down next to Darman and Niner. Well? Niner asked. Good man, Enin said. Decent man. Bry's at rest now. So he'd managed to get whatever rights mattered to him. It boded well. Melusser had sprung from nowhere in the last 24 hours to take over day-to-day command of the unit from SACUIS, who had simply vanished without explanation in the way that spooks did. Melusser seemed relaxed about his new role as he stood on the dais at the front of the room. Darman tried not to make snap decisions about beings, but it was hard to resist. Melusser was all right. He just knew it. Where's Creepy? Fixer's voice was a gravelly whisper on Darman's helmet comlink. That was his nickname for SACUIS, although there were others, all much less flattering. I hope he's on a 50-click run to sweat some of that padding off his backside. Boss cut in. Probably in some dimly lit room, showing some forgetful citizen the value of electrodes for jogging the memory. Darman didn't dare turn his head to look for them in the small audience. When he checked his wide-angle visual feed, they were just anonymous helmeted figures in black armor like his own. But he was reassured to know the Delta boys were still around. Nothing was said about Sev now, absolutely nothing, and Darman had no idea what the Guy's brothers were up to. They were alive. That was all that mattered. Agent CUIS has been asked on recruitment issues, Melusser said. What the shab was that? The more bland the explanation, Darman thought, the scarier the reality would be. Forgive me if I repeat anything he's said already, gentlemen. But let's take a moment to remember our comrade Bry. I didn't know him, but you all did, and I know you're going to miss him. I'm truly sorry. Melusser leaned on the lectern, tall, light brown hair, bony, and something about his earnest face and direct eye contact reminded Darman of Bardan Juzik. The gray Imperial uniform was just a detail, not the sum of the man himself. After a brief silence, he carried on. He walked slowly up and down the platform as he spoke to the commandos, gesturing to emphasize his words, more like he was trying not to use his hands, nothing like the performance a politician would put on, and seemed the kind of man who believed what he was saying. The galaxy will be a safer place for every citizen if we eradicate Force users, he said. I don't just mean Jedi. I mean all of them. I can't blame you for dismissing this as some half-wit mongrel officer mouthing the Emperor's party line, but make no mistake, stamping out these Force cults buys us all stability and security. Take a look in your history books. See just how many wars Force users got us into. Melusser definitely had their attention now. And he knew what clones called randomly conceived beings, mongrels. Roly Melusa wasn't like CUIS at all. He knew what his men thought, and he treated them as the cynical, weary, suspicious veterans they actually were. "Wow," Fixer muttered. "He knows we're not like the rest of the 501st. "That's because we wear black, and they wear white," Enon said. "We must be the bad guys." Niner didn't tell them to shut it. He seemed mesmerized by Melusa's no-nonsense attitude, too. Usually, he'd fidget in his seat if he had to sit still for any time, clicking his teeth impatiently, but he was frozen now, and totally silent. Darman couldn't even hear his breathing. He'd switched off his helmet-to-helmet comms. In the other rows of seats, commandos shifted position. Some leaned forward a little as if they were watching a riveting movie, and some relaxed as if they realized they didn't have to put on a show of gung-ho Imperial enthusiasm for the commander anymore. Melusa was, as far as any mongrel officer could be, one of them. That was it. That was what reminded Darman of Juzik. Melusa felt he was in this fight with them, not just leading them, and it wasn't an act. Nobody could fake sincerity that well. Melusa went on pacing, slapping the back of his right hand into his left palm to punctuate his words. He spoke like a regular Coruscanti, no airs and graces or expensively educated vowels. When he talked, he seemed to speak for everyone Darman knew and loved. "What have I got against Force users?" Melusa paused for a moment and seemed to be gathering his thoughts, as if he were in the middle of a debate over an ale with buddies in a cantina. "Everything." The Jedi held positions of power and influence for millennia, all unelected, all unaccountable to the likes of us, the ordinary beings of the galaxy. We bankrolled them for generations. We armed them. We stayed out of their internal business, and we turned a blind eye because we thought they got the job done. Those guys really knew how to organize themselves to get the best meal ticket from us regular dolts. But there are still other sects out there, all capable of doing the same thing if we let them. The Force will manifest itself as the Force pleases, and we can't take a blaster to that, but the training, the secret organizations, the cabals that whisper in government ears, that's our business. That we can stamp out. The commandos just watched. Darman fully expected someone to stand up and clap, or at least cheer. Melusa paused for breath, looked around, and then seemed to remember a point he'd missed. "You know what disturbs me most? They can influence your thoughts." He looked like he meant it. "They can make you hallucinate and do things you don't want to, and you wouldn't even know it had happened. That's the most dangerous thing of all. But it stops here, and it stops for good." Darman had seen mind influence at work, and it hadn't seemed quite like that to him. But then the Jedi he knew were. Attain always asked permission first. She used it to help Scorch calm down. And Juzik he. Darman managed to hold on, but only just. Attain was vivid in his mind again, not filtered by that distance he struggled to put between him and the pain, and all he could think of at that moment was how he'd reacted when she told him she'd had a baby and that it was his. He would have given anything to change that moment. He would have rewritten history so that he'd flung his arms around her and told her how happy he was. But he hadn't done that. He'd walked away in silence. Can't change the past. Only the future. Stop it. She's gone. Stop it. Right now. Get back on track. Find something to focus on. Do something that matters. Commander Melusa went on talking. For a while Darman could hear every word, but the meaning wasn't sinking in. He switched off his helmet mic and let the tears roll down his cheeks. Not even biting into his lip managed to distract him this time. When he got a grip again, Melissa was standing at the front row with one boot on the seat of a vacant chair, arms folded, discussing the issue with the commando. It was Jez from one of the Iowa squads, one of Skirata's original 100-strong training company. He'd taken off his helmet. Their old boss, General Zay, had been a nice enough guy, the poor Shabir, but there always seemed to be a moat around him that you couldn't cross even when you could see what lay beyond it. Melissa wasn't distant at all. He was right in the mud with them. "CAF and cookies at briefings next," Scorch said, but the "I've seen it all" tone of his voice had softened a bit. "Maybe a Commando of the Month scheme, a crate of ale for the most mission-focused man. Or you could have General Voss back, if you prefer that management style," Annan muttered. Niner was still unusually silent. Darman swallowed, unable to wipe his nose and eyes without taking off his helmet. Melissa was still holding forth. Jez was listening intently. Everyone was riveted. "Here's one scenario," Melissa said. "What happened to all the other Force-using sects? If your kid's showing Force powers, then the Jedi show up and want to take it. The other sects don't want their Force sensitives poached by a rival. They go underground to avoid the Jedi Council. Now that the Jedi have had their butts kicked, are those other sects going to feel it's safe to come out?" "Not if they read my task list," a voice said, and everyone laughed. "They'll take Cad. But if he isn't trained to use his powers, he'll have a quiet life, and Palpatine won't go after him. If the Jedi come back, they'll take him. That's my reason right there. Even without what happened to Attain. Even without the war." Darman's carefully constructed barrier between his two personas had finally crumbled. The pain was almost unbearable. If it had been any worse, he would have walked out, put his sidearm to his head, and stopped the agony for good. He hovered on the brink between lashing out at anyone in his path and destroying himself, because the misery was so blinding. But when that barrier fell, he felt something else let loose. A son. He had a son, this Darman, him, a son he loved and now had to keep safe. He had a clear view of how he had to protect Cad's future. Stop it happening again. Make sure the Jedi never come back as a political power. The pain left him struggling to swallow, but now he could face it head-on and survive it because he had a reason to. "The Jedi Council did a good job of looking like the sole voice of the Force users," Melissa went on, probably completely unaware that he'd given Darman a fresh purpose in a single casual comment. "But now we'll see who else is out there. The Coronai on Heroin Cal, they're all Force sensitives there, maybe descended from a lost Jedi mission, but at least we know where they are. Not a cult, but a potential source of one. Imagine a planet full of folks who could be trained to do what Jedi could. It's a weapon waiting to be assembled." Darman thought of Juzik, busting his gut to force heal Phi's brain damage. Then he thought of some Jedi shaking hands with a Kaminoan and taking delivery of a clone army. He never knew which kind of Jedi he was going to get. "They call us Balawai, don't they?" Jez said. "Anyone who isn't Coronai is a downlander, and they don't think much of them." Just like Arotais, Darman decided. Mandalorians divided the world into Mando and non-Mando, although the word could mean anything from foreigner to traitor, depending on how it was said. But it never meant welcome visitor. Darman was always unsettled when he found that he had things in common with folks who would otherwise be his enemy, and it was usually the bad stuff, rarely the good. The Commandos were totally at ease now. Melissa had a way with him. "Have you been putting together a dodgy dossier on our Force-wielding friends, sir?" Annan said. "You sound like you have." "Know the enemy, Melissa said, tapping his temple with his forefinger. First weapon in the armory. To deal with them, we have to understand them. Yes, I've studied them over the years. But it was the People's Inquest group that did the compiling. Enon folded his arms. Are they that Jedi Watch group? The ones who wanted to see details of Jedi expenditure, and the Republic kept trying to shut down their HoloNet station. Now who's been keeping tabs? Well recalled Enon, and yes, they did say we told you so. Say he could never get a laugh at a briefing. Per old Saw Cuis. Wherever he'd gone, the Imperial Commando Special Unit wasn't going to miss his guidance. Roly Melusser had made the squads his own, and it had taken him less than half an hour. Good old Roly, Scorch mocked. Holy Roly. That's going to stick, Boss said. Niner twitched suddenly as if something had startled him. Darman wondered if he'd been nodding off. Nice guy, but dangerous. There was no reaction from Enon or any of Delta Squad. Only Darman could hear Niner's voice. But does he know Palps is a Sith? So Niner had finally decided it was safe to talk on private channels after all. Darman thought he sounded strained, but maybe that was the man's natural paranoia getting the better of him. Is that confirmed? Darman asked. Where'd you hear that? Just talk. Vader's got a red lightsaber. Juzik said Sith have those. If Melusser does know, Darman said, not worrying much about Sith. He either doesn't care, or doesn't think the Sith are as dangerous as hordes of unlicensed Force users. Or maybe he's banking on sitting it out until Palpatine dies. Melusser didn't have to discuss any of this at all. Every commando in that room knew what his task was, to slot the targets on his list. Rationale wasn't required. Knowing why was useful, because context helped you build a picture of who you were hunting and what they might do in a given situation. But discussing policy, no, the Republic had never gone in for that kind of debate with clones, and the Empire didn't look inclined to either. Melusser, though, explained clearly why things had to be done, like Scarada, and didn't fall back on push-button words like freedom and democracy that could mean anything you wanted them to, including the complete opposite. So we have more scraps of intel, Melusser said, turning to a holo display that projected notes onto the wall behind him. He scribbled on his datapad, and the lines and words appeared on the display. We know there are still Jedi stuck here in Imperial City. And we know some escaped the planet via Whiplash and other underground organizations. Their leadership's been almost completely destroyed, so I expect some regrouping around the charismatic ones in the remnant. One name that keeps cropping up is Master Jin Altus. He scribbled the name Altus on the display and stood back to look at it, tapping his stylus absently against his palm. Some guys in the front row shook their heads. Never came across him, sir. That's because he was never part of Yoda's council. Went his own way. Helped out the Republic eventually, but his group was still dissident. Old-time Jedi habits. Back to basics. Very popular with civilians, because they started out giving aid to war victims. Melusser paused and wrote the words Antarian, Jedi rejects, Jal Shy, Force users or not? Like a shopping list reminder to get back to those topics later. Not sure about all their philosophy, but they allow marriage and have families, so there definitely wasn't a meeting of minds between Yoda and Altus. Darman didn't hear the rest of the sentence. Jedi who allow marriage. Families. Suddenly the knife that had been lodged in his chest since Attain was killed, bleeding out his hopes, twisted and dug in deeper. If Attain had followed Altus instead, none of this would have happened. She could have been a Jedi and a wife, without guilt or secrecy. Other Jedi did it, Melusar had just told him so. Darman knew the Jedi Order had bent the rules for Kiadimundi, but this was different, a whole kind of Jedi thinking he'd never known about, and somehow it seemed even worse for being more widespread. He could never forgive the Jedi for keeping him and Etain apart until it was too late. It wasn't Calbert's fault at all. The Jedi had failed her. And I failed her too. I should have been able to keep her safe. He couldn't let his son down the way he'd let down his wife. He had to stand between him and everyone who'd do him harm, from the Jedi who'd claim him as theirs to the Empire that wanted to wipe out Force users. It had to be done, for Cad's sake. The galaxy could go hang. I know a lot more about Jedi than most clones, most mongrels too. I'm not afraid of them. I know how to take them down. For Etain, for Cad, for everyone I care about. Holy roly! Fixer chuckled to himself, oblivious of Darman's moment of clarity. Yeah, that's about right. What a saint. Darman didn't want a saint for a boss. He wanted a soldier, and he wanted to believe in him the way he believed in Calbert. Vader had a lightsaber. He used the Force. That meant he was a potential enemy, someone who'd have a vested interest in hunting Cad either to kill him or sign him up for the Sith Club. Sith and Jedi were different sides of the same coin, Skirata said so. But Roly Melusar was an ordinary man with no illusions about Jedi or any other Force-using sect. Hey, Scorch whispered. Guess what? Word is that Vader's gone off looking for new clone donors. Maybe that's the recruitment Fatboy CUIS is working on. Darman still thought that CUIS was a Force user. And if any recruiting was being done, Cad wasn't going to be part of it. IRI Camus was the first Jedi Darman had fought, but he wasn't going to be the last. Kiramorat Mandalore. Skirata split logs in the yard, and fretted. In the past, he had been the one who went to war and left a family behind. Now he was the one waiting for news, and suddenly he had a much better idea of what Illipi had gone through while they were married. Waiting was hard. Even with the latest comlinks and transponders to stay in touch, a luxury his ex-wife never had, the minutes were still long and empty, begging to be filled with the wrong kind of speculation. So this is what it's like to be the rear party. Sorry, Illipi. I never really understood. Every time he brought the axe down on the resinwood logs, the strong scent filled his nostrils. It was probably the smell that triggered his memories again. The sweet medicinal scent of the resin reminded him of the first months of his marriage. When he was crazy about a Corellian nightclub waitress called Illipi Jiro and he tried to teach her some essential skills of a proper Mandalorian wife, how to build a basic field shelter, a vayame, and cook over an open fire. She never did get the hang of splitting logs. He didn't care. He loved her. They had a small townhouse in Shur where she never had to cook over open flames, and he never believed the fire would die in their relationship. I can go for months, a whole year even, without thinking of her at all. Now she's back as if it was only yesterday. He couldn't see a trace of her in her though. The girl was so much like himself it was unsettling. If she started showing signs of all his character flaws, it would be like living with a rebuke that he could never ignore, and he'd know why fate had decided to throw them together again. The crunch of boots approached slowly from one side. Skirata could see in his peripheral vision that it was Vav. If you're that worried, Vav said, all you have to do is calm them. Skirata didn't take his eyes off the log balanced on the chopping block. He'd had one accident too many with axes when he was distracted. If they're doing a delicate job, I might come just at the wrong time. Skirata lined up his axe, swung, and split another log in two neat halves. It was a kind of meditation, nothing mystic, just living in the moment by repeating simple and necessary actions without thought, the best way of quieting the mind. Like just then, in fact. You realize that Niner and Darman could have left Imperial City under their own steam by now. They're commandos, for goodness sake. Getting out of places is what they do best, after getting in, of course. Yes, but they haven't. That tells me they need extracting. That's what worries me, Vav said. Meaning? Darman's got a son here. Even Niner agreed to desert in the end. They had every reason to get out as soon as Niner could walk again. But they didn't. You know as well as I do that you have to pick your moment to exfil in a situation like that. Skirata hadn't wanted to think about it, but he wondered if he judged it all wrong and the two clones wanted to stay in the army. If they did, then it was all his fault. He'd been responsible for keeping Etaine's pregnancy from Darman, not one deceit but a daily cycle of lies until the kid was a toddler. If Darman hadn't bonded with his son enough to put being with him above everything, then it was because Skirata had set him a rotten example as a father. And Niner had an unshakable sense of duty and responsibility that Skirata had nurtured. I trained them to be perfect soldiers. Now I want them to forget all that and come and play Renegade Mando here with me. What can I expect? Yes, Vav said, as if he'd been having an internal debate with himself during Skirata's long silence. I'm getting too anxious. Too much idle time on my hands. They were just waiting for the right moment. No point fighting your way out when you can walk out, Skirata said. He glanced at the chrono on his forearm plate. Lunch. Come on, let's spend some quality Shawkadger time with our highly qualified comrade. Shawkadger meant sitting down for a meal, and had come to refer to a truce or ceasefire. Skirata found that remarkably apt in this case. Everything could be resolved over a meal, the neutral territory where you said what you had to say and everyone was treated as kin, at least until the meal was over. He was still negotiating his ceasefire with Yuthan. Vav managed a smile. Midjike seems like a new man since he's found someone to discuss bacteriology and congenital urethral obstruction with him. If only everyone was so easy to please. Not at the table, I hope. It's all big words, Cal. You won't understand the really stomach-churning medical detail. Skirata ignored the jibe without even trying. A year ago, maybe less, it would have started the old fight going again, but they both found their differences weren't worth the effort now. You know, I can't dislike Yuthan Wallen. I tried, but I can't. You can't dislike Kinaha either, and I know you feel you should as a matter of honor. Vav's expression had softened, and it didn't suit him at all. Nature had selected him to be a brutal, implacable patrician, a man who beat servants and lavished more affection on his pedigree livestock. It was bred into his bone structure, revealed in that harshly aristocratic face. Species apart, I can't help wishing my mother had been like her. Very grand, very gracious. She's more of a countess than dear Mama ever was. Age didn't change a thing as far as Skirata was concerned. Vav seemed to think old age was a state of sainthood, life's slate wiped clean simply by being too feeble to return a punch. Skirata took off his boots at the door and stood them inside the covered lobby. If Demigod walked in here now, 4,000 years old, he said, what would you do? Tell him to make himself useful for once and give Yuthan a hand in the lab. Seriously. You're asking me if I'd take a blaster to a very elderly man and kneecap him for his eugenics crimes, aren't you? Skirata wondered if Vav would forgive his loathed father simply for avoiding death long enough. He doubted it. I'm just a simple thug trying to explore moral philosophy, while I Then I'd have to face him to know the answer. But I'm sure you think you know yours. I do. It's okay to shoot a helpless old man. Because when he wasn't helpless, he did some terrible things to living beings for no other reason than scientific curiosity. Skirata took off his torso plates in the lobby. They were good protection for any job, from chopping wood to fighting Trandashans, and they also gave aging joints some welcome support. Don't worry, Kinaha's safe. Shab, she was a defective as far as the Awabate were concerned. If she hadn't been some use to them for tinkering, I doubt they'd have celebrated her differences. Two sounds competed for Skirata's attention as he stepped into the passage. One was the sound of clattering dinner plates, and the faintly buzzing audio of a Hola receiver coming from the kitchen. The other was a noise that still gave him very mixed feelings, the VZZZM of someone swinging a lightsaber. Actually, it was two lightsabers. The insistent humming sounds overlapped, so Juzik was sparring with someone, and Skirata doubted it was Kinaha. He gave Vav a nod to indicate he was going to check it out. The trail led to one of the empty rooms, doors wide open, a bedroom waiting for a deserter in need of a roof over his head. Juzik, fully armored but minus his helmet, was dueling with Scout. He stopped instantly. Skirata gestured to carry on and not mind him. We were trying to be discreet about the lightsabers, Juzik said, holding his blade wide to his right while Scout took up her stance. Sorry, Kalber. Skirata shrugged. Ignore my ramblings. I've used one too, remember? He'd used Juzik's, in fact. He'd killed Jedi with it, just crazed shock seconds after Attain was cut down. He wondered if it troubled Juzik to hold it now, whether the blade spoke to him of former brothers abandoned, or if it marked some kind of watershed of leaving his Jedi identity behind. They're not snobs, lightsabers. You can swing one no matter who your father was. Scout has to stay sharp. Juzik seemed to need to excuse why he was doing it. She'll have to defend herself again one day. Juzik spun. Scout moved to block his thrust before he shifted his weight. She looked like she knew which way he was going even before he did. She did it again and again. Juzik ended up with his lightsaber held almost like a knife, cantina fight style, weight on both feet, knees bent, rocking one way then the other before leaping. And she still blocked his blade. Then she lunged and hit his chest plate. A charred streak marked the green coating. Sorry! She put her hand to her mouth. Wow, lightsabers really don't do much to proper Beskar Gam, do they? She stepped forward and wiped her finger across his armor. It's just zap the paint. The metal's fine. That's why I'm wearing Beskar, and not Durasteel. Juzik glanced down at the mark, then winked. Look, Kalber, this'll enhance my reputation no end. Fought with a Jedi and survived to show off the damage. Even harmless comments could bring that image of the chaos on Shinarkan Bridge back to Skirata. But he couldn't go through life flinching at every word. He made himself face each painful syllable. Lunch, Adik, he said, clapping his hands together to hurry them up. We're thin on the ground today. If we keep Jilka waiting, she'll skin us. In the kitchen, Vav, Yuthan, and Hilamar sat at the table watching the Halanas, while Bessany and Jilka helped Arla serve up the meals. It was the first time Arla had joined them. She looked lost, but then a kitchen was a chaotic, noisy place after years in a padded cell. You'll forgive me for bringing the hollow in here, Hilamar said. But things are getting hairy on Jibad. Fine by me. Skirata helped himself to the meal bread rolls. Where is everyone? Phi, Parja, and Corr went hunting with Murd, Bethany said. Kinaha's meditating by the lake, and everyone else is fishing or helping Levitt sow beans. Yes, Lassima's taken Cat along, but she made sure he was wrapped up warmly. Did I leave anyone out? You know me too well, Adike. Bethany winked. Jilka hadn't gone off with Corr, so maybe relations with Bethany were thawing. Skirata hoped so. Anyone want to update me on Jibad? He said. Yuthin kept her eyes on the screen. The holocast was live from outside the Jibadan parliament, a deceptively pleasant scene of a tree-lined square with a formal fountain in the center. Skirata could see armored vehicles in front of the building, troops guarding the huge bronzium doors at the top of steps that ran the full width of the colonnaded building. Update captions edged across the screen or flashed briefly as static icons. They've told Palps to kiss their collective shebs, Hilamar said. So they're counting down to the surrender deadline and standing by for a full orbital assault. Jibad wasn't worth fighting over, nice as the place looked, except to teach the rest of the galaxy a lesson. Yuthin probably knew what was coming. Skirata wondered if he would have had the stomach to watch helplessly if that had been Keldabe, and he'd been marooned light years away. He doubted it. But not watching probably felt like dereliction of duty to her. Doctor, have you still got family there? Jilka asked. Indirect family, yes. Colleagues at the Institute. Friends. Skirata felt a sick chill in his gut. She hasn't been able to contact her home for 3 years. I never thought she might want to call and talk to family, but then I wouldn't have risked it anyway. Everything's changed now. Do I let her call home? It already looked too late. He slid his comm link across the table anyway. She looked at him, then picked it up. If she tried anything stupid, he could always shoot her. The comm link was untrackable. She tapped in a code and lifted the comm link slowly to her mouth. Cecily? Cecily, is that you, dear? Yes, it's Kale. Yes, I'm fine, I'm safe, I'm... Yuthin only met Skirata's eyes for a second, then glanced away. I can't say where I am, but everything's fine. No, someone got me out, but that doesn't matter. Are you all right? Are you? I'm watching it all on the news. Skirata wished he'd been more deaf than he was, because it was awful to hear that panicky edge in Yuthin's voice. She was as hard as nails, until now. That was what made it worse. Juzik patted his arm as he sat down next to him, and for a few minutes everyone tried to eat and pretend they couldn't hear Yuthin's increasingly emotional conversation. Cecily was her cousin, by the sound of it. Skirata concentrated on the news anchor, and realized the reporter at the scene was the droid behind the holocom. Okay, send a tinny to record a war, fine, but it's going to get fried the moment the turbolasers start. What kind of a propaganda show is that? We understand that the surrender deadline has now passed, with no undertaking from the Jibadan government, said the anchor. The Emperor has now authorized the use of force to restore order. Jibad looked pretty orderly to Skirata. Oh, Shab. Cecily, you have to find shelter right now. Yuthin stood up, raking her hair with one hand. Please. We can talk later. Just get into a shelter. Please. Even a woman prepared to kill millions had feelings. Skirata glanced at Hilamar, always a more sentimental man than most realized, and saw him suffering with her. Skirata would never have bet on those two getting close. No, she murmured. The crawler caption running across the bottom of the image read Deadline for Jibad surrender passes. Imperial Task Force begins assault. Cecily, stay in the basement, do you hear me? Cecily? Cecily. Helamar let out a long breath. Yuthan stared at the comlink, eyes brimming. I think the outgoing comms have been jammed, she said. There was a chance that Cecily might make it, but Skirata didn't spend too long working out her odds. Yuthan handed the comlink back to him and stared unblinking at the screen. Scout and Juzik watched her, grim-faced, and then Scout moved across to put her hand on the woman's arm. Whatever Scout and Juzik could feel emanating from Yuthan seemed to be a lot more harrowing than Skirata could see. Who's recording this? Helamar said. He looked equally unhappy. Shab, he was getting too fond of Yuthan. If the bombardment started, they're missing it. Droid, Skirata said absently. Until a laser barrage hits it. The holocom shot tilted up to the sky, focused on something in the clouds, and small dark dots began resolving into fighters, or so Skirata thought. Then he realized they weren't military craft but droid crop sprayers. He could see a fine cloud emerging from the undercarriages as the holocom zoomed in. Helamar seemed to get the idea before he did. No, that's too disgusting even for Palpatine. The assault had started, all right. But there was no bombardment. And now Skirata knew why the reporter was a droid, because there weren't going to be any turbolasers turned on the cities of Jibad. The place would still be standing tomorrow. Crop sprayers only did one thing. They released chemicals. And that was what this fleet appeared to be doing now. Chemical weapons, Helamar said. Utterly gutless. Hutun. Yes, that was a coward's weapon. Skirata wondered if it mattered how you died in a war as long as it was over quickly, but how an army fought decided if its society was honorable or a bunch of savages. Dropping chemicals on a city instead of landing troops was about as bad as it got for Skirata. Whatever the erotic world thought, Mandalorians had their code of conduct, and dragging civilians into a war, as targets, as shields, as anything, meant all bets were off. An enemy like that deserved no quarter, and got none. But it's Palpatine. We're not going to fight him. Not now, anyway. So I'll file that for the future. The basement hiding place wouldn't save Cecily or anyone else. Yuthan closed her eyes, put her hand to her mouth, and wept silently as the droid chem shifted position and tracked to the city itself. Helamar took her hand and gave Scout a look that, for just a split second, made the three of them look like a family. Skirata looked away, feeling like a voyeur, and wondered which chemical agent the Empire was using. Then he had a terrible thought. He wondered if it was a chemical at all. 8. I see no need to lay waste to an entire world to end a war. Jibad is intact, except for its sentient population. The buildings are still standing. Its farmland and its seas are untouched, and it can be recolonized in weeks. War is never pleasant, but it can be waged in the least destructive way, and let us not forget that this bioweapon was created by a Jibadan scientist. It could have been turned against any peaceful world in the Empire. This is justice, is it not? Emperor Palpatine, giving a statement to the media on his policy on weapons proliferation in dissident worlds. On board Cornucopia, Freight Terminal 35, Imperial City. Are you getting this? Pretty, I said. He stood with one hand cupped to his ear, listening to the audio feed from Niner's helmet via the bead comlink. Is that Melissa guy real? Listen to him. Ordo eavesdropped via his helmet system while New York maneuvered cornucopia along the traffic separation lanes, skimming just above ground level. The Rust Bucket was just one freight vessel in an orderly line of inbound ships carrying imports from all quadrants of the galaxy. Nobody knew any better. And because the Empire was more worried about who might be sneaking off the planet, it wasn't looking too carefully at who was coming in. Getting out would be trickier, of course. But they'd worry about that when it happened. Ordo caught sight of one of the outbound terminals, now a sea of grounded freighters waiting for exit clearance. Every cargo vessel was being searched. Nobody seemed to expect a fugitive to stroll back into the danger zone. That was just plain unimaginative. They should have known that Special Forces clones were compulsive risk-takers, chancers to a man, raised to believe that nothing could stop them and everything was doable, one way or another. Maybe it's a trap, Ordo said. Commander Melisser sounded completely genuine and made perfect sense. He would have been right at home sharing a bottle of Tihar and arguing politics with Calbert. But he was an Imperial, and he'd hunt down Ordo and his brothers and execute them if he could. He didn't stand a chance, of course, but it was a fascinating conflict. He'll lull the vote into a sense of security, make them feel they can tell him anything, and flush out the doubters and dissenters. We need a Jedi to sense his feelings. We're fresh out of Jedi, in case you hadn't noticed. Check his file when you get a chance, Jane. It's not like the Commandos obeyed Order 66 to the last man, is it? Mariel said. Or some of the meat cans come to that. He has to realize he's probably still got some men who don't think the wars fulfilled their career expectations. Jane chuckled under his breath. Palp should ask Commando for a refund. He took the keys to that army thinking he'd get 100% blind obedience. Sucker. Ordo was disappointed that there hadn't been a mass exodus from the ranks. But he looked at his brothers and asked himself if he'd have made a run for it without them, if there'd been no Scarata around to tell them they had a right to lead different lives. He tried to see the galaxy from a meat can's perspective, or even a Republic commando who didn't have Scarata to fall back on, and there were still plenty of those serving. It was hard enough to abandon the only life you knew without leaving your family behind as well. Especially if you don't even understand what else might be out there for you. Poor Shabir. They never had a chance. One thing was for sure. There wouldn't have been many clones who stayed because they believed in Palpatine's political vision. I think he'll get his representatives to drop by to discuss his dissatisfaction with Lama Su, Ordo said. Maybe not now, but eventually. The man's got a lot of planets to smack down before he starts on Topoka. New York hadn't said a word since her last exchange with ground traffic control. She always looked like she was chewing a saber wasp at the best of times, not a woman you'd approach expecting help and a kind word, but she looked really grim now. She drummed her fingers on the console every time the line slowed to a halt. New York, are you okay? Maybe she'd spotted something he hadn't, an unexpected security check ahead. It's all going fine. You've done insertions before. You make me sound like the Galactic Marines. She tapped her headset earpiece. I'm listening to the news feed. It's not good. They've attacked Jibad. And if it sounds ugly via that Imperial mouthpiece, then you can work out the rest for yourself. There was only one reason for Ordo to worry about Jibad's future, and that was the effect it would have on Yuthan's enthusiasm for her work. Scarata had done a deal. If Yuthan found a way of stopping accelerated aging, then she could keep her research and go home. If that home was reduced to a glowing river of molten slag, Scarata's incentive scheme would be down the fresher. And Yuthan didn't seem the type to be threatened into cooperation. Shab. Mariel had obviously thought it through, too. We can't keep abducting top geneticists if she goes off the boil. Worse than that, Pretty I said. Yuthan's the one who knows most about the aging mechanism. It's all second best after that. Stay on task, Vode. Ordo tapped the helmet that Pretty I had left on the seat beside him. Nothing we can do about it now. Focus. We have a mission. Buckets on, and think me can. New York slowed and brought Cornucopia to a hover at the main exit. And keep your heads down. We're coming up to the gate, and if anyone decides to check us out, I can't explain why I have 4 Stormies on board. Copy that, Muriel said, feigning a meatkin tone of voice. Yes, ma'am. Ha ha, well, I'm fooled. They're all lousy shots, the Sparty clones. I'm working on being mediocre. New York frowned at him. That's an awful thing to say. Well, they're not made from fresh, wholesome Django like us. They're second-generation DNA, clones of clones. All kinds of problems, they say. How can you dismiss them all like that when you're the first to say you're more than your genes? New York wasn't joking now. She was offended, and the frown was real, not habit. Ordo interrupted. New York was to be kept placated, or else she might not marry Calber, and finding someone else for his father was only going to get harder as time went on. They're Sparty clones, Ordo said. Grown in a year. It's not the raw material that causes the problems, it's lack of training time. We had blasters in our hands from the time we could walk. They've probably had a few months' training at best. We're bound to be better at everything requiring motor skills, until they've put the time in, of course. And then they'll be able to slot us with the best of them. New York leaned on the steering yoke and turned to look at him. She seemed to be studying his hands, as if imagining what size blaster a child of that age would need just to be able to grip it. Cal told me that, she said quietly. About you handling weapons as toddlers, and all those tests and experiments. You poor little Barvez. It's criminal. No wonder you hate Kaminoans. Oh, they didn't expose us to live fire until we were 2. Which is about 4 or 5, in clone terms. We weren't babies. Ordo wasn't making light of it. He was simply correcting facts, and he didn't expect to see New York's eyes glaze with tears. Sometimes Bethany had that look, too, pity, like she could see something he couldn't and that she didn't want to mention. I don't need pity. None of us do. Not us nulls anyway. We control our own lives. Calber saved us, Ordo said, and after that, it was the Iowa bait that was afraid, not us. Genetics isn't a cake recipe. They found that out fast enough. Mariel seemed chastened. He still had to have the last word, though. He'd spent a lot of time working on the Camino research data, and, Ordo had to admit it, he was getting annoyingly cocky about it all. Okay. I surrender, he said. The Sparty guys can be just as good as us if they eat their greens and work hard. Sad, New York said wistfully, and went back to staring at the cargo doors of the freighter in front of her. Very sad. She shook her head. Do Niner and Dar know Palps is a Sith? Yes, Ordo said. I told Niner. And how did Dar take it when you told him Cal had refugee Jedi at Kiramorat? I didn't tell him. Don't you think he ought to know? Ordo had a feeling Dar wouldn't be comfortable with that. It was better to break it to him when he could see how harmless the 2 Jedi were. He'll find out soon enough. Outside the terminal, altitude was restricted, and New York had to stick to freight skylanes. As soon as Cornucopia cleared the gates, no stops, no inspections, just a droid recording transponder codes for port taxes. She dropped the ship into a freight lane and headed for the nearest commercial sector of the city. Everywhere Ordo looked, there were advertising screens exhorting citizens to be vigilant and report beings acting suspiciously. That applied to half the planet on a good day. The ad he found most unsettling was one that depicted a humanoid of indeterminate species skulking in an alley as if planting a bomb. He could be your neighbor, your friend, your brother, your son. Suspicions? Call the Imperial security hotline. Imagine not being able to trust your own brother. Ordo found that unthinkable. He had to respect Palpatine's capacity for getting the public to do his dirty work for him by sowing doubt and discord. Every citizen would be a spy, afraid of their own shadow and looking for threats everywhere. Palps must have more of an unhappy minority left over from the war than we thought, Mariel said. After the ceasefire, always the purges. New despots are always a little nervous. He's not exactly new at this. He had the Senate and the Jedi getting under his feet before. Maybe the new freedom to throw his weight around is making him a little giddy. I need directions, New York said. As in, you haven't told me where we're going yet. Just working that out now, Jane said. If you see a grocery warehouse, feel free to stop and load up while we talk to Niner. I know you're clever boys, she said, but you do worry me. Whatever happened to precision planning? Look at it this way, New York. If we don't know where we're going next, nobody can plan an ambush for us, can they? Ordo prodded Pretty Eye. Monitor what that officer's saying. Leave Niner to me. Can you separate the audio channels? I can remote launch the Emperor's private shuttle if you give me an hour. Yes or no? Yes. New York just snorted to herself and stuck to the skylane. She couldn't exceed the speed limit anyway. Ordo activated his secure comm link with a couple of blinks, reassured that New York was such a worrier. Warriors tended to check everything and not make dumb mistakes. Niner, are you able to talk? Who's that? Ordo, Naviod. We're clear of the freight port, and we need an RV point. Ordo could hear the hum of discussion in the background. Niner was still in the briefing. Shab, that's short notice. This isn't Zay's brigade anymore, you know. We can't come and go as we please, and we're tasked at the last minute for security reasons. I need to set something up. At least someone in the Imperials had learned from the liberties that Skirata had taken with the Jedi generals. We're ready when you are, Ordo said. Got the chip? Yes. Niner sounded as if he was trying not to move his jaw too much. His consonants were distorted. And never ask where I had to hide it. Dar hasn't got a secure link installed, has he? No, the droid couldn't get access to his helmet. But what? It's probably for the best. He's on a short fuse. I'm never sure what he's going to do next. Is he cracking up? Naviodi, he saw his wife killed. Is he completely reliable and on top form? Not guaranteed. I haven't told him about the chip yet. Or that I'm in contact with you. Niner was always the ultra-cautious one. Then you have your doubts. Great. We need Dar to stay cool. Never mind. We can extract them. Treat it like a Cassivac under fire. Or a civvy hostage. We'll allow for minimal self-help on this, then. Just don't feel insulted. We won't. Niner paused. You know we went after General Camus, don't you? He's dead. Cost us a man, too. That was the Shabir who was going to chill us down after Geonosis, before Zay took over. Well, you got extra Palpatine points for capping your old boss. He'll trust you more now. We hope. Now, that commander of yours, Rolly Melisser, just took over from the intel guy, CUIS. He sounds keen. Very. He almost had me convinced that I could save the galaxy, secure lasting peace, and put an end to injustice, all before lunch. Almost? Ordo said. Niner's voice dropped to a whisper. I want to go home before I get too comfortable here. Dar needs to get out too. He really does. Consider it done, Ordo said. We'll carry on monitoring your audio input. Try not to power down your bice until we get to you. Ordo out. Ordo listened to the audio as Pretty Eye monitored it. He heard Scorch, holy roly. Ordo hoped the commandos didn't get too attached to the man. Charismatic leaders like Melissa could inspire you to do anything and feel it was a privilege to die for them. Ordo felt a little wary prickle tighten his scalp, and reminded himself that Skirata was just like that, too, pulling a knife on Kaminoan clone masters, defying generals, instilling a sense of invincibility into any clone he trained, managing to be both uplifting and dangerous at the same time. Men like that could wield enormous power for good or ill. Maybe Melissa really is a decent man. But maybe he's out to entrap the security risks. I'll have to assume the latter until proven otherwise. Where to, then? New York asked. Do normal things, Ordo said. Pick up supplies as per your transit sheet. Shopping. New York tapped the NAV computer on the console and set a Skylane route. Let's try the core comestibles warehouse. It's bigger than Keldabe, and if they haven't got it, it doesn't exist. The Empire ran a tighter ship than the Republic, that was clear. Niner would have to keep his helmet on at all times so he wouldn't attract attention as he waited for instructions. Ordo could feel a little bead of nervous sweat snaking down his spine, nothing to do with the temperature in his suit, and rubbed his back against his seat to relieve the itch. He didn't usually get this edgy on a mission. But the memory of Shinarkan Bridge had dented his confidence a little. That extraction had been only seconds from completion, not even in hostile territory, but Atane had been killed in Darman and Niner had been left stranded. Nothing was risk-free. And nulls weren't omnipotent. Just a lot faster, harder, and smarter than everyone else. We were built for this. Come on. We can do it. Per Dar Ik, Muriel said quietly. Niner must think he's lost the plot completely if he hasn't even told him we're getting them out. You know Niner, Ordo said. His top lip itched with sweat now. He'd have to take off his bucket to have a good scratch while he had a chance. He invented caution. He's got a secret ambition to be an accountant. Pretty Eye was still monitoring the briefing, recording it to extract every scrap of data and any subtle clues about the location that just might come in handy one day. Ordo concentrated on the voices. So they're interested in a human male, Master Jin Altus, and they don't know much about him or how many followers he had, some guy called Jax Pavin, a bunch of Padawans, mainly human, some Twi'lek, a whiphid called Crook or something, and... Muriel looked up from his datapad. That'd be Crook. A knight. The one who left the Order for a while because he wouldn't use clone troopers. Looks like most didn't survive the purge. Pretty Eye was listening intently, occasionally scribbling on his datapad. But it's clear that Imperial intel doesn't have any hard numbers, and they don't know who's just missing and who's escaped. We can use that, I think. Can't they tally the bodies? Mariel asked. You think the Jedi Order let them have a copy of the temple payroll so they could tick box the dead ones? Pretty Eye made a huffing sound. Looks like they got most of the masters. And the knights. You can't fault Palps on strategic planning. Nearly a clean sweep. When they mention Kinaha and Scout, start worrying. Why? I mean, why worry more than usual? If Palps knows about Kinaha's age, he'll be after her like a board up a drain pipe. Remember what Kosai said about why she went on the run. The old Shabir wanted her to extend his lifespan. Altus. Ordo recalled one of the Alta sect knights, a young woman called Callista Masana. Even if the Kaminoans hadn't engineered his eidetic memory, he'd never have forgotten her or her young comrades. I met some of the Altus Jedi, he said. They have their own rules. Not like other Jedi. Are those the ones who had families? Jang asked. Even New York perked up at that. They do like to bend the rule book, don't they? No, they were definitely not like other Jedi. Altus allowed attachment. They'd returned to the practices of a less rigid and ascetic age, as Etain had put it. They took lovers. They married. Ordo even saw Callista kiss her boyfriend, and nobody had apoplexy about it. Ordo found the very existence of Altus's sect troubling. Their differences seemed so profound that he found it hard to believe the sect hadn't been a permanent topic of discussion in Jedi circles. Every Jedi who had to walk away from a forbidden love, and there had to be plenty, he was sure, because all beings needed someone, would have found that contradiction baffling and painful. He did too, but for different reasons. There were Jedi he liked, and Jedi he despised, and then there was the Jedi Order, which was no better than the Senate as far as he was concerned. It existed for its own sake, like all institutions. After that, things got murkier. There were dissidents, the Altuses and crooks of the galaxy, and there were all kinds of force-using sects Ordo hardly knew about. They didn't seem to be one happy force-spending family. Commander Melissa regarded them all as dangerous. Ordo didn't have an answer to that, and uncertainty ate at him like the itch on his back. The argument was persuasive. He tried to separate the apparently unfair advantage of being able to use the Force from his own advantage of being vastly more intelligent than anyone else other than his brothers. It was an interesting thought. He set it aside when New York suddenly took a left turn, an unplanned one that set her root computer chiming to tell her she was lost. Ordo looked around, expecting trouble. Relax, Adik, she said. She was learning the odd Mandoy word or two. Just a detour past somewhere I'd rather not overfly again, not yet. One day, though. Where? Mariel asked. Shinarkan Bridge. New York pressed her headset closer to her ear to follow the newscast. And Palpatine's just issued a statement about why he had to pacify Jibad with a killer virus. Kiramurat, Mandalore, 10 hours after the release of prototype virus FG-36. I killed them, Yuthan said. This is all my doing. She sat with her head in her hands, elbows braced on the kitchen table. Juzik didn't know where to begin to comfort her. He simply sat vigil with her, with Skirata and Hilamar at the table, while the rest of the household slept. It had been 5 hours since Hilamar had decided Yuthan had had enough of watching the destruction of her civilization, brought to her courtesy of the Galactic News Network and the generous sponsorship of Quat Drive Yards. There wasn't much you could say to a scientist whose bioweapon had just been used to slaughter millions of her own people. Juzik willed Skirata not to make the observation that those who lived by the sword also stood a good chance of dying by it, and had little right to gripe if they did. Then he had a fleeting moment of panic as he realized he'd come perilously close to mind-influencing Calbear without even thinking about it. That's not right. You know that's the worst thing you can do. And you know he's not susceptible. But at that moment, his guard was down. He glanced at Juzik as if he'd felt something. Where was the line between influencing someone the wrong way and just being able to silently divert them from saying something because they knew you well enough to read the subtlest of gestures? Juzik had no idea if he'd used the Force or not. He found himself mired in guilt at having that ability, guilt at worrying about it when millions were dying, guilt for everything connected with Yuthin. He berated himself both for not pitying Yuthin's grief enough but also for turning a blind eye to her job, which, at least in part, was killing at arm's length in vast numbers. Moral certainty. What a joke. After all my high-minded arguments with Master Zay about using clones, and here I am suspending my morals because I want Yuthin to save my brothers. But what could he do about a scientist like Yuthin other than disapprove? What did duty, ethics, demand when he came face to face with someone like that? I don't know. I just don't. Should I bring her to justice? I don't even know what justice is these days. Juzik's influence, whatever it was, didn't make Skirata pause for long. He tapped at his data pad, doing a passable act of being distracted. You sure it's your virus? He asked Yuthin. There's plenty on the market for palps to choose from. Yuthin finally raised her head. Her face was gray, utterly drained of blood. And what do you think he'd use to make his point? But how do you know it's your handiwork? Maybe he's so good at messing with our minds that we're doing his psyops work for him. Skirata slipped his pad back in his pocket. What have you seen that makes you think it's yours? Yuthin looked at the dead holoreceiver's screen for a few silent moments. It's mine, believe me. She got up and pushed her chair slowly back from the table. Hilamar gave Skirata a discreet nod to say he'd take care of things, and followed her out of the room. Juzik waited until their footsteps had faded and switched the news back on again. Jibad wasn't even the top headline on the hourly bulletins now. The attention span of the galactic news services was just as short as it had been under the Republic, and Palpatine's propaganda machine didn't have to work terribly hard. One man, one Sith, can't do it alone. He needs help from the lazy and disinterested. Fearfek. Skirata shook his head. The old Shabir picks his moments. Juzik strained to focus on the small detail of the holocom shots of Jabadan cities. Disasters all had a sameness about them, cityscapes that looked almost normal, almost familiar, until the debris in the streets suddenly resolved into bodies, and the whole scene changed. Along the lower edge of the screen, brief headlines faded in and out. Some were relevant to the images, and some were totally different stories. Nobody paused and examined anything carefully anymore. Juzik could still concentrate, though, and he followed the headline as it scrolled laboriously. Fugitive Jabadan scientist behind bioweapon, virus could have been used against Empire, sources say. It's hers, all right, Juzik said. Look. Palps has outed her. Skirata frowned at the screen, seeming distracted. He's a real sweetie, isn't he? Why is he bothering to name her? Juzik asked. He doesn't need to justify himself, and there won't be many Jabadans left to bay for her blood. Could be plenty of expats left elsewhere, though. He might think they'll turn her in and save him some time. But he's got what he wants from her. Well, he's not got the clone-specific virus, or an extended life, and he's a sore loser. Skirata rubbed his eyes. But how are we going to keep her mind on her aging research when she's just watched her own world go down the fresher thanks to one of her recipes? Skirata had his priorities, and they obviously didn't include weeping for Jibad. Juzik understood why that was a step too far for him. It wasn't the first world to feel Palpatine's fist, and it wouldn't be the last. All that mattered was that it wasn't Mandalore. But Juzik still felt a gut-level resistance to the idea of lying low, a need to do something that he couldn't define, even if he knew it was pointless. "Is that a rhetorical question, Calber?" he asked. "No. I need to keep her motivated, and the best I can come up with is reminding her that we might end up being her only tool for revenge." "You think she'll want vengeance?" "She's human. Wouldn't you?" "Okay, maybe not. It's hard to put those feelings aside, even with my training." Juzik had come to accept his darker, unlovely side. Every being had one. Denying it was dangerous delusion. Anyone who thought it could be removed by meditation or willpower simply failed to recognize ugly motives for what they were, and gave them a perverse spiritual respectability. You can kill without falling to the dark side if you don't feel anger or hate. That's what the masters taught me. Oh, really? Tell that to the being you kill. Juzik needed to know his normal, acceptable, inevitable human darkness, to shake hands with it and know its face, so that he could always recognize it in the shadows. He had to be able to see the brink to step back from it. "What we need," Skirata said, eyes fixed on a point just past Juzik, "is for Yuthan to work up a countermeasure for that Shabla virus, in case Palpatine tries to use it on us. But that's going to divert her from the aging research. A virus will kill my boys long before rapid aging does. So we need to find a way of getting both jobs done. Maybe Midge-Ik can soften her up." Juzik was never sure whether Skirata, a very emotional man, without doubt, could feel much for strangers these days. There was only so much compassion anyone could expend in a lifetime without going under, and Skirata had already taken on the burden of every passing clone who needed help. It wasn't fair to see him as callous toward Yuthan simply because he had other priorities. And Juzik knew it was all too easy to pity vast numbers of strangers on principle without being able to apply that to flesh and blood standing right in front of you. "I used to be so sure what was right. Didn't I?" Lamar had been a loyal friend to Skirata for years. Juzik tried to find the acceptable line between exploitation and making the most of a friendship for mutual benefit. It wasn't easy. "She'll want to lash out at Palpatine." Juzik knew he was complicit from that second onward. "I could feel her helplessness, and she's not used to it. She lives in a world where she does rational things and gets results from them. She's used to having control. Even in jail." Skirata raised an eyebrow. "I know what you're thinking. You never needed Force senses, Calber. I'm a lousy sabacc player. Yes, I will use her any way I can." She made the Shabla thing. She knows she's got to do something, either to atone, or to thwart Palpatine. I don't care which, and I don't feel bad about exploiting that guilt. I might even be purging it for her. I'm not arguing. I care what you think of me, Bard-Ik. I'm still honoring the deal I made with her. Juzik didn't feel comfortable holding that much sway over Skirata. It wasn't the way things should have been. A son needed the approval of his father, not the other way around, and Juzik felt very much the son who had most to prove. Calber was his benchmark of devotion, so selfless that it wiped the slate clean of his long criminal history. If he stole or killed these days, he did it for those he loved, and that included Juzik. It's not the dark side if you don't feel hate or anger. The old dilemma wouldn't go away. Juzik realized he applied the same self-justification as any of his former Jedi brethren. The difference was, Shab, he couldn't work it out. It just felt different somehow. I know, Calbert, he said. Do you think she ever tested it on humans? Well, we know she never had the chance to test it on clones. I don't want to think about what scientists get up to behind closed doors. Turns my gut. Juzik knew that the action of drugs, bacteria, and viruses could be modeled on computers, their biochemical actions predicted and plotted. But he found himself feeling worse for thinking that a virus designed solely to kill had been tested on anything living. It was a strange sensation. He was suddenly conscious of the weight of his lightsaber on his belt, and wondered exactly when and how some ancient Jedi had worked out that an energy beam